Okay, we've got 1 minute to start. 1 minute warning.
We're going to play the video first, and then he's going to speak.
Okay, good morning. Yeah, one of the clocks says 9:30. Then now both agree. So we will call the April 29th, 2022 Volusia County Council meeting to order at 9:30 a.m. And thank you. As always, we will begin with an invocation, and then we'll go immediately to the Pledge of Allegiance. So if you would care to stand for both. And the invocation this morning will be led by Chaplain Tim Hildreth from Halifax Hospital. Thank you, Tim.
Thank you. Let's bow for a word of prayer. God, it is an amazing day today, and we are grateful that we have this opportunity as a community working together. Thank you for these who have been elected, who are willing and interested in hearing from the community. And we pray your blessing on this time, that this would be time well spent as we continue to become more and more the outstanding community of excellence you desire for us to be. We ask your blessing on all this time now. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, Carissa, are you able to call the roll this morning?
Ms. Gertman.
Here.
Mr. Johnson. Dr. Lowry. Ms. Post. Mr. Robbins.
Here.
Ms. Wheeler.
Here.
Mr. Brower.
Here. And I believe, unless it's changed, that Heather Post has requested to participate virtually. She is still suffering, so she will participate by voice, but I need a motion and a second from the council to allow her to participate and vote.
Motion. Approved. Second.
Motion by Wheeler to approve, and second by Gertman. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And the motion carries 7-0.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. We will start our meeting, as we always do, with public participation. We have a lot of public here. That's always great to see. I will just call them in order that they've been turned in. First is Kim Zifra. There she is. And you can come up here, just tell us, come to the podium, and this goes for everybody, just tell us what city you're from so we know what area you are, and if you're representing somebody, tell us that. And you have 3 minutes, and there'll be a clock on the laptop and a clock on the screen above my head. And I'll gently remind you if you miss it, but Welcome, Kim.
Hi, I'm Kim Zifra. I live in New Smyrna, and I'm here kind of as a collaboration between our club, which is the Crankenase Model A Restores Club, and the Barberville Pioneer Settlement. So good morning, everyone. I'm actually president of the Crankenase Model A Restorers Club. Our nonprofit is having a building constructed at the Pioneer Settlement for the creative arts in Barberville, Florida. It is basically a large building with an open front porch and an entryway into our display area. In the display area will be items that will show the public how Henry Ford's multiple innovations provided the means for transportation to evolve, from horse-drawn wagons to the horseless carriage, otherwise known as motorized vehicles. Some of these items will be tools that were used during that period of time. We will have a Ford Model T, a Ford Model A on display. Also, one of our members created a cutout engine. This is an interactive engine with color-coded cutout sections, and when the wheel is turned, you can see how the sections of the engine work. Behind the display area will be a room for storage and repairs of our display items. We plan to rotate the displays from time to time, keeping things fresh and encouraging people to return to see what's new at the settlement. Our focus will be the time period from early 1900 to 1931, which is the last year of the production of the Model A. This project is a collaboration between our nonprofit and the Pioneer Settlement. Our goal is to enhance the experience as we educate the public about the ways of the past. We will be adding another piece to the historical puzzle at the Pioneer Settlement and hopefully encourage and trigger future generations to have some interest in learning about a part of the story of our country's earlier days. So where are we now in our project? Financially, we have enough donations to construct the building. Our building plans are completed. Our contractor is ready. Our subs are ready. All the building supplies are in stock. They're ready to be delivered to the job site and have been donated by Ron Herman of All Quality Products. The Pioneer Settlements Board of Directors are 100% on board, and we have approved the project. So why am I here? The surveyor has been to the site, and we are now waiting for the survey to be completed and the building permit to be issued. We would like to thank Jeff Brower for all his guidance and expertise on our project so far. I would also like to thank the County Council for allowing me to share our project today. We are hoping to have our grand opening on November 5th, 2022, to coincide with the Fall Festival at the Pioneer Settlement. So please mark your calendars for this exciting event. Thank you.
Thank you, and Council, I need to interject here. I appreciate your thanks, but I have to tell you that I made some phone calls to Clay, and staff took care of a problem that she had with permitting, zoning in hours. It was a fantastic movement of government for a great project. So I want to give the staff credit for the hard work that they did to move your project forward. Best of luck. We'll see you November 5th.
Okay, thanks a lot.
Yes. He doesn't want to come up. Paul Richardson.
Morning, Council. My name is Paul Richardson. I am from DeLand, and I got a short video here before I start this.
And so one of the challenges here when you're covering this issue is this many subsets of it, if you will. We just want to show you a graphic now of U.S.-Mexico border apprehensions by month. This goes back to the Obama administration. You see the Obama administration on the left, the Trump administration in the middle. You see the Obama administration relatively flat line, a few spikes. Trump administration goes up to one high surge, then comes down. The Biden administration on the right. If you're Republicans trying to run an ad in a place where you think border security works, just run that graphic.
Thank you. Carissa Green for assisting me on that.
All right, Miranda, I'm really excited to talk to you.
Recently, the President of the United States, Biden, asked for $33 billion for defense of Ukraine. Now, while I don't have any problem with the Ukrainian people defending their borders against the invading Russians, I do have a problem with sending them money when we don't have any money going to our border. As you saw the graph, there is chaos at the border. Now, DA Secretary Mayorkas says that the border is effectively managed. If that's true, then the chaos at the border is on purpose, which is crazy. A Texas National Guard member, Bishop Evans, drowned trying to rescue two drug smugglers, and insanity, chaos. And recently, we just learned at the end of last week that DHS is forming a new, and I'm going to actually call it for what it is, a Ministry of Public Enlightenment and Propaganda. Now, they say it's a disinformation government board, but we all know what it is, and what it is. And what for is for, to push propaganda and disinformation instead of pushing information. So that is positively insane. And I know I'm wrapping up a little early. I thought maybe I have some more, but at this time, I would like to call on Secretary Mayorkas and all of the Biden administration to resign. What they're doing is outrageous and just awful. And again, like I said, if it's truly effectively managed, it is on purpose. So that's why I'm here for today. You guys have a good day. I hope Councilwoman Post feels better, and also Carissa Green, I hope you feel better too. You guys have a good day, and have a good meeting. Bye.
Dr. Mark Flowers.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Mark Flowers, your corrections director here in DeLand. It's the first time I've spoken to you in this manner, but I felt that the information that I'm going to give you is important enough. Several months ago, you were briefed on the number of state inmates that we had in custody waiting to transfer the state. At that time, the numbers were well over 250. I'm happy to report this morning that my numbers are down to 34. And the only reason I'm holding them at this time is I'm waiting for court commitment papers. So I wanted to reach out personally and thank the county manager for the confidence that he has in me to run that jail and deal with all the many issues that I get on a daily basis. I want to personally thank the deputy county manager, Suzanne Conchin, Mark Swanson, public protection director, Jim Judge, deputy, John Booker, our legislative liaison, who took our message to Tallahassee, the state attorney's office, public defender's office, county and circuit judges, and most of all, the men and women who go to work every day dealing with the many issues that we have there in corrections. I think personally that we're lucky to have the leadership we've got in Volusia County right now, and this here is just one example of the teamwork that we display on a daily basis, and we're only able to do that because of the support that we've got from the manager and the deputy, our department heads, and the county council. So God bless y'all. Thank you for your support.
Thank you for bringing good news. Gail, is it Januz?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I wanted to bring up the topic. Actually, I have two questions. One is regarding impact fees. Several years ago, there was a study shown that Volusia County's impact fees are lower than the surrounding counties. And obviously, nothing has been done about it because of our unsustainable building in this county. My second question is about water. You all have obviously allowed all this building to continue, but Volusia County has been in a water crisis for over 20 years. I know because I've lived here. And what do you all plan to provide for water with all this building? I mean, thousands of homes and apartments are being
Just stand by. We have help on the way. Check.
Okay. Thank you. I was asking about water. Volusia County has been in a water crisis for at least 20 years. And yet, the thousands of homes and apartments that are being built in this county, what does the county council plan to do for water? How are you going to supply water to all these homes and apartments which are still being built? Does anybody have an answer for that?
Our policy is that we don't answer questions at this part of the meeting because of time requirements, but what I will do is, you have given all your contact information. I'll share this with every council member, and they can share with you privately.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that mic working? It's okay. Reverend Ben Collins.
Good morning. I'm Reverend Ben Collins. I live and work in DeLand, Florida. I am the former pastor of Collective United Methodist here in DeLand, and I am the president-elect of the Main Street DeLand Board of Directors. I'm here representing these fine people and 30 congregations across Volusia County who make up the Faith Organization. On March 28th, 1,100 of your constituents came from every corner of Volusia County to participate in our annual action assembly at the Daytona Beach Drive-In Church. It was beautiful to see so many people of different ages, races, beliefs, to unite and solve community problems. We want to thank especially Councilmember Gertman for showing up, as well as members Post and Wheeler for participating. We wish all the council could have been there to see the public support that very clearly exists for this housing trust fund. And that's why we circulated a petition. I brought with me the signatures of over 1,200 of Volusia County citizens who have signed on to the following. Too many working families and seniors in our community are unable to keep up with the rising cost of rent. A locally controlled housing trust fund is essential for our county government to ensure adequate housing opportunities for residents. Housing trust funds work by empowering the private sector to create, renovate, and sustain housing that is affordable to our workforce and seniors. We, the undersigned, residents of Volusia County, call upon our county council to pass the Volusia Housing Opportunity Act, which would do these three things. Number one, establish a county-wide housing trust fund. Number two, kickstart the fund using $2.5 million from the Federal American Rescue Plan. And number three, ensure the continued funding of at least $1 million annually. These signatures are from faith members and non-faith members. You may recognize some of the names, like Bob Davis, president of the Hotel Motel Association of Volusia County, as well as Cynthia Slater, president of the Daytona Beach NAACP. And not just for the housing insecure, the economy that needs housing in order to grow, but the impact that this has on all the other services that we're trying to provide, all the other good that we're trying to do. I learned just this morning that there are residents of the First Step Shelter, which we fought so hard and celebrate the victory of creating. There are residents currently of the First Step Shelter who are ready to move out who can't, because there is no housing, which means there are members who could benefit from the First Step Shelter who cannot move in because there are no vacancies, because people can't move out due to housing. Faith is here to deliver these petitions and to demonstrate so clearly that the public is asking for a housing trust fund. In the coming months, you'll be presented with a list of recommendations from the county's affinity groups, with creating a housing trust fund as one of those recommendations. We, all of us, and everyone who signed a petition are asking that you approve the recommendation, that you ensure that the housing trust fund is adequately funded. And if it's okay with you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to hand these petitions to you directly. Thank you.
Sorry, Jeremy Gildemeister? Did I get it close? Thank you.
Good morning. This is my third time in front of y'all, and I'm still pushing. First of all, I would like to comment on the Dog and Pony Show that was at the Presbyterian Church in Daytona Beach with City Commissioner Stacy Cantu, NASCAR, traffic engineer from Kimley Horn, and several other persons from Volusia County, including you, Jeff. We were led to believe this meeting was to inform us at Pelican Bay about the additional development across the street from Pelican Bay. However, it turned into a heated discussion back to the Amazon fiasco, and what we felt was a rub in our faces that this is how it is and there's nothing you can do. I'm not blaming Volusia County because you guys had nothing to do with this meeting. However, I'm just expressing what we felt at this meeting. A statement was made that Williamson Boulevard was unable to accommodate a huge influx of semi-traffic and had to use Bevel Road since it was a state highway. That same engineer tried to give some ridiculous statement that 55% of all the traffic will be placed on Williamson, 10% on Bellevue, and the remaining 35% on Bevel. I asked how they came up with these figures and how on earth they could even make that statement. And how do they propose to control that flow of the traffic with accordingly to those figures being made up? By the way, those statements and those figures were provided by Amazon. My biggest question was why the DOT was not there to address our concerns. Again, even though I know Volusia County did not call this meeting. A statement was also made that a light could not be installed at the west gate of Pelican Bay due to state requirements, but yet some of those requirements have been lifted for special circumstances. They're around the Naval Air Force Base in Jacksonville and International Speedway and several other locations. Don't you think Embry-Riddle and all those businesses on Bevel and Pelican Bay shouldn't be seen as special circumstances? And now we find another additional project is being applied for on Williamson, south of the dog track, for a 1 million square foot cold facility, storage facility. And again, the same engineering company who completed the traffic impact study for Amazon is the same company using the same Williamson as main ingress and egress of approximately 1,500 more vehicles, or trips as they call it. And who knows what else is being planned for the additional acreage in that land plot, since it seems that everything is done in secret anymore. And it's no wonder why we the people do not trust government. It doesn't seem to be about us anymore, but about big money. Since Williamson is a county road and Volusia County will maintain the road, then I take it to assume that our tax dollars will be used to correct or to maintain that road. I asked this council to schedule a meeting with the DOT and the people of Pelican Bay and to give us something in return. The light at the west gate of Pelican Bay now, instead of readdressing that light once Amazon and the rest of the development forces something to be done due to safety or deaths. Thank you.
Thank you. Jackie Mole.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jackie Mole, and I live in Port Orange. I attend Allen Chapel AME Church in Daytona Beach. My church is one of 30 congregations in Volusia County, which makes up the faith congregations. I want to start by thanking the council and the county staff for the work that has been done in the last few years on affordable housing. I was honored to serve on the funding affinity group, and I believe we made great progress. I know that our funding group, we talked almost exclusively about housing trust funds. So I fully expect recommendations to move forward to the council to create a housing trust fund. But I also want to encourage this council to consider a dedicated funding source for the fund, which would not raise taxes on ordinary citizens. Let me say that again. Would not raise tax on ordinary citizens. We have all seen increased commercial development in our community. Yes, development brings in needed jobs and amenities, but also place additional strain on water, roads, and housing. The new jobs being created often don't pay enough for someone to afford housing. You see, the influx of new residents put more pressure on our housing market. Last year, Daytona Beach commissioned a study on linkage fees, which are a way to reconcile the link between increased development and the rising cost of rent. As an example, if we had linkage fees in place at just $1 per square foot of new development, think of how much money we would have raised for a housing trust fund in our county from just Amazon alone. Let me leave you with this. It is unacceptable that there are 2,465 school children in our county who don't have a stable place to call home. Surely, $1 per square foot is not too much to ask. We urge you to join Daytona Beach in commissioning a study on linkage fees. Thank you for your time.
Karen Clark.
Hello, Karen Clark in Glenwood. I'm here to say thank you to the Animal Control Advisory Board. We worked 4 hours to go through every single sentence in that 48 pages. Adam, is it 48, 72 pages? We did it, and it's going to be coming before you, and hopefully the whole board will be here to answer any of your questions, and hopefully you won't have anything, because we asked just about every question that could be asked. And I want to thank them, and it's Ken Mullen, Lorraine Ortiz, Janine Coletti, Kathy Driggers, myself, and Ann Domla. And like I said, it was a long day, and we're working on it 10 years. Everything changes constantly, and Sabrina Stack, I think her last name is Stack, she was great. So instead of putting it all on you, she was sitting there typing away on her computer, changing commas and exclamation point, you name it, she was on there, and it was done right there. So it saved probably 6 months of government wait to see who's next thing. So we just want to say thank you to that. And Adam for leading the meeting, and he's up to everything anyway. As you know, they're one of the best in the state, or is it the best in the state? And we just want to say thank you. Now, the other thing that I'm here for, we need some more bear signs on Grand Avenue. I have a nightly visitor for a little while. We don't put food out, but he still comes and says hello. But I know that sometimes overpopulation does it, where they're out there, but mostly it's the clear cutting of the PUDs and everything that you guys want to eventually have to okay. So we're just saying, try not to do a PUD if you can in Glenwood. 15A to the river, it was started in 1865, and it was supposed to be a nice residential, no commercial except farming, ferneries and things like that. And one gentleman who used to be up on the board said, well, there's no more ferneries, and I don't know what I'm living next door to then if there's no ferneries. I just want to say thank you to getting this good board together and just doing the work. And Adam, again, thank you. Also, with all the free microchip clinics that comes up, and it's not free to eventually because our tax dollars are helping it along. So we have the microchip clinic and the rabies shots, and whoever's on that line at 4 o'clock when it ends, you will be taken, even if you leave there at 8 o'clock at night. So I'm really happy the way the animal control has come around and just being good. And everybody knows if there's something wrong, I would go right to them and complain anyway. But I got to say thank you for a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for clarification for the public, what she's describing is what we call a Citizens Advisory Committee. This went to the Animal Control Board, and that's how they're supposed to work. Good job, Adam, and Karen, and the members. Patty Quigley.
Good morning. My name is Patty Quigley, and I've been a resident of South Daytona for about 28 years. And this is the second time I've been to council to talk about our affordable housing and my personal experience with that. My family was impacted by the lack of affordable workforce housing here in Volusia County. In November of 2019, we were really excited when our granddaughter gave birth to a beautiful baby boy. But even though both parents were working, they couldn't earn enough for an even modest place to live. Since my husband and I have extra rooms, we invited this young family of 3 and their dog to move in with us. We are a loving family and things went well as possible for 2 grandparents who are used to living alone and a family just trying to figure out how to be parents and to be a family. My granddaughter is now a single mother who works hard but still can't afford to live on her own. Fortunately, we have other family who've opened their doors to home she and her son, and the dog. But I think of all these young people who don't have a family, who are just scraping by. I think of the 2,465 school children who lack a stable place to call home. Rent increases are leaving so many working families behind. I urge you to create an affordable housing trust fund with at least $2.5 million from the American Rescue Plan, and to identify a dedicated revenue source so that we can begin to create housing opportunities for our workforce. Thank you very much for your time.
John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beachside. One, I would encourage you to set aside the $2.5 million for a trust fund. However, I encourage you to look closely at how you spend that money. It is public money. I don't want you to give it away. So when you build something for someone, they have to pay for it. You don't give them any money. They earn it. Secondly, if you've read in the paper, Deltona is taking some river water. I'm asking the county to look at what's our fair share of the St. John's. because we've had this argument with Georgia for years on how much money they're pulling out of the Apalachicola, and we lost it. So I'm asking to be proactive, to find out what's our fair share of the St. John's. We have that huge lake right there. We should get our more than fair share, because in the future there are going to be water wars. We're going to need every ounce of water that we can. Impact fees, the woman that spoke to you, apparently she didn't realize that we did come back and impose impact fees. There are large impact fees, and you will again do that, I think, in a year or two. The water shortage, I've been here 40 years, and there's been a water shortage for 40 years, basically, and it's really no big deal because it comes and goes. Sometimes we have way too much water, and we're sitting there cursing how much rainwater we get because we're flooded. So I think we're doing a good job on our water shortage with regard to regulating when and where we can water our lawns, which is where we lose most of our water, is in watering our lawns. Amazon, I'm sorry, if you look at the statistics, one, they're going to add time to that light coming out of Pelican Bay, so those people will have an advantage getting out. Secondly, there will only, when they're at that light, for every single light cycle, there will be 2 trucks, only 2, one coming and one going at that light per cycle. 1 truck is not too much to ask for the improvement that we will get from Amazon. Look at everything very carefully when you hear it. Thank you.
And that brings us to item 1, the consent agenda. Thank you for all in the public who participated.
Mr. Brower, I just handed you a Stephen Miller.
Oh, you did. We have one more. I don't see him. He's Stephen Miller. There he is. Yes.
Good morning, my friends. Steve Miller, 383 Walnut, beautiful Daytona Beach, Florida. My reason for coming this morning was to twofold purpose. Number one was to ask you all about participating in our great Juneteenth celebration. The last time we had an event, we had approximately 6,000 participants throughout Volusia County to this particular event. This is the first year that it will be a national holiday. And I brought some packages. I didn't know the protocol, how to do this, Mr. County Council Chair, but I want to come here and at least personally invite you guys. And it's just great seeing friends of mine up here. Billy, how you doing, girl? That's my county. She represents Daytona Beach, and we're really thrilled. And secondly, I own property in Daytona Beach, rental property, and I filed for rental assistance in July of last year. And as of today, it has not been satisfied whatsoever. I think I made about 5 inquiries to the council, to the county, but I haven't been able to get them to, acknowledge. Well, they did acknowledge and say that we didn't submit anything, and of course, I have 5 or 6 different documents that we sent to them. So that was my purpose for coming this morning. But again, it's great seeing all of you guys. Dr. Ben Johnson, how you doing? Thank you very much for allowing us to come up here, and government is working.
Thank you. Did he give you information for the council on Juneteenth? Can you just give it to Carissa, please? Okay, that completes public participation, at least for this part of the meeting. Thank you all for coming. Okay, that takes us to item 1, the consent agenda. I would like to pull item M just for further explanation from the county and discussion from the county attorney. Anybody else have an item? Danny?
Excuse me. Item J, please. Just same thing for just discussion. Just dig into it just a little bit.
Okay. Anyone else? Heather, I can't see you.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I had J, M, but also K, Kilo, all for discussion.
Okay. Do we have a motion to pass the consent agenda?
Second.
Motion to approve by Johnson. Second by Robbins. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0, but we will discuss. Let's start with item J.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a couple quick questions. I caught it late, and this is totally my fault. But it looks like a contract renewal for another 3 years. And do we have that actual, what services are we getting? Because I saw a 0 that we're paying them. We got to be paying them something for their work.
We are. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Consent item J is for the renewal of a contract for outside advertising and marketing services. The county has had a third-party advertising and marketing vendor under contract for many, many years. We've had Aqua Marketing and Communications under contract now for 3 years, and it's being brought to you today to consider for a 1-year extension. Prior to Aqua, you may recall the county had Mike Gelati and his firm Lord & Lasker under the contract for many, many years. As to the purpose of the contract, it traditionally has been primarily utilized for the development of specialized campaigns, creative strategies, and media campaigns for our enterprise fund operations, such as the Daytona Beach International Airport, Votran Public Transportation, the Ocean Center, and also recently corrections. And it's also due to the very specific type of service and marketing needs. In fact, the airport has been the majority of the user for Aqua. The county manager's office has also utilized Aqua services in the past, particularly for specialized needs and advertising issues. And that was mostly to help support and ramp up messaging of high importance with programmatic ads during the COVID-19 pandemic. Other examples with campaigns with digital programmatic advertising include Step Up Volusia, the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, COVID-19 testing, COVID-19 vaccinations, COVID-19 monoclonal antibody, Bike Week, Biketoberfest. So it is a service that is paramount that we have in place, and we use it as appropriate as needed.
Thanks, Kevin. How much do we pay? How much does it cost us for that?
It's user-based, it's tax-based. I can get you a printout of all of the expenditures that we have had since we've had the contract in the last 3 years. Again, the airport is the largest primary user.
And are we seeing, it may not be the place for it, but are we seeing a good return on our investment into this firm or into this program, or is there something that we can do on the staff level or within your area to cut some corners or save some money?
Our department, our division, will only use Aqua if it's something that we can't do or if it's something we need assistance with. As far as a return on investment, we believe that there is a good return on investment. I don't have the figures for you to show you. We'd have to look at a specific campaign. But what I can tell you is that when we use them, we've exhausted all the internal efforts, because our goal is to always use our internal talent first. When it comes to specialized programmatic digital advertising on social media, those campaigns in particular, we've relied on Aqua's expertise, and they are experts in the field when it comes to that. But to your point, we are also challenging our own team and talent to be able to do more and work smarter and harder, but we still need to have a third-party vendor.
Okay. Yeah, if we have to, absolutely. But social media is something that's always changing, and we've had this discussion before. Where we can, I don't know if there's any other classes we can take just to cut some of this out if in the event we don't need it, where we can do some of that social media, more of the social media on our end. So, thanks.
Keep in mind too that I just want to add everything he mentioned with COVID. We used a lot of COVID monies, federal money for a lot of that at that time. So it's any number you get that we come up with, we would have to caveat with some of that's one-time usage due to the pandemic.
You good? Okay.
Mr. Chair.
Heather Post.
Yes, so on K, I know I've had discussions about Aqua marketing and communications over the last few years with staff on a number of occasions. I'm obviously this approval for renewal is just through June of 2023, so the 1 year, and obviously something that we just need to continue to move forward on, right? It's not the time to discuss changing anything, but I would be very interested in next year, hopefully having staff really look beyond Aqua and looking to see what else is out there. I know that we've discussed that things do change consistently, and I think for our discussions, I would love to see what else is out there that we could be making use of. So moving forward to June 2023, but if you could just keep that in mind.
Thank you. Anyone
Thank
else?
you.
Then we'll move to item K. I think Heather pulled that one. Did you want to speak to a specific
Yes.
proclamation? Thank you.
Yes, so on K is the proclamations. Megan, can you put that picture up there that I sent you? Hold on 1 second, guys. Okay. So May is obviously, there's a lot of first responder recognition during the month of May. We have National Beach Safety Week that we're acknowledging, Law Enforcement Officer Memorial Day, Public Service Recognition Week, which is basically everyone from top to bottom. I know that the county has put out some things recently in regards to Correctional Officers and Employees Week, and that's up on the screen. Is Mark Flowers in the room still?
He's coming back.
Okay.
Are you at the Speedway?
Hi, Director.
Good morning, ma'am.
So first, I just wanted to say real quick, thank you for coming in this morning and discussing about the state of Maine. It's very important, and super excited that that's been remedied, and you know, really, I think we just really needed to hold others accountable in ensuring that we can run our operations well. And so, good job on all
Thank you.
all counts. But since the proclamations are about public service, and we are highlighting Correctional Officers Employments Week, I was hoping that you might just talk for just a millisecond about our correctional officers, the stuff that they're doing. And I do want to say that at the end of this meeting, in open discussion, I am going to be bringing up working to get the retention bonuses for your employees as well. But on that note, I really wanted you to be able to highlight your employees, if you could, just for a moment. I'm sure that you can come up with some off the cuff.
Yes, ma'am, and thank you for the opportunity. We've got just under 1,400 inmates this morning. We also have about 64 vacancies just on our security side. So the men and women that are on the team, the men and women that come to work each and every day are doing what they have to do. They're not calling out sick, they're coming to work. And you know, the 1,400 men and women that we have in our custody this morning are very challenging in some ways. You know, we have an extremely high number of mental health, whether they're actively suicidal, not actively suicidal, or on psychotropic medications. They present their own challenges. Many of our inmates that are in custody right now are not bad people. They've just made bad choices. So, you know, last week we implemented our Humane Society Dog Basic Obedience Training Program. It was up and running. It was thriving before COVID hit us. Once COVID hit us, we backed off on a lot of our programming, but our men and women have stayed strong. Our division is very strong, even though we have a number of vacancies. If anybody knows somebody that's, I'm going to get my little plug in here, Ms. Poe, so thank you for that opportunity. But we have 64 vacancies this morning on the security side. Anyone 18 and older, who doesn't currently have a felony, doesn't have a felony on their records. The requirements are made by Florida Department of Law Enforcement. We would love to, invite you to fill out an application and come in and let us interview you and get you on a team of success. Last week alone, we sent out 28 invitations. These 28 individuals had filled out applications with us, but nobody showed up at the interview day. So, we just like every other, company and organization around the country, we are no different. We are all struggling to find qualified folks to fill our, positions. So I would encourage, if you know somebody, we'll give them a tour. Last week we brought Atlantic High School student of law and government through for a tour, and we're begging folks to come to work for us. We're a great organization. We've got great leadership at the county level all the way down to the, the line level officer. We're not just an employer, but we're a family in corrections. And I couldn't thank the men and women that show up each and every day for the work that they do. And many of things that we do behind the walls, society has no idea what goes on within those 4 brick walls in both jails. So my hat goes off to our folks, and we're going to continue to push forward. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. And I know that you brought up the staffing as well. So could you just mention the starting pay if people are interested?
It's a little over $17 to attend the academy. We pay for the academy. We sponsor every employee that we put through the corrections course. We pay for all of it. We pay them while they're in training. It's about 420 hours, just under 4 months. We pay them. We have a field training officer program training that goes along with that. And then once they become certified, it goes over $20 an hour. So within that first year of being employed, you'll be at over $20 an hour.
Mark, you might want to mention the retention and other bonuses we've done through the years too.
Yes, sir. We've got some additional pay as far as our teams as well. Some of our teams, get some additional pay. But right now, we've got a $2,000 retention bonus. If you sign up for 2 years, agree to stay with us for 2 years, we've got a retention bonus right now as well. We're constantly thinking outside of the box and looking for some other alternatives that we haven't tried before. So more to come, I think.
And Director Flowers, you called that a retention bonus, but that's for new employees, correct? For if you agree to stay on for 2 years?
Yes, we offered that. I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, so more of a recruitment bonus rather, it's retention, but it's a recruitment bonus rather than retention for current employees, correct?
No, ma'am. This bonus that I'm just talking about is for every officer that we have currently that was willing to sign a 2-year commitment to us. We offered them a $2,000 bonus.
Excellent, thank you.
Yes.
And thank you to all the corrections officers and employees who are absolutely essential to the success of our judicial process and the welfare of our citizens. So thank you.
Thank you. There's not a lot of employers out there that'll start your insurance the day you're hired, but in Volusia County, that's the case. We've got excellent benefits, that goes along with it, vacation pay. We've got college incentive programs. The list goes on. So if you have any questions and you're listening out there, please get on volusia.org, our website, or call our Human Resources Department. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben, did you get all that? Okay. Oh, okay. Just in case you were looking for something to do. Okay, thank you, Heather. That takes us to M, and I would just like County Attorney Michael Dyer to expand on this a little bit, because it looks like the county is going to receive a $10 million windfall, and that's not the case. So if you
Yes, sir.
could explain what is really happening with that money.
No, I appreciate the opportunity to provide that information. It's good clarification. Art can give an overview.
Thank you.
Yes, right now we have the 3 settlements with CVS, Allergen, and Teva. And the money will be received in 2 funds. One is specifically for the county to use. The other one is for the county regional fund that's paid to the county. And then there's an advisory board set up, and we also have a task force. The task force is given the role of finding ideas and needs, and then coming up with programs to suggest and ideas on ways to spend the money that's then provided to the advisory board. The advisory board will then look over those items and will then make recommendations to the county council. But I want to give you a little bit of breakdown about the money, and I'm going to talk about not only the money from this settlement, but the total money received that will be received from all settlements that have been reached so far. The settlements that we've got here with us right now are CVS, Allergen, and Teva. And the total amount the county will receive for the county to directly spend over an 18-year period will be $1,894,000. The regional fund will be paid over 18 years, and that is $8,340,000 for over $10 million between the two. There was another settlement that I'll talk about briefly, which was with a company called Indo. It is a one-time settlement. It is a settlement that the county will receive a one-time payment of $147,000. The regional fund will receive $688,000. Then we have the first 4 settlements that were reached a long time ago, as these settlements go, over a year ago, which were received, which were with Johnson & Johnson and what are called the big 3 distributors. And when you add in all that money from all of the settlements, the county will receive $6,400,000 over an 18-year period. The regional fund will receive over $28,400. And so in total, you will receive $34,831,000 over 18 years. And it gets a little bit interesting to look at what will be received each year, because there are some defendants. Indo is the rare exception. It's making a one-time payment. But there are some companies that are paying in as short a time as 11 years. There's one company or maybe 2 that's paying over 15 years. And then there are a number of companies that are paying over 18 years. We still also have the Purdue bankruptcy that's out. And as y'all all may have heard, the Purdue, the family that ran Purdue, the Sacklers, was trying to do some things in bankruptcy to get releases from personal liability that was initially not approved, but they've gone back. And at some point, there's expectation that Purdue will be contributing to this fund. Also, there are 2 defendants that everybody may have heard of that haven't settled yet, Walmart and Walgreens. Walgreens is currently in trial in Tallahassee right now with the Florida Attorney General. So we expect more settlements. When those will occur, I don't know. But we expect the total of $34,831,000 over 18 years to go up. And Mr. Robbins is on the advisory board, and 4 or 5 of the cities have already appointed people to the advisory board. We had a meeting last week on Thursday with the task force, and we've reinforced to all the cities that we need more people on the advisory board. And that's an overview.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to directly address one of the questions, how, your question of whether or not it's a windfall. It's not a windfall. This is not free money. That money represents the cost to the community from the opioid crisis. And it can only be used for opioid abatement. So there's a list of approved uses within the opioid abatement plan that this council approved in December. So that's what we can spend the money on. It's to abate the opioid epidemic and some related uses, substance abuse, mental health, that kind of thing. So the money is, kind of constrained to its specific uses pursuant to the settlement agreement, and rather than it being free money, it's just kind of the best guess of what it cost the community over the years to combat this epidemic.
Thank you. Paulo, is it also true it cannot replace something that we're already doing? It has to be in addition?
Yes, so the approved uses is for the expansion of programs and facilities, so expansion or enhancements. So we're going to have to use that money for greater abatement than what we are currently doing, which is why when council approved the opioid abatement plan, it had a list of essentially the baseline of what we are doing today to combat the opioid epidemic. And so we can spend monies on things that are above and beyond that. So they did provide us a very broad list of uses, but we are limited to expansions and not replacements.
Thank you. Thank you, Mike.
No, thank you for the question, because I could see when you see that revenue figure on there, it can beg the question. If I could, I would like to point out, Art's not going to be happy with me for saying something, but Art Graham shared with me that he is going to retire. And he has some exciting plans. I'll let him speak to those if he wants to with folks, but that make me jealous. But really appreciate his service. He's been with the county since 2011 and has really shepherded this opioid settlement to date. So appreciate his service, and I'm happy for him in the future.
Pleasure to work for the county for the last 11 years and for the county attorney's office. Got a great team taking care of the county, and it's been fun and enjoyable. So got some other plans, and I will shortly take off. Thank you.
Wow. Thank you. Big news. We didn't expect Billy Wheeler.
Yes. Resignation not accepted. So I just want to throw that one out there. Sorry about your plans. Did we clarify as to who is on the task force?
All of the cities have representatives on the task force. At our last meeting, we were strongly telling the cities or suggesting that people like me, who are mainly litigators, it's now time for this to more shift towards a lot of operational people that are used to creating, administering the programs that are needed. There are probably 4 or 5 or 6 lawyers on there from various cities that they've been shepherding the litigation, kind of like Mr. Dyer and I have been doing. And at this point, it's now time for the task force to shift to, let's go come up with some ideas. And there's already been some ideas that have been floated around. But the task force has met at least 3, if not 4 times. And we're hoping to have the advisory board up and running as far as more people and their first meeting in July.
Okay, so let me ask you this, and I don't know who I asked, but I have mentioned several times to staff, but I haven't gone into it deeply, but I have 3 really, really good programs of drug programs. How would I turn those in or whatever for consideration? Or is this the place to,
This is a great opportunity for me to share some information, and largely you've heard it from our legal team already, but keep in mind that there are 3 groups that are going to be involved with disposition of the regional fund, the Volusia County-wide fund, that is the task force, which is a staff group, the advisory committee, which is comprised of appointees of the participating municipalities and the county. And then ultimately the decision of funding falls here to the county council. So the advisory committee will be making recommendations on expenditures from the regional fund to the county council. You may also remember that we have engaged the University of Central Florida to do a gap analysis, a needs analysis of where we're missing services or where the greatest need might be for substance abuse and opioid. That is underway, and it should be completed in the fall and will be initially presented to the advisory committee. And I anticipate, and I think our staff recommendation, still subject to being fully flushed out, is to do a notice of funding availability so programs throughout the community can make their asks. And we're doing the University of Central Florida study so we can make sure that that notice of funding availability clarifies really where we're looking for services to be provided, although I don't anticipate it will limit proposals that come forward. Independently, the county is the recipient of some direct opioid litigation money, the county fund itself. That will not be subject to the advisory committee process, but staff will be bringing recommendations to the council for those expenditures. They also fall to the council's discretion to expend. And so towards that end, if any council members have organizations or programs, I'm happy to take initial receipt of them for that consideration, although I will also share that we are in the process of increasing our substance abuse and mental health services at our corrections facilities. That is an area we've identified a need for, and so that will also come with some increased costs, which will be eligible for the county fund. So you may see some recommendations from staff along those lines also. But in a nutshell, that's the process, and we'll keep council apprised as we proceed.
Barb Gertman?
Thank you, Chair.
Yes,
so on the advisory committee, is it the city and the county select one person to participate? Okay.
That's a yes for the record.
Yeah. Want me to answer?
Yes.
Yes. So the in December, the county approved an interlocal agreement, and we got majority, I think all but 2 or 3 of the cities to participate. So yes, there's each local government selects one person to participate. This council selected Councilmember Robbins as their representative. It's a 2-year term. Hasn't met yet because we don't have the money. State doesn't have the money, therefore we don't have the money. There's some delays with some consent agreements and having to pick a clearinghouse and a payment processor. So if you don't have an ETA, we're hoping June, but things always get delayed. So we're setting up the process so once we actually do have some funds, we're up and running, and we're kind of ready to identify programs and to expend the funds.
Thank you.
One more question.
Billy Wheeler.
Yeah, excuse me, but you said there were like 3 cities that had not participated. Is there any way that you can alert the council of which cities might be in their districts that maybe we could, you can do that behind the scenes or whatever?
Yes,
give us the
I think
information.
we previously sent an email. We'll just, we'll follow that up again.
Just let us follow up that possibly we could get someone from those cities.
Everybody's good? All right. Thank you very much for the detailed explanation. And that will take us to item 2. And as John comes down, I'll just let the council know that I asked for this item to be put on the agenda this morning because you need to be informed of what's happening with Sunrail. We are a team member with the Central Florida Rail Committee, and just a little brief history. When we began this new council last year, one of the first things we did was to vote to go ahead and complete the north extension to DeLand after years of debate and discussion. And so with agreement with FDOT and with all of you, with our other partners, in an attempt to be a good member of the rail committee, we voted to go ahead with that. And that is still our intention, to be a good member. However, the station is not built, and so my first concern was that we're a little premature in expanding the system when we haven't even completed the system yet. There have been informal talks, council, not at the Central Florida Rail Commission meetings, but with members of the public, some very substantial and very welcome organizations that will be a big help, like the Brightline Rail and the iDrive corridor, which is some of the biggest leaders in the Orlando area. They're welcome. They bring a lot to the table. But what needs to happen is that there has to be a discussion at the Central Florida Rail Commission. And last week I received a copy of a letter from, not sent to us, but it came from Mr. Demings of Orange County. And the first thing that struck me is it says, "Dear community partner," but of which we are supposed to be one, but we were not included with a letter. And then it goes on to say, "Our goal is to potentially expand the Sunrail commuter rail system." What we all need, what I think you understand, but I want to make the public understand too, that is, as we expand the Sunrail system, if that is to happen, our cost will go up as well. And in fact, when we added the north station, the DeLand station, our share of maintenance costs went from 4.6% to 21%. If we expand, as is being anticipated here, going to the Orlando airport, to iDrive, to Universal, and to Disney, it will go up again significantly. The way to counter that, which has been our goal, is to increase ridership. It will never break even, but at some point we hope to reduce the bleeding. I don't know if that will happen with this, because we're frankly not included. The letter goes on to mention a new rail corridor. And then finally, it says next steps. And so when I got to next steps, I thought, well, here is where we are included. But we're not. It's determined, there's 4 things listed, none of which include Volusia County, Seminole County, Osceola County, any of the other 4 partners. And so I need you to be aware, because I act as your representative on that rail commission. And so we have, at the very last sentence in this letter says, they want to determine if there would be any specific cost to Orange County as part of the plan. I'm sure they do, and we do as well. It's our fiduciary responsibility to look after the interests of the taxpayers of Volusia County, and if we expand this system and the number of riders, how will that affect our cost? Will it affect our costs? Yes, it certainly will. So we just want to be members at the table. We want to be part of the discussion, and so we have crafted this letter that I believe all of you have read, and it's not, the intent is not to be a troublemaker. We started off last year with wanting to be a good partner, but we need to have a seat at the table. There was a group that went to Washington, D.C. to talk about securing funding that included only Orlando and Orange County. Now, I don't fault them for looking for funding. But again, we need to be part of that discussion. And my focus right now is, as it has been and remains today, as I asked at the previous 2 Sunrail Commission meetings, is that we meet more frequently and just talk about the transition. That's what's on the agenda. That's the next step for us, is who takes over this when the state leaves next year. We don't know yet. That decision hasn't been made, and that decision needs to be made first before we have any discussions on expanding the entire Sunrail system to something that we never agreed to 10 years ago. So it's a completely different change. We need to be at the table. And John, I'm going to let you expand a little bit more. And
well, thank you.
Yes,
before
George
John,
Rectal.
Yeah, just before John gets started, first of all, that was an excellent recap of where we're at. I just wanted to add that because we do, people are listening, and I think that's been seen just by some of the activity this week, that I think people are reaching out to us from the commission, and I just want to report that I had a very good conversation with the Department of Transportation, both Secretary of Transportation Purdue and our district secretary, our new district secretary, John Tyler, that they are working to make sure that there is a good partnership, and I made it very clear that this is really a communication between the partners and not the Department of Transportation. This is, but they're doing a yeoman's job themselves, trying to again move this towards transition. That is a big goal of the department. They like to build things, and they don't like to run things. So they definitely are moving in the transition direction. But just want to make it clear that, and I made it clear to them, that this was really a communication meant amongst the Central Florida Rail Commission. And if it would please, the Chair, it might be a good idea to have Krista put the letter up on the screen, and I'll have John then can talk a little bit about the points. There's just a few major points in the letter that I think you can touch.
Well, thank you, John Boker, Government Affairs for Volusia County. Y'all set it up pretty well as far as what's kind of going on in the background. This Thursday is the quarterly meeting of the Sunrail Commission, and so on the agenda for a workshop is what's described as expanded Sunrail service and opportunity for infrastructure funding. We have no other information at this point in time as to what those materials may look like. And so this, as the chair said, this workshop is a result of a letter that the mayor of Orange County authored on April 4th. It did speak to projects or a project in rather broad terms, going from Orlando Airport to the I-4 area, eventually to the Tampa Bay area. There was also another proposal that news reports had in their venues that proposed a route from downtown Orlando to the Apopka area. I think it's called the Orange Blossom Express. It's had various iterations over the years. So these things having occurred, staff thought that it was imperative
discussions with the chair, that we bring it to the council's attention of what's going on. And again, the concerning thing, I think, is what appears to be the pledging of Sunrail assets to an east-west route, which is not contemplated in the original agreements that a prior council signed on to back in 2007. And I would defer to Mr. Dyer as an attorney, or Laura, that our contractual obligations are based on the 61-mile corridor. And again, as Mr. Brower said, we still have not completed that system yet, and won't until the DeLand station is up and running. So, having said all of that, staff is seeking your discussion and comments and/or edits, and eventual authorization from Mr. Brower to sign this letter so that we can send it out to our partners and stake out a viewpoint that cause us pause, and hope that if you have any questions, that between the folks here and staff level, we can answer them.
Barbara Gertman.
In reading Mayor Deming's letter, John, you just said that he pledged.
Well, he outlines Sunrail as the entity, and so it's certainly part and parcel of Mr. Deming's letter. Pledged may be too strong of a word in the sense of he's indicated. Let's say that,
Because he's not in a position to have authority to make that decision without the full commission, correct?
That's correct.
So I guess I see this a little different. And I think it behooves Orange County to look at the cost, the impact of that change, the changes that they would want to have happen, right? And have something to have a discussion with the commission at whatever point it came together. So I guess I've got a concern about the interpretation and the tone of it, because I think Volusia can look at our impact and what the cost would be, and if we were to consider going to Daytona with Sunrail and having that discussion to say what that impact would be for Volusia. So when we go to our commission meeting, we'd have that discussion to say, you know, we took a look at this, and here is what we've determined could be that impact. So I see it a little different. I see that, you know, Orange County is where so much of that tourism has happened. The conversations that are happening about going to the airport or going to Tampa are not new discussions. So to make it sound like it's something that was a secret when it's been in the media, you know, all along, just to me, the take on it is a little, I guess, concerning for me, because I'm saying I think it is something that can come to the commission and be discussed. So am I totally off here, or again, I just have a different take on the interpretation?
Well, I don't know if you're totally off. I think each one of the 5 partners has to look at their county, their citizens. Each one of us might have slightly different goals, things that we want to see accomplished with Sunrail. I don't blame Orange County and Orlando for looking at that. We look at different options. My only issue is that it be discussed with the Rail Commission, and that's not happened, even with a request. But even before that we take care of the really important business at hand, and who's going to manage this? How can we plan on completely changing the agreement that we had 10 years ago, this is a new rail system. It's no longer a commuter rail. It's a almost 24-hour community rail.
Right, but why
with
does it
increased
have to be
cost.
one or the other? Why is it going to take away from the transition discussion to also be talking about the
Well, I don't know.
potentiality
That's a good
of
question.
expansion?
But
Well,
it has.
Well,
We're
I'm
not talking
saying-
about transition.
But isn't this the first meeting that you're having? So isn't this upcoming meeting that opportunity to have that discussion?
On which? Transition or the Sunshine Corridor?
Both.
No, well, no, it's not the first opportunity. Every meeting, we're supposed to be talking about transition. And we do very, very shallowly. I think Volusia deserves to know what's going to happen after
No,
FDOT.
I'm not denying that. I just, again,
Okay.
think that we're making it appear that that opportunity doesn't exist to have the conversation. And,
No, it does, and that's really what I'm requesting in this letter, to have, and laying out what we think needs to be discussed. So if you want to suggest changes to the letter, you can do that, or if you don't want to send it at all, that's your call as well.
I'm part of the council
Yes.
as a whole, and I'm sharing what my
As you should.
perspective and concern is.
As you
I'm
should.
gonna support what the full council decides, but again, I'm letting you know that I see a different perspective inside of how this was done, and if that was done in April, you haven't met since that time, and isn't the CEO of the Central Florida Commuter Rail Commission, that's how you received the information from him? Because he was CC'd on this letter in April?
This letter from the mayor?
Yes.
No.
No.
That's not how I received it.
So that person doesn't respond to the commission?
Well, I saw it on a website, Florida Politics, that had a link to the letter.
So we got it third party.
So this Charles Heffinger isn't communicating to the very commission and that we're part of?
I can't speak to, I mean, he is the COO of Sunrail. Mr. Purdue, at that moment in time, was the CEO of Sunrail. So, again, I received it from press reports.
Wow.
That's the problem.
That is.
That's the issue.
That is. But again, I would think that this is where that information would come to us from, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So I've shared my concern and perspective, and I'll listen to others.
And I appreciate it. Billy Wheeler.
Mr. Brower, Ms. Post would also like to speak on this
I
agenda
didn't
item.
see her picture.
So, yeah, Barbara, I understand exactly what you're saying. However, Jeff, I appreciate this letter and all that you have said, because I really concur with your conclusions. You know, even the main fact that we weren't included in the letter is of concern for me, because we've always been pushing to be at the table. We're at the table, but we're not. And Jeff, as our representative, I know you've been frustrated in trying to get that across to them, that, you know, I think this is premature for them to ask us to jump into something else when we don't even have our end of the bargain taken care of. If they put in there that they were looking at going to Daytona Airport, I might have even thought a little bit more about it, but it doesn't have anything at all that would include us. It was, and then at the very end it says, I realize that time is of the essence as the deadline to submit applications for federal infrastructure dollars is imminent. I just would hate to push something through and getting the taxpayers for Volusia County on the line when we already
don't know completely how much it's going to cost us when FDOT pulls out. So there's just too many unknowns, and I think your letter kind of sums it up, Chair. I'm in agreement with that.
Okay. Danny Robbins and Heather, you're in the queue. Go ahead, Danny.
Thanks, Chair. I think you're hitting the nail on the head, Jeff. You know, as a funding partner, we do need a voice at this table, and they should also recognize too that they need our vote and our support for some of this. I believe it's unanimous, right? Jeff, unanimous?
Yes.
So, you know, I kind of see the writing on the wall with this. In my opinion, I think it's a dog. I don't necessarily agree with it, but I do support this with the council if that's the direction they'd like to go. But what's concerning to me is that we were kind of left in the dark with it. And it's a real slap in the face to us up here, because Volusia County, from what I see, and I'm on the outsides of it, but it's benefiting us the least, and the burden is going to be on our taxpayers. So where's this money going to come from? If we're not careful, it's going to get into the transportation trust money, our property tax revenue, stuff that's generated in those areas. But I'm kind of interested in looking at, start thinking about a cap. If this is the direction, I just don't want to get railroaded, literally. Thinking about a cap, a funding cap for this, or can we privatize it? Can we get rid of this? Can we sell it to Lynx or another outside company, because our taxpayers are not benefiting from this burden. There's no return, and we're literally losing on every train ride. Even if we raise it, we're losing. So that's kind of where I'm at. I know it's a little, you know, it's like that saying that escalated quickly. This is escalating quickly, and the pressure is going to be here. It's already here. So I think we need to maybe look at really putting the brakes on a little bit, and maybe looking at some other avenues that are possibly more beneficial to our taxpayers at this point. Thanks.
Thank you, and I want to make it clear, especially for all of us, that we're not completely in the dark, that nobody's mentioned this. Other stakeholders like Brightline and the I-4 Chamber have been discussing this with it. Where it hasn't been discussed is on the Rail Commission, and I just believe that it would have been appropriate for every member, for Mayor Demings or for Mayor Demings to bring it up at a meeting and say, is it okay with the commission if I go to DC and investigate another funding source? Probably would have got a vote to say, yeah, go ahead and do that, but it wasn't. We just weren't included, and it's time. So this is not, you know, Brower's got he's in a snit or this council. It's just that we need the information so that we can make decisions. I can't make a decision there without all of you having knowledge of what is on the table and what the options are. Because it's going to greatly affect taxpayers, and they're the ones that have to pay for it ultimately. Ben Johnson.
I've known Jerry Demings a long time, and I know him to be a fine, upstanding, stand-up individual, and I would hope this is oversight, that we did not get notified. That's just not his way of doing business that I've ever seen, so I would hope that's oversight. But we have to look after our taxpayers, and our ability to stop the vote with our negative vote may have to be used a little bit more. I think if they can find a way, it does strengthen the system when it ties to the bright line and goes to these different places. But they have got to remember, I mean, we've been, another one of those things, we're at the end of the line. And it's obvious. And have not been listened to through ever since this has come up. We've kind of been pushed off to the side, being at the end of it, I guess. But they have to start listening to us if it means rejecting more of what needs to go on until they start listening to us. We may have to do it. But the pure fact of this thing has gotten to be, out of control as to how much money it's going to cost us and our citizens and what we're laying on our citizens for the future. That's the big thing. We walk off from this, And if we just rubber stamp it, I mean, you could take and pour money in there this county already can't afford, and gets worse. And it's obvious from the fact of they haven't come to the land in all these years, but still dumped it on our heads, and still, you know, we can't even get that time length when the system's supposed to be finished. So I think that we need to take and stand firm with the fact of, listen to us, hear what we have to say, hear out what our problems are, and how it affects our citizens. So yes, we have to take kind of a tough stance on this and make them realize that if we're partners, treat us like partners. If not, let us out. One or the other. Let's do something, because we can't just continue to pick up the cost and not pick up the services.
Well said, and I couldn't agree with you more on Mayor Demings. I will add that in his favor, that I asked this question at a recent Rail Commission meeting because it is being discussed by other stakeholders, that if this proposal is brought forward to the commission, who pays for it? What part does Volusia County pay for? And the response was, he was going to put the 1 cent sales tax increase on the ballot. He just got that vote last week.
Yes.
And so, yeah. So, but we don't know if that'll pass, if the voters will pass it. We don't know how much money that will generate for Sunrail, because it's not going to be used just for Sunrail. Will it pay for all of the Sunshine Rail? Yes, we need to be full partners. Ben, you're correct. Fred Lowry.
Well, I won't stretch this out. I agree with exactly what Ben said, and I had an opportunity to fill in one time for the chair down there, and that was not a happy experience. And if you're not at the table, you're usually on the menu. And we have not been treated fairly on this from day one. And I agree with the letter. I think we need to let them know, they want our cooperation, but they want our money. That's what they want. I mean, just to be blunt. And I appreciate the chair looking into this and taking care of it. Thank you.
Michael Dyer.
Mr. Chair, if it's acceptable to you, John, would you mind just... Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Post.
Yeah,
I'll speak up.
Heather Post, and go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, I just think you forgot about me. I'm just checking.
There you go. They told me they were going to put your picture up, and they just now did. So.
Yeah, I think they're only doing that when I'm actually speaking. So it's a learning curve for all of us, but hopefully we won't have to do this too long. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'll be glad when you're better and you get back.
Me too. I would be glad to be vertical for sure. So my stance on this is, we keep talking about how we're not included in a lot of these decisions, and I've heard a lot of good things and absolutely. Reason to say those good things about Mayor Demings. I have great respect for Mayor Demings, and I have talked to him on a great number of occasions about a number of things. And but with Sunrail, I can tell you that in my term on council, we had these same discussions with Pat Patterson. Pat Patterson was coming back, and everyone was saying, no one's listening to us. And Volusia County was, I give the analogy of, we're the little toddlers stamping our feet and no one's listening. And they're just sort of, we're being brushed in the corner all the time. And then Ed Kelly started going, and we had the same discussions, and we actually wrote letters and same discussions. And now, we have, Jeff, you're representing us, and you're doing a good job, but still, we're having these same discussions that we're not feeling that we're at the table. And I can tell you, hearing from our government representative liaison that we're finding out about this stuff on someone saw it on a Florida Politics website makes me not happy, right? And then I've tried to steer clear of a lot of the Sunrail discussions because there are so many things in my role that I'm trying to address. And honestly, you know, we've had a lot of people working on Sunrail, but knowing it was on the agenda, I did speak with someone yesterday and also again this morning, and I haven't had a chance to talk to staff too much about it, but it's my understanding that there is an announcement to be made on Thursday. So knowing this, I'm wondering, you know, a letter is great, but so what if we get the same response that we've gotten for the last however many years? I think we really need to look at tackling this from another angle in some way. We've got to get some sort of game plan. We have to, you know, we've talked before about saying if this doesn't happen, we're going to do this, and we're in the same boat. And after Thursday, I think maybe we'll be talking about this again at the next meeting. But at what point are we actually going to make a game plan to change the outcome of what's happening? Again, I can't tell you how many letters council has written since I've been here with 3 separate people going to these meetings. So I'd love to hear anybody's thoughts on that. But I don't think that this letter is great, but knowing what's coming on Thursday, I don't think that, I mean, what is that going to do?
Thank you. Well, hopefully it will bring it to a serious conversation of where we're going from here. And yeah, there are other options. This is probably not the minute to talk about them, but Michael Dyer.
Yes, sir. John, would you mind just, I know we've had the letter on the screen as well, but just kind of walk through the letter for the benefit of those listening and in case council members have questions. Thank you.
Sure thing.
Letter from the
council.
council.
Proposed letter.
Our letter. So we do indicate that this meeting took place. I will say that I was aware of the meeting in Washington, D.C. I was expecting some sort of call-in information for it, which did not happen. So I heard there was some feedback of what happened, but it was very, it wasn't very detail-oriented what I received. So Mayor Demings, subsequent to that, or after that meeting in Washington, authored that letter, and again, I saw it on a website, and I have a Google alert that says Sunrail, and it popped up, and that's how I was made aware of it. And so looking at the letter, we noticed that it was geared towards Orange County. What the mayor's letter indicates is a east-west route that until you get past Champions Gate or something is Orange County. So that is something that was pointed out. I think the heartburn that I had was that I didn't understand the project. And there are so many questions. If the manager or the attorney asked me a myriad of questions, I couldn't tell you because I'm not really sure. What is ridership? What is the impacts on rolling stock? HR, are you going to use our fuel contracts that exist? Where is the alignment? You know, they haven't really figured it out. And so that is not specific to Volusia County's needs, but again, sensitive to the fact that that the letter contemplates using Sunrail assets, but I don't know what that means. I can only guess from what I've received by virtue of this letter, and again, news reports about, again, another project going to Apopka. And so in the letter, I think the third paragraph kind of states out that we are looking at the contracts that were signed. We abided by those contracts for the expansion to DeLand, and again, expanding to the weekends, and possibly later, you're adding Brightline. Presumably would do, I believe, 30 trains per day on the corridor. Now, this alignment that I've seen is very short on the corridor. The original 61 miles, maybe a quarter of a mile. So that's not a huge impact. But again, I go back to what does this cost in payroll, fuel, insurance is crazy, and how do you segregate that out from what we've agreed to contractually on the 61 miles? And I can't wrap my arms around it at this point in time. And so, again, we do allude to the fact that we believe that increased costs would occur from this expansion. And again, I couldn't reliably tell you what that may entail. You know, you have lots of folks who are involved in this project and other firms, so you know, finding someone with rail experience has always been a little challenging in the state of Florida. It's not a huge rail state. You know, Illinois, California, New York, those folks have institutional rail built into their economies and into their culture. We just don't have that. We go on and do allude to the fact that, you know, cost estimates were just a little bit off from the 2007 documents, and so we are, you know, going to have to deal with that and make sure again that we are not liable for something that is not in our jurisdiction. So again, going through there, we need significant more information and a determination if there would be any specific costs to us as part of these changes in the system. Again, and then we reiterate again what the manager said. Our focus, or my focus, really and truly in regards to Sunrail, has been this transition. I am, you know, a lot of data coming back from our transition consultant. This year is going to be a lot of decisions on how we move forward, and that takes up a lot of time. And again, we would encourage the discussion to be held out for the public. You know, I've been involved in several meetings virtually since the April 4th letter, and it has not been addressed as to what the project is. It's been on separate issues, transition mainly, but again, there's a lot of noise out there, and I'm not quite sure, you know, how to Ms. Post's point you know, I always say the saying, I don't know what I don't know. And, you know, I don't know that there's a meeting taking place between this entity and that entity until after the fact. So again, in hopes that we do open up some better communication, and so that I can reliably advise the manager and the council on what's going on so that we can move forward.
Thank you. Barbara Gertman.
So Attorney Dyer, is there anything in the Sunrail agreement with the commission that would preclude Orange County from paying the portion of impact, or once it's determined what that impact is? So
that would need to be negotiated.
Right. So everything is, you know, open to negotiation, interpretation, definition of what the costs or benefits would be to Volusia, if any.
I think, Ms. Gertman, the pertinent part of this is that the Sunrail documents, as they now exist, simply don't speak to it.
Right.
This part of the system is not yet contemplated. So to Attorney Dyer's point, it would have to be negotiated and formalized in writing.
Okay. All right, I mean, pretty much as expected, so, but I understand the challenges have been with communication all along. So, I'm hoping that that will certainly improve, and I appreciate that our chair is, you know, open to be a part of that conversation, and again, between you and he and you, Mr. Booker, representing us and trying to get whatever information. So I do appreciate that. I guess because I represent District 1 and where the Sunrail is and just see a broader vision, transportation doesn't pay for itself. And the whole point of trying to get cars off the roads, roads don't pay for themselves, right? So we've got to come up with some better way forward, but of course with the least amount of impact on the taxpayers of Volusia County, and again, the best way forward. So I thank everyone for their efforts.
Mr. Brower. Mr. Brower. Ms. Post would like to speak as well.
Pardon me?
Ms. Post would like to speak again.
Okay.
Oh, I feel so bad for Carissa. I actually deleted my hand raise, so. But thank you.
Okay. Ben Johnson.
Time we end this, I make a motion that we support this letter, send it on, that we endorse the council's, or we endorse the chair's letter.
Motion by Johnson, second by Lowry to support the letter. We do have one member of the public who would like to speak to the issue before we vote. And
if I may, Mr. Chair, I'm sorry, before Mr. Chester walks up, if any of the other members of the public would like a copy of the letter physically, they are with Carissa. I just wanted to make sure everyone knew that.
Can we attach it to the item?
I believe that will be done afterwards, but if anyone would like a copy now, they are here and available to you.
Okay. I think she excused herself.
As many of you know, I've been following Sunrail since 2007 and before. I've spoke about Sunrail several times here, used it as an example of why we needed to approach ECHO more cautiously and why we needed to also approach the half-cent sales tax more cautiously than we did. This county government, not any of y'all, not the current administration, but this county government got the citizens into this disaster. To Mrs. Gertman's comments about roads don't pay for themselves, transportation doesn't. The fact is this Sunrail was designed to take cars off of I-4. And that's a state and federally funded highway. It really doesn't take cars off of Volusia County roads much, but we're using, now we don't even know, it's going to be a bottomless pit. We don't even know where it's going. I am excited about the proposition of being able to ride over and get on the train and go down to Disney and stuff. However, at what cost? And I appreciate this finally being brought forward in a strong way, because over the years we've been like a wet noodle dealing with this. Mrs. Post was absolutely right. There's been letter after letter and discussion after discussion. And the way I see it, as somebody who's followed it very, very closely, and actually who's very angry that we were brought into this disaster in the first place, that could actually pretty much bankrupt us the way it's going. It's very scary. This is scary for our future and our children's future. If we cannot get firm commitments on what the cost will be, and we don't know, if we don't have firm commitments and we figure we can't afford it, we need to get the hell out. Be done with it. I don't care if they bulldoze the station in DeBerry. Be done with it. We need to get some energy behind this and quit, I was about to say a bad word, quit doing it in a very half-hearted way. Now, on the other hand, if we find that it is something that may be feasible and we can work on agreements that will be viable, we need to make it work. And we need to stay involved from the very beginning Once we find that out, we need to put a lot of energy in it. We need to get our economic development people behind it. We need to get our tourist people behind it. We need to buy land around the station for future expansion. So we have the two options. We either get the hell out, or if we find that it is something we're going to be stuck with, we need to do it right and really put a lot of energy behind it on the other side. And I thank you all for finally really addressing this. And Chair and the gentleman, thank you for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, and yeah, thank you, John, for your help. That was pretty well stated of the feelings, I think, of the council. You know, there's two huge issues. One is, how much is it going to cost us? And you mentioned, and I included in the letter that our costs have gone up from what was predicted 500%. Well, what will this do to it? And costs aren't going down. So we have a motion to support the letter and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? I'm assuming Heather voted?
Yes. Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries 7-0. Okay. We'll also, while people are still in here from that conversation, I want to say again that I really appreciate the help that has been given by the iDrive corridor and by Brightline. Brightline doesn't need Sunrail. They're willing to be a helpful partner. So I do appreciate their help in this process. Item 2A, contract for contribution of the cost of construction of a facility providing temporary and transitional housing for homeless veterans with Halifax Urban Ministries. Donna Butler.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members of council. Donna Butler, Community Services Director. So on February 15th of this year, you approved the allocation of ARPA funds. The allocation included the commitment of $1 million towards the cost of construction for facility to provide temporary and transitional housing for homeless veterans to be constructed by Halifax Urban Ministries. They have a $1 million match or grant that they received from the Veterans Administration. So attached is a proposed agreement with HUM for those funds to provide a grant towards the cost of constructing the facility. There are a whole row of board members here to answer any questions if you have them. With that.
Move approval.
Second, Wheeler.
Okay. And that takes you. Post move for approval, second by Wheeler. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. You didn't want to speak? Thank you. Okay, that brings us to item 3. Contract for domestic violence services with Beacon Center. Expenditure of $240,000 that were approved. The funds were approved in our ARPA discussions. Donna.
So again, on February 15th, you all approved an allocation of ARPA funds toward domestic violence services such as are provided by the Beacon Center. This is a proposed agreement with the Beacon Center for those funds to provide domestic violence services in our community. And I believe that Angie Pye is here if you all have any questions.
Hi, Angie. Okay, Danny Robbins.
Thank you, Chair. And Angie, thank you for coming, and Donna for your hard work. This is an area that always needs attention, for our women victims and whatnot in our community. I reviewed the proposal, and I saw that it was mainly got almost $250,000 going towards really a conference. Do we have any aspirations of that money going to the actual victims? I don't know if that's something you'd be able to speak about. Chair, is that okay?
Yeah, Angie, why don't you come up, because you'll probably have other questions from council. Thank you for being here.
So the proposal was based on the original conversation that started about the court improvement, which it kind of evolved past that. So what we are looking at is a project that will increase perpetrator accountability, which effectively does serve survivors. I've met with the state attorney, I've met with several sheriff's office or police department advocates. We've come together and sort of looked at a plan for the next few years on how we would do that. And so it's beyond, the proposal is also, in addition, it's not just a conference. That's one of the things that we placed on here, is that we could start a conference that would be annual and something that would even be revenue generating for Volusia County to be able to invite people statewide here. But it's in addition to looking at the needs assessment, the gaps in services for survivors of domestic violence, how are we bridging those gaps, addressing the statutory changes this year in batter's intervention, because Volusia County's does not have providers that meet the criteria of the statute now, so that's something that's going to have to be addressed. Along with education, training experts that can testify in these criminal cases that can assist with prosecution, increased prosecution of these cases, and hopefully help survivors stay safely, maybe even in their homes, instead of having to be uprooted.
Thank you. Is this, and Ms. Conchin, Suzanne had put this out earlier. Do we have, or is there a mechanism in place to put out a notice of funding availability on something like this, or do we have anything that we can explore? It seems kind of, in my opinion, I'd like to see more of a go-to direct, immediate need for victim services. I saw a lot of meetings and whatnot, but that's just my kind of standpoint as it sits right now to actual immediate services that we can provide, and just maybe give it a little bit more oversight. It just seemed like the general feeling that I got out of it was for conferences, meetings, this and that. But if we're already operating this already for...
Well, this is capacity building. And so the certified center here, which is Beacon Center, is the only certified center providing services here in Volusia County, is certified through the state. I've been doing this 25 years. We have victim services. The issue with violence, domestic violence, intimate partner violence, I should say, because that's something different than family violence, is that we have not built capacity in many of the communities. Volusia is not unusual in that respect, to address the perpetrator behavior. That does help victims. I can't solve the crime of intimate partner violence by only serving victims. If we don't address the perpetrator of crime, that would be like trying to solve bank robberies by only addressing security at banks. We've done that. There's still bank robberies. There's not a lot of bank robberies because of the accountability that comes with robbing a bank. So we have to look at this crime from that perspective. We have to address the problem. So this is a progressive approach to perpetrator accountability. It's something that isn't commonly done in the fact that grant funds, federal and state funds, won't generally allow us to do prevention work in any field of social work. There's not prevention dollars. So this really looks to impact the crime long term, which does in fact serve victims and their children by reducing the incidence of domestic homicide and the numbers here in Volusia County, which are astronomically high in comparison to the state.
And I agree, stuff like this does need to be looked into, but, preventative, how are we going to train those preventative measures? How do we stop something from happening that you don't know is going to happen? And this might fall into the purview of whether law enforcement training or the state attorney, drilling down on process. But what I'm considering it is almost $250,000, not going to direct immediate services or increasing the turnover to get families back or women back on their feet. There's a lot of unanswered questions, a couple of them that I'd have, and I'd like to maybe get down, speak with you at a later time about, so that I can be comfortable with this kind of money, at this point. But thank you.
Barbara Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I have to say that I have some of the same concerns that that Councilmember Robbins has. When we had our workshop, and I remember you you presented, I guess I was under the impression we were talking domestic violence funding overall, and I guess I was thinking that we would have more than one submission, right, from other local programs. And I do respect what the Beacon Center does, and I know that you, I was just at an event in Pearson, and you had a representative there who did a great job, giving an overview of the services and what you provide and so forth. But when I looked at the proposal, for me, it didn't really connect with my expectation. And it's not to say that it couldn't and maybe even shouldn't be what you're presenting, but to me, there's not a full understanding of what this means, how this really impacts the community. I look at the budget, and like Council Robbins, I don't see direct care and impact to the community or to those affected. And I don't assume to know a whole lot about the services, and this doesn't provide that depth for me to really get a better understanding where I would be comfortable with a conference or with this type of presentation. So, yeah, I would want to see something more direct or have a better understanding of how and why you feel this is in the greater benefit for the community. I don't get that from this.
Ben
Mr. Chair,
Johnson.
Ms. Post would like to speak as well.
Okay. Go ahead, Ben.
Did I hear you correctly to say you're the only group in Volusia County that's doing domestic violence?
I said we're the only certified center in Volusia County, yes.
I have the same concerns as Danny and Barb here about this statewide conference just doesn't cut it with me so much. I mean, we got a big county right here that if it was being put right back in here, even if it was seminars throughout Volusia County with churches or somebody that's helping our local people and not, this is our money and to help our people, because I know this is a major issue. All my years in law enforcement, I dealt with it, I saw it. It has to be addressed. We need to address it. But I think we need to bring this, keep our money in this situation right here where we're dealing with our local people, not a seminar to say we had a state seminar that really, and I've been to seminars before, and so much of it just leaves and doesn't come back, to keep it here. So the way it's done right here, I've got my problems with that, and I'd like to see something more of how do we take $250,000 and help our local residents of taking care of it.
Heather Post.
Yeah, so I was the one that brought this up in the first workshop we had last August, discussing the ARPA funds. Volusia County's gotten over $305 million from the federal government in response to COVID, and so just like everyone else, I was really looking to use a small portion of those funds, and of course, out of $305 million, 240,000 is a very tiny amount for sure. But I was looking to use that to work towards an end of actually addressing the really deep-rooted issues that we have going on in our county. And certainly our specialty courts was one of them. DUI court, drug court, Veterans Court, huge ripple effect, proposed that, somehow had, for whatever reasons, had someone come in and announce that the specialty courts don't need money. So moving on from that, I can tell you that I worked with the specialty courts way before I ever got into this role. I actually used to do training for them. They would require that their participants actually took my training through Judge Will. So very familiar with these courts, very familiar with the potential for success and the impact, the deeply rooted impact that those have in our community. Also aware during that entire time frame of many discussions judges and other people within the entire court system within our county itself have had on what a great idea it would be to start a fourth specialty court, which would be a domestic violence court. And there was actually some blueprinting done on that, some ideas thrown around. Since that money was not provided to the specialty courts, that idea, of course, fell through. So looking to another means to an end to get the money are really deeply needed in our community. I looked to where can we have that impact, and so I've had many discussions with the executive director here, with Angie Pye of the Beacon Center. I know that there have been discussions with RJ Larissa. I know, in fact, that he actually greatly supports this being provided and the impact that this will have in our county on that giant segment of our community. And it's not specifically a segment of our community. It is everybody you know has some sort of impact with this. And I believe, I'm just going to ask you a question. Ms. Pye, did you say, what was the statement you gave that Volusia County, the numbers in comparison with the rest of the state?
We're 10th in rates of domestic violence in the state of Florida.
So we're 10th, and everybody knows that I always say, we're 10th and 11th in population and landmass in Volusia County, so we should absolutely be 10th and 11th in a whole bunch of other things out of 67 counties. Unfortunately, we're 10th in domestic violence cases, and we have a lot of those issues within our county. So when we've looked at community programs and we've looked at doing various things, we're looking at mental health and drug issues within the jail. We're looking at those kind of things. And we keep pouring money into those areas, and it's just going down the hole, right? If we don't work on these things out in the community, it's not as impactful, right? We need to be putting it in the community where it helps. And part of the discussion, I know that RJ Larissa is in support of this. I believe you have a letter from him. I know that the police departments are in support of this. I believe you also have letters from a number of them. They're the victim advocates. There have been discussions on really working collaboratively on a number of fronts to really put this money to use in our county. One of those things was training and tech assistance for experts. There is no expert in Volusia County, and correct me if I'm wrong, Ms. Pye, but there is no expert in Volusia County for the state attorney's office to actually pull in for court in any of these cases. So what they have to do is they have to really hustle and find someone, if they even do that at all. And so what's being done is it's not being done. And if they do, it's tremendously expensive. Why do that when we have people in our community that we can educate, we can make experts within the community to handle these cases correctly, to handle ensuring that there's perpetrator accountability, ensuring that there's batterers intervention. Volusia County we did a whole big thing on celebrating Victims' Rights Week. We've We've consistently talked about foster children in Volusia County. The ripple effect from domestic violence cases in our county in the foster system is tremendous. And this is really an area that we need to be working on. 240 is such a drop in the bucket to apply, especially when it's ARPA funds and literally has basically zero guidelines as to how it needs to be used, very little guidelines as to how it needs to be used. It was provided to counties to be used in cases like these to really use these monies, and again, a small amount out of 305 million, to address deep, deep concerns and deep, deep issues in our county. And the numbers are astronomically high, and we really need to be doing something. I also want to point out, I heard one of the council members mention we need to be doing something for these women victims, but I'll tell you, it's not always women victims. It's people, it's children, it's every gender, whatever you want to call yourself, but it's not always just women either. And so I'd like to get that stigma off the table as well. But I'm absolutely positive that this money can be used in a way that will greatly, greatly affect a lot of families in Volusia County. And the fact, if we're looking for accountability, if we're looking for some kind of oversight, I don't know why we would be doing that. I know there's a lot of political stuff, for whatever reasons, with the Beacon Center, but this should absolutely not be about politics. This should be about what's right for the citizens. And we should be making these decisions based on the outcome and the assistance that it's going to be able to have in our community. And if you're looking for accountability, if you're looking for those kinds of things, are you telling me that, when you have the state attorney's office working hand in hand on these things, and the actual state attorney, that things aren't going to be worked in such a way to the best benefit? When we have our police chiefs working with them as well, that things are not going to be worked in the best benefit. So, for whatever reason, this has come across as, it's going to be used willy-nilly, but I think it's a very, very small amount to be used for all of the things. Jury education, lots of different things that we could be using to ensure perpetrator accountability and to ensure education, to ensure all of these things that really work to hit it from every angle. I'm tired of hearing over and over in Volusia County that we're 10th, we're 8th, we're 7th in all of the crappy areas that greatly affect our families. And we really need to be working to lower that on the scale. So I'm absolutely in favor of this. I absolutely move for approval. And again, we discussed it in August, we discussed it in February. Again, I know that there's political stuff going on in the background. I don't know how we could say that the money isn't needed, but it certainly is. And we've hit accountability, we've hit all of these things, we've hit what's needed. We've got to stop addressing all of these issues in Volusia County in terms of reactiveness. We've got to start hitting some of this stuff proactively. And this is what a whole bunch of people in the community have rallied around and are wanting to do. They are the certified center to do it. And I'm absolutely in favor of this. Thank you.
Okay, wait. Heather Post made a motion to approve. Is there a second on that motion?
Do we need a second for further discussion?
We do.
So I'll second for discussion.
Okay, second for discussion. And before everybody wants to speak, Danny, before I call on you, I want to ask, I don't know, the county attorney or the county manager a quick question. If this, because I'm not hearing opposition to the amount of money, and I'm not hearing opposition to the Beacon Center.
Beacon Center, no.
I have spent some time making some phone calls and investigating the Beacon Center, and I've heard tremendous stories of success. I've heard nothing but community acknowledgement that you do a good job. So I don't really think that's where we are, but I don't want to see this vote go negative for the Beacon Center and lose the money. If the vote is to not approve this money, I think what the issue is that we need to give it back to her and say, come back with a program that the council is comfortable with rather than a conference. But if we vote this down, what happens to the $240,000? Can we table it and ask her to come back with a different proposal?
I would believe so. I mean, you've set it aside. Yeah, it's budgeted, so.
Would you be, it is budgeted now, would you be willing to do that?
I am willing to do that. I think that through the course of this process, it's been very piecemealed information to me. I've been getting emails and saying, give me this or give me that. Okay. No parameters around that. The only thing I had to work with was the initial thing a few months ago, and then the fact that it had to be spent by 2026. So at the time that this was pulled together, I had not spoken to any of the partners. Now, I've since met with the state attorney. I've got a team of advocates that have sat down with me, and I feel like we're kind of getting stuck on this conference piece, but the training of better accountability specialists would be employees of these organizations that work with these families every day and become more trauma informed and empowerment based, which is the recommended approach even by Florida courts. It would follow in line with what the Florida courts' expectations of addressing this issue in the criminal justice and family independency law systems are. It's pulling together community needs assessment, and I'm not talking about we just send out a survey monkey. I'm talking about we're thoughtful and targeting the different disciplines that address this issue to see where they find the gaps in service around perpetrator accountability. We know there's gaps in service with substance abuse, mental health, domestic violence, where it comes to the people that we serve. This will also help fill those gaps. Again, there's a lot of thought placed on let's serve victims. And I'm a victim service provider. I've been doing this 25 years all over the state of Florida. I have a huge amount of experience to draw from outside of, I've worked in half the counties in Florida. I've gotten to work with state attorneys and law enforcement and child welfare from all of those counties. And so the benefit for me in that is that I've gotten the opportunity to see what doesn't work as much as what does work and not waste my time developing programs that don't work. But I see that there's an issue here in the system that has to be addressed. The increase in RORs, the fact that many offenders leave our jail without any order prohibiting their contact with a victim. You know, these are things that affect victim safety and increase domestic homicide. We know that there's evidence-based programs, and that's what we've been talking about in our group, is building the capacity of our prosecutors, of our cops, of our social workers to address lethality and safety in these cases in an effective way. I don't want to set up a program where you have to have an advocate from the Beacon Center at the table to do the right thing for victims of domestic violence. That's not effective change. What's effective is to build the capacity of all of these groups, our local providers, our social workers, our cops, our prosecutors, our judges, to address this issue in a way that ensures victim and child safety and holds perpetrators accountable for this crime. That's what reduces domestic homicide. That's what's proven to reduce domestic homicide. You know, there's a lot of isms and phobias that play into this crime that affect how we make decisions around it. This would be targeting individuals to learn more about that. One of the things that came up in my meeting with the state attorney was the lack of an expert, particularly around strangulation cases. We're looking at 20 to 25 strangulation cases a month in Volusia County. More than, probably about a third of those end up being downgraded or going away. And one of the things that we identified that would be effective for the state attorney is to have a medical professional, one that I'm sure we can locate here in Volusia County, to certify around strangulation, so they could come in and review those medical cases, help prosecutors build a case. Strangulation is a pre-incident indicator to domestic homicide, and we have 20 to 25 of them a month occurring in Volusia County. So these are, I'm targeting in on bigger issues here than just your, family fights on Friday night because somebody had too much to drink. I mean, I think that there is a distinct issue with intimate partner violence. There's a coercive control pattern that impacts women and children often. Heather's right, it affects all genders, but most of the time when we look at homicide, when we look at severity of injuries, when we look at incidents of 4 and more, and we look at sexual assault, the victims are predominantly female. So these women are calling the police for help. Their offenders are being let out the next day, some of them without any orders prohibiting contact. Their children are being removed from their care. They're being forced out of their homes. So I do believe that a perpetrator accountability program and building the capacity of this community to address the crime of violence is going to be more effective in the long run for all of us than I can provide diapers. I can pay electric bills. I can feed survivors. I can put clothes on their back. I can provide many of those needs through funding that we already have and our abilities within the organization and our partnerships. Somebody mentioned the faith community. That's one of the pieces of this too. We've already talked to the faith community. I want to have a faith summit. I want to build the capacity of our faith community to address this issue, because what is more beneficial sometimes than a survivor coming to my door is them having a connection in a community. They can go to their church family and get their light bill paid. One of the things that we do whenever we meet with victims is try to rebuild their community, because I don't want to be the only person they come to when they can't pay their light bill. I think that's what churches are for. I think that's what families like that are for, is to help wrap around and love and care about people. And so I have churches that are already on board that want to do this sort of thing, but it does take funds to do it. It takes some preliminary work to inform the decisions that we make next. We totally plan on sitting down and developing outcomes to measure the effectiveness of this program, but I want to make those outcomes in partnership with the state attorney, with the chiefs of police that are on board, with the social service providers that we may work with, so that we can really see that kind of effective change. So that was a long answer to your short question, but yes, if I have some parameters, more distinctly what you would like to hear or see, then I'm happy to try to put something else together.
Let me just say this. We have 4 other people that want to speak. You just changed my mind. And let me tell you how. I would vote in favor of this after hearing that detailed explanation. And I was leaning that way anyway, and to be honest, but this community voted for Amendment 10 for one of the reasons I heard was none of us except for Ben Johnson are experts in law enforcement, so why would the council tell the sheriff how to spend his budget? And I sometimes hear on this council, don't tell staff who are experts in a field how to spend money when they may know better, and there's some truth to that. I don't feel comfortable at all telling you how to spend the money, because I'm not an expert in abuse of women, children, and men. It does happen across the board. But I believe you are, and so I feel confident in trusting you to spend the money well, but I don't want to see you lose the vote. So let's see how this goes. We can, I think there might be a growing consensus at the very least that we postpone this to a future meeting, but let's see what the council feels. Danny Robbins.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Post would also like to speak.
Okay. To peak?
Yep.
Danny Robbins.
No, Chair, I agree with you a little bit there, and Ms. Post as well, but we hit on what's right for the citizen. And I don't know anybody in here that's got $240,000 to just kind of hand over when we have a pretty bland, plain Jane budget here that really, and we talk about line items and drilling down on our own budgets, and I know we're not the experts per se in this field, but we are supposed to be paying attention and experts and drilling down in this budget. So with that being said, it is 110% our responsibility to look into this stuff and make sure that this money is being used in the best, most transparent and accountable fashion. But as it stands, it's too vague for me, and something I just picked up on too, the advisory team. We have, and this is just as in the Beacon Center, I'm sure this is with probably everybody else, but the advisory team, we don't have a seat at the table, and we just saw this with Sunrail, about how important it is to have that seat at the table, to weigh in, whether it's to advocate for more funding or services, anything that we can do at the county. I don't know if that's something we could talk about in the future, but what it comes down to really is getting down into the nitty gritty. When I see 25,000 for statewide conferences 4 years in a row, I mean, that's 100,000 right there. And regardless of where the money come from, it's one thing, it's taxpayer money. So that's where we come in, and that's what I'm concerned about. So, you know, I just don't want you to think that the council or myself, I'm not against anything that you're doing per se. I just want more details. It's too vague for me right now, and I'm trying to treat it as if this was my personal money, I'd need more information before I could commit to $240,000, which is no drop in the bucket. That's very substantial to me. So I just need a little bit more information before I'm 110% sold on it. That's all. Thank you.
Barb Gertman.
Thank you. It's a concern to me, domestic violence and the impact on women in our community. And I know these are more or less one-time dollars, but to me, it's something we need to be invested in our community overall. And I would like to see something more specific and tangible to a program that we can look back at and have some measurement of results and impact for community, that we can say these dollars were dedicated here, and this is what we were trying to, the outcomes we were trying to work towards, and what we've been able to accomplish through that. So that way, over time, for me, it would be a greater opportunity to come back to the council and say, here's the successes we've had. We know that was one-time dollars, but this is the impact we're having on the community, you know, and I can get behind you for other, should I be here to do that. So that's more my concern, is I think it really needs to be more specific in your proposal. And I mean, I'm kind of disappointed that there's been any reference to any political, any other expectation, or other than the fact that this representation doesn't fit with me supporting $240,000. I also met with several people who work with domestic violence, and I referred them to come and speak to you because I felt like you are the, you know, gold standard in Volusia County. And I just think it matters that we invest in a way that we can reinvest and have the support to do that, and the results demonstrated to be able to support that. So I also, I guess, I would like to open this up, though, to say that $240,000 is for domestic violence, right? So if there is a smaller program here on the west side who's doing something, would they be able to submit something to say, you know, here's what they're doing? Or, again, be able to work with you and maybe be a subcontractor? I don't know, but I don't want to limit the access. So, thank you.
Thank you. Billy Wheeler.
Okay, finally. Ditto. I'm definitely for this, absolutely 100%. This isn't, like Barbara said, I hate to have the suggestion that there was anything political. Absolutely, we're all in agreement with this as far as what I'm hearing here. My only thing, and in fact, I'm even going through the whole list of what, you didn't have any guidelines, and I get that. The only thing that I have a problem with is, as Mr. Robinson said, the $25,000 for 4 years for a conference. That's almost half of the amount that's given. I would rather see something else in that category for that $25,000 that would, go back directly, like Barbara said, that we could see. That is the only item on there that I have an objection to. So if we could clear that up and we can find something great for that $100,000, I'm gung-ho. But this is a wonderful thing, great opportunity, and you're the expert, you know how to handle it, and I trust you in all of that. I just would hate to see just $100,000 to go towards conferences. Thank you.
Fred Lowry.
Thank you. I find it's only political people that think everything's political. We're not telling her how to spend this money. We're asking her to tell us how her organization is going to spend the money. And we're probably at fault some here because we haven't really given clear parameters for you, so we have to take a little blame there. But is there anything that's time pressing on this that we couldn't wait till the next meeting for you to come back now that you kind of understand a little bit more about what way we're thinking?
No, I mean, we've had these preliminary meetings, but we're basically holding, because we can't do anything until
Just like to ask
we have
my
the funds.
colleagues to vote this down so we could table it till the next meeting and come back, and I think all of us, I want to see you get this. I'm not against it, but I think that I agree with my colleagues here. I think there might be a little bit more clarity we could have there. Thank you.
Ben Johnson.
I guess if you don't agree, it's political. I'm not for telling you how to spend the money. It is our job to tell you how not to spend the money. And it's not our job to tell you what to come back and do. I think that, in matter of fact, if they'll withdraw the motion, I'll make a motion that we postpone this item so they can come back with a more of a plan, and so we can see. I've got the problem with that $25,000 a year, as I said earlier, for the having people come, it's just
I
to make.
withdraw my second.
Okay, well then I will make a motion that we put
Set it
this at a
aside.
later date.
Yeah, we could set it aside to the next meeting, but let's
Well,
go ahead and finish your remarks, and then we have Suzanne and Heather
Yes,
post.
and give her a chance to come back and let us know how we can spend this money that's going to be best for the community, that's going to be best for our domestic violence issues. And I just have the seminar problem, like everybody else up here does, that we're spending so much money of that instead of actually putting it to the problem that we have. You can bring in experts and not bring in a seminar.
Just a
Suzanne.
point of order, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Go ahead.
When a motion's made and seconded, it's the possession of the body. Doesn't that have to be voted on to allow that to be withdrawn?
Technically, if the motion has been restated by the chair, it must be voted up or down. I know in the past we have allowed someone to withdraw their second, but it's really up to the council and how they want to handle that.
Okay.
Yeah, I didn't restate it. So by the letter of the law, I think or by the letter of Roberts, we're okay. Suzanne? Go, because you might clear up something for Heather, and then I'll ask Heather to close this out.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the council. In listening to the comments made by council, and I think one of the pieces we may have missed in this is we usually issue a notice of funding availability when we have monies that go to third parties like not-for-profits. And they talk about the parameters of the expenditures and the outcomes looked for. And in this case, Ms. Gertman spoke to potentially some other smaller organizations who do a much smaller piece in the domestic violence category, having an opportunity to maybe make a proposal as well. So while it's the council's choice, you can come back next meeting and we can try to work with the Beacon Center only on something that would look more like a response to a NOFA, or if we do a very short notice of funding availability and see if any other parties also, because I'm hearing that statewide conference, which was about 100,000 of the monies, is of most concern to many of the council. So that may leave a little bit of capacity for other nonprofits who might also want to ask for some assistance in their work in treating domestic violence, or it may just be the Beacon Center with subcontractors. However, that would work itself out, but working more under those parameters may help council get comfortable with the expenditures. We've got them budgeted, they're not going away, so we'll be happy to help. And I know that Donna and Carmen could speak to that notice of funding availability. If you'd like more detail, or we can just work with Ms. Pye or others on it.
Heather Post.
I'm here. Well, I guess we'll just see how this plays out. There's not a whole lot more I can say, it sounds like, but I will point out that what I would hate to see happen, this is the certified domestic violence provider for the county. The entire point of proposing that ARPA funds go towards this end was to work with the courts for perpetrator accountability, to really work to reduce the numbers in our county, and to assist the victims and assist the families that are impacted from this, whether it's from domestic violence or domestic homicide. And it sounds like we have an awful lot of both. So what I don't want to see happen is the normal routine of it being farmed out. We have so many nonprofits in our county, God bless them all, but we can't be dividing monies up as we've always done into different areas and expecting it to have true tremendous impact. This was specifically to be focused programming to help countywide. So the judicial system is countywide. It's helping the West and the East Side. It's helping the West and East Side victims. And really, really working towards addressing the issue in our county, and not just, throwing good money at bad and saying we're doing something and not really seeing any outcomes. I heard the question about outcomes and success. I believe I heard Ms. Pye speak to outcomes and also speak to accountability and being able to show success rates down the line, but that she's able and willing to show outcomes. She's providing you with stats now of where we're at. Something definitely needs to be done. And we receive these ARPA funds specifically for these kinds of things. It sounds like the education part is very important, whether we're educating people in the community or all of these nonprofits, whether we're educating all of them on how to deal with these domestic violence victims that come to them, so that it's all handled and streamlined a little bit better. It sounds like that it's viable, but if, I'm completely willing to say, okay, if you're not in agreement on doing any kind of training seminar, that we have her specifically focus on everything else. But she is telling us, she is the expert. The state attorney is telling us. They're all telling us that these things are needed, and that's why they're doing them. So I could tell you that we've given ARPA funds to Stuart Marchman. We've given ARPA funds to others. She's talked about hiring different people being hired within this realm to handle these issues and to really work towards an end. And I'll tell you, that's really all I've heard from Stuart Marchman in ARPA funds with the Jack Center and everything else. Very, very basic stuff. And I'm not questioning the Jack Center. I'm not questioning Stuart Marchman, because I know that that absolutely is going to be a positive end, and it's very needed in our community. And I would say the same in this regard. We need to rely on the people who are actually can make a difference and can do something differently, rather than just the same old stuff of saying we're doing something for fluff. Thank you.
Right. Right now, I'm counting that we have five votes against, and I want to see this salvaged. Ryan, you said that $240,000 was said it's locked in for domestic violence. Okay, Ben Johnson, I'm hoping you're going to make a new proposal.
Yes, I'm going to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion that we bring back next meeting, put out a notice of funding availability. There may be nothing out there, but put out that notice. It allows you time to come back with a plan that we can look at. And it may all go there, or we may find that it needs to go somewhere else. But that is my motion, is to come back next meeting after putting the notice of funding availability out to readdress this issue.
Okay, so.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, hold on one second. I got to take this in order. We have a motion and a second by Johnson, or by Robbins, to put this out on the street, allow the Beacon Center to come back with a new proposal as well. That's what you're, okay. Now we're open for discussion. Heather Post. I just want to say, like, the ARPA funds, we allotted so much towards quote unquote mental illness.
We didn't tell the Stuart Marchman Center or any other agencies that, nope, we'd like to talk to all these other nonprofits or all these other groups that address mental illness in our county. All of these things, I think, are just being placed in to delay, and it's been delayed and been delayed and been delayed. And I've gotten various reasons. A million meetings have been had behind the scenes, whether other council is aware or not. But I see this as a delay to convince whoever not to approve it. And so, fine if we're going to delay till next meeting, but what I see is a delay to figure out how not to give the money to the Beacon Center and to provide these services.
Well, I hope not. I'm trying to salvage this, and right now I'm counting 5 no votes, so it would fail. I want it to come back and have life again. Suzanne.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. 2 things. The only thing that really worries me about the motion is to do a notice of funding availability and get responses and bring back to council.
Takes more than 2 weeks.
It will be more than 2 weeks, yes, sir. We'll fast track it and bring it back just as quickly as possible. And for the record, the council did set aside ARPA money for mental health. And just as a reminder, we've contracted with the University of Central Florida on that gap analysis for mental health with the plan of doing a notice of funding availability. None of those monies have been allocated to SMA or anyone else at this time. It is anticipated to follow the NOFA process for that, but it'll probably be the fall because we're letting University of Central Florida do a gap analysis so we can frame that notice the most appropriate way so we get the best mental health responses from the community, and that's just a point of clarification. But Donna, how quickly could we return to council if we fast track?
Sure, we will move as quickly as possible. To Ms. Pye's point, she didn't have parameters for which to reply because we didn't have parameters to provide her. So she gave a proposal. So what this NOFA will do, it will give her an opportunity to go back, meet with her partners, respond to some basic questions about what's going to be provided, what the outcome measurements are. You know, she's talked about the state attorney's office and other partners. They can all work out that plan together and come back with a solid plan for you all to review. There may be other folks that wave their hand and say, hey, I don't necessarily want to, put my hat in the ring for the whole thing, but I'd like to partner with you to provide some other type of services that relate to domestic violence. So it's going to give everybody an opportunity to come back. Typically, we leave a NOFA on the street for 30 days. If you would like it to come back sooner, we can put less time. But if you're wanting a well-put-together plan that they can respond to in writing to you with a budget, saying what they're going to do, it'll have outcome measurements, what services, types, costs. She talked about building capacity. So what does that mean? What capacity is going to be built that then maybe could be shared later if appropriate outcome measurements are met? It gives you something to stand on to say, okay, yes, we think we want to fund that further, or no, we don't. What ancillary services are needed in our community? Counseling, other things like that. So I think it's a good thing that we're going to do a NOFA, bring it back so that she can share her story in a holistic, one document presentation for you all to review. So we can leave it open. I'll leave it to your direction. Do you want it on the street for 2 weeks, or do you want it on the street for 4 weeks?
We'll see what Barb wanted to speak. I was going to recommend 2 weeks, and that would still bring it back in 4 weeks. It's because that takes us past the next meeting. But Barb, what is?
Yeah. So I was also thinking what Councilwoman Wheeler said about the 100,000 from the conference, and what if we approved the 140 and left the 100K open for potential other, and if not, then there's an opportunity to come, to address the whole. But well, I'm saying is that something that would be more acceptable to the council?
And so that would mean we don't put this out on the street.
That would mean that the 100K would be open to the NOFA, and the 140 would be dedicated to Beacon Center.
Okay, so in order to do that, we'd have to amend the motion or vote it down and start over. The quickest way would be to amend.
I'm just putting
No,
another
I love
option
ideas.
out there.
No, I appreciate the idea.
Mr. Chair, that's my motion, so I would like to speak. I think that puts Angie at a disadvantage if we do that.
Say that again?
I think if we do what Ms. Gertman's talking about, it kind of puts Angie at a disadvantage of being able to take and put a real package together.
Okay. All right, I'll support the original motion.
Okay. You're good? All right. So the new motion is to release this, put it on the street for others to make recommendations or proposals, and for you, please, to come back. It would be at the what meeting would that be? What's the date? 2 weeks. Yes, that would be at the June 7th meeting.
That will be our goal, is to bring it back on the June 7th.
Okay. All right. Right. Okay. That's where we are. Let's vote. If there's any further discussion, not seeing any, all in favor of the motion to put this on the street for 2 weeks, and that would bring it back to the next council meeting on June the 7th for your new proposal. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, and the motion carries 6-1. Thank you for coming in. I'm sensing a gathering desire to take a break. So why don't we break for lunch? It's 12:22. We'll come back at 1 p.m. We'll see everybody then.
This is Volusia Today, a public information radio program brought to you by the County of Volusia. Here is Community Information's Brian Vandal and Kevin Captain.
Good morning and welcome to Volusia Today. I'm Kevin Captain and I'm joined today by co-host Brian Vandal. Thank you so much for tuning in this morning. Volusia Today is made possible by our sponsors: the Daytona Beach International Airport, the Ocean Center, Volusia Recycles, and Votran Public Transportation. Good morning, Brian.
Good morning. How are you doing today? Sorry, Kevin.
I'm doing great, Brian. It's Earth Day today, as we said just a minute ago here, and the county's doing some cool things to celebrate Earth Day.
They are doing some cool things, and the Ocean Center does cool things almost every day. We have Tim Riddle with us. He'll join us in a little bit to talk about all that's happening over there at the Ocean Center.
But first, we have Calvin Miller. Calvin joins us in the studio. He's the general manager of the county's public transportation system, Votran. And Calvin, today it's Earth Day. What's Votran doing for Earth Day today?
Well, first of all, we want to say Happy Earth Day and hope everybody's doing everything to make the planet a lot better off. On the Votran side, we are actually having free rides today on our fixed route and flex services. So we want to want people to get out and try and ride the bus and try and save some of that green gas emissions that come from vehicles. Take 2 or 3 cars off the road and put those folks on the bus, and we'll be able to save the planet.
That's wonderful. And so, just speaking of being economically friendly, the buses we have, they're very much friendly and green buses.
That's correct. We actually, in our fleet, we have some hybrid electric buses. We have about 9 to 10 of our vehicles are hybrid electric. And the hybrid electric basically runs off of battery and diesel, but it does less carbon emissions coming out of the vehicle than a regular diesel bus.
Wow. And you know, driving around town, you see the big Votran buses, but you also have the Flex, and you also have the Gold Transit program. What are the differences, and how can I get on any of those?
Well, first of all, let's deal with the Gold services. Is a specialized service for folks who may not be able to use the fixed route service. They have to actually qualify. They fill out an application to get on that service. That service is about $3, and our regular service is about $1.75. It's more of a door-to-door type of service, so that vehicle will come to your house, pick you up.
Wow.
It will actually come to the door, take you to the vehicle, and then take you to your destination and escort you to the door of your destination. The Flex service is a mix between our fixed route and our Gold service. It does go off route. It's mostly in New Smyrna Beach.
Mm-hmm.
It does pick up folks at their location. Now, we don't do door-to-door on Flex. We do curb-to-curb on
Mm-hmm.
Flex, but it costs just like it does to get on a fixed route bus. There are designated stops on our Flex service. A lot of it's at Walmart and some on Beachside, but it's a mixture of the two between the fixed route and the Gold service.
Okay.
So how do I find out where the bus routes are, particularly where I could get picked up in, say, my neighborhood?
Well, for those folks who have access to a smartphone or the web, we have a MyStop app that you can download on your phone. It'll actually help you plan your trip. On the web, which is Votran.org, you can go on the web, you can plan your trip there, you can look at the bus routes there, you can get all kinds of information on Votran.org, or you can call our customer service. That number is 386-761-7700, and our customer service agents will be glad to help you plan your trip and get around Volusia County.
And we're
Excellent.
talking about Earth Day and being green, and a lot of times people might forget that money was green. I mean, a lot of us use our debit cards for the most part. How can Votran help us save some of that green in our wallets?
Well, if you look at when you're going around town, you see all these cars on the road. If some of those cars would actually get off the road and get on the bus, we'd actually be able to save some emissions. Really, if you look at the cost of going in gas the way it is now, it's about $4.09 a gallon. If you drive about 20 miles a day on your on your car, if you take a bus, it's $1.75 for a trip, so it's about $3.50 for a round trip. You actually could save about $1,300 a year just from going from a car to riding the bus.
Boy, you know, when you translate it into money like that, it makes a big difference. And it really ties perfectly with the slogan of Votran. You drive a great bargain.
We drive a great bargain, that's correct.
And you guys are always looking for, well, you're hiring right now, so talk about some of the jobs that are available at Votran.
Well, yes, just like everybody else, regionally, nationally, everyone's looking for employees, whether it's transportation, food service, whatever it is, people are looking for employees. And yes, we are hiring bus operators. We also are hiring service island folks to wash and clean the buses at night. Most folks would say that, you know, I can't drive that big bus. I don't have a driver's license.
Yeah, do you need a CDL?
I don't have a CDL.
Yeah.
Well, all we need for you to do is to have a driver's license. We put you through a course to get your CDL. We do a background check. We do a drug and alcohol test. And once you get through that, it's about a 9-week process. We'll teach you how to drive a bus. I'll tell a little story that when I was in college, I started off, I was working, I needed some money. First thing I saw was, well, let's drive a bus. And I said, well, I don't know that I've never driven anything that big before.
I'm not bus ready.
They said, we'll take you out there and we'll teach you how to drive. And sure enough, they taught me, I got my CDL, and I learned how to drive a bus, and that's how I started my career. So some of those folks out there today, if they're looking for starting a career, start off as a bus driver, work your way up. We'd be glad to help you go through that process.
And we do have a lot of colleges in the area, so I mean, just some of those students that were in your shoes, just looking for that job to pay the bills.
That's correct. And we do offer full-time and part-time work. If you have your schedule doesn't allow to work full-time, you can do part-time work. We operate Sunday through Saturday, basically 365 days a year. So we can help you out. All we need for you to do is come in and apply for the job.
So speaking of benefits, what kind of benefits does a person get at Votran? Is it like a county government?
It's not a county. All our employees are subcontractors of the company. We offer health insurance. We offer dental insurance. We offer life insurance. We also offer a 401k where the company will put in 5% into your account. You don't have to match it, but it is 5%.
Good.
We do offer, right now we have a hiring bonus for those folks who want to come on. It's a $1,000 hiring bonus. And once you get in and you're in for a while, we have a retention bonus is about $1,000. And if you are a current employee and you want to refer somebody, we'll give you $500 for referring someone who stays on with us. So we all have all kind of incentives to get folks out there to come and work for Votran.
So how do people apply?
They can apply, they can download the application. We're in the process, we're almost finished with our online application. It should be finished this week. They can go online and fill out the information, it'll come right to us, and we'll call you up for an interview.
And that's volusia.org.
So
or Votran.org.
Yes.
And so Earth Day, we're riding free. The CDC, the mask regulations, do we need to wear our mask on the buses now?
Well, you don't have to wear
Okay.
your mask. It's not required anymore, depending on the appeal from the Department
Sure.
of Justice. But
As of today,
you do not have to wear your mask. We encourage folks to wear, if you feel more comfortable wearing your mask, to continue wearing your mask. We do offer some masks as you get on the bus as supplies last, but right now, everybody's taking a sigh of relief that they don't have to put those masks on when they get on the bus. And sometimes you'd be surprised, you might not recognize folks without those masks on.
you forget what their smile looks like.
Yeah, that's correct.
Well, and speaking of masks, even since the pandemic, you still continue to provide masks as long as they're available. And then talk about, too, you still continue all the cleanliness, the enhanced cleanliness practices for all the buses since the pandemic.
That's correct. We bring our buses in. We don't do every bus. We clean every bus every night, but we actually do an enhanced cleaning on the bus. We have a machine that will actually pull all of the bad ingredients out of the bus, let's say. We do that on a regular basis to keep the bus clean. At our transfer plaza, we have folks coming around wiping down the benches, the trash cans, everything there that people may touch, just to make sure that folks are
We're keeping ahead of
the game. Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, keeping ahead of the curve,
Yeah.
as you would say, Brian. So just speaking again about jobs and working at Votran, what's the culture like working at Votran?
Well, it's a good place to work. We have employees who've been there 30, 40 years. They've stayed there. They like it. It's a good place to work. Good atmosphere. You depending on where you are, if you're a bus operator, you get out there, you get to meet all kinds of different people and interact with folks and just have a good time.
That's excellent. Well, as we segue into talking into Tim Riddle, I'm sure there's a Votran bus that drops you right off in front of the Ocean Center.
Right in front of the Ocean Center. We're going by beachside. Yes.
All right, so with that, let's take a quick break, and when we come back, transition over to Tim Riddle with the Ocean Center. Stay with us.
Get ready, it's time for another Volusia County Fire Rescue Fire Safety Tip.
Another good tip for the kitchen is safety for the children. We want to create a 3-foot zone of safety around the stovetop so that children can't access and get burned.
I'm Brian Van, along with Kevin Captain. You're listening to Volusia Today, a public information radio program brought to you by the County of Volusia.
Thanks, Brian. So with us now is Tim Riddle. He's the director of the Ocean Center in downtown Daytona Beach. Good morning, Tim.
Good morning, guys.
So what's going on first to start off for events this weekend?
Well, this weekend we've got the Florida Key Club in town, about 1,000 students. They actually started yesterday. Last night, their opening session. They're here through Saturday. A busy group. We're actually feeding them 3 times a day. So that's a lot of work and good business for us as well with all the students. And they move out. They start transitioning out Saturday in a part of our building. We actually have an overnight turn in the exhibit hall. Saturday morning, Florida Water Resource Conference starts moving in. They've got 3,000 people here through Tuesday. And also on the tail end of Key Club on the east side of our building, they move out of our ballroom Saturday night. They've got a governor's ball, and then we do an overnight turn of that room to wrestling on Sunday. So it's a couple of overnight turns in the next 3 days and a lot of activity. And which is good for the area, good for surrounding restaurants, hotels, retail. So we've got a lot going on.
You know, speaking of events, so you're here, anybody listening to the radio, they know now what's going on this weekend, but how can anybody find out what's going on at the Ocean Center? Because it sounds like you've got a lot of events continuously happening.
We do. There's several ways. One, one of the quickest, just go to oceancenter.com, click on the calendar of events. They'll all, pull up. Many of those, if the client is willing for us to share their information, are clickable links, so you can find out more about those events. We also do a monthly mailing of next month's calendar. At the end of every month, we send out the calendar for the next month. That's something that we've only started doing really in the last 6 months, but you can sign up for that or request it from our website as well. So it's another good way to get that information. And, all else fails, feel free to call us. We'll be happy to talk.
And the Globetrotters are headed back.
The Globetrotters will be rolling into town Wednesday afternoon for a Wednesday evening performance. And they revamped their show 2 years ago. And we've heard from other venues, we try to check, and their attendance is up everywhere. And matter of fact, ticket sales for our event, especially being a Wednesday night, are very strong. We're already over 1,000, which is very strong for a weeknight event. And again, we're still just not quite a week out, so we're expecting a good time. And they put on a good show. It's a good entertainment event for the entire family.
And this is off the heels of the basketball tournament that you had in. Well, it was our own March Madness.
That's right. CBI College Basketball Invitational was here in March, and we've had more basketball in the last 12 months than we've had in any year in recent memory, and that's a good thing. Like I say, it helps because that basketball floor goes down and comes right back up. So our guys are getting very good at putting the jigsaw puzzle
I bet they are.
So give them some props. They do a good job. It's a lot to take down and put up, but we're excited about putting it down and having the Globetrotters here Wednesday evening.
So Tim, you just recently gave a presentation about the Ocean Center for the Volusia County Council, and I happened to hear it. It was a great presentation. You went in depth. You went from the original build of the building to its operating budget to all of the expenditures. Can you give us the highlights? I know that was probably an hour and 20 minutes, but
yeah,
sum it down into 1 minute.
Yeah, well, it's first of all, we are such a bargain. In essence, I tell people in a broad brush, there's about $14 million of resort tax that was slated for Ocean Center last year, and it really is kind of almost a half and half split between operations on one side and the other half being debt service on the building, current capital projects, and then some reserves for future capital. That's in essence how you split it. I can tell you that I referenced a study, and we're looking at getting another one done, but back in 2015, there was about a $5 million resort tax, slotted for operations, and back then they estimated $18 in return for every $1 spent, or about $92 million in economic impact. And as I said to council, that's only going to be bigger because we're much busier in terms of numbers. So, and we're looking at getting that professional to come in and recalculate all that for us to see kind of how we stack up in today's dollars. But we feel very confident that it's still going to be a great return on investment. And again, I should mention, those are not local tax dollars. The tax dollars Ocean Center runs with are from out-of-towners, lodging tax, so it's not a drain on the local tax base at all. So it's just a win-win for the
Sure, those are all
economy.
Visitors coming in from out of town, and when you say some of these events bring thousands and thousands of people, I did hear a passionate public participant in the meeting, and he had mentioned, he said, a lot of people think that the Hilton is the main hotel for the Ocean Center. But that's really not the truth. It has an impact everywhere.
When you look at it, we can't change the laws of physical dynamics.
You are where you are.
The Hilton is a 744-room hotel right across the street. So yes, I will say, but we don't make any recommendations as far as hotels go. That's handled by the meeting planners themselves. Although logistically, is it the headquarters hotel for a lot of our business? It is, because it's across the street. But I mentioned the 3,000 room nights with Florida Water Resources. The Cheer event, which was here 3 weekends ago now, great example. Over 8,500 room nights in 29 hotels across the area. So yes, the Hilton may be headquarters because logistically they are the closest major property. But most of the conventions we bring to town have enough room nights that they can't be satisfied by one.
Sure.
And again, I point to the recent cheer. I mean, 29, they use 29 properties.
29 hotels, and then, you know, you speak of that, and then you speak of the economic impact. That's amazing.
It is. So that's what we're all about. As I mentioned at council, you know, we're very much, you know, raise the tide, raise all the boats, and we bring people to town. You know, they usually eat 3 meals a day. They do some shopping. They look at entertainment as well. So we're there. And Ocean Center's not there to make money. That's why we're supported by lodging tax, because yes, you use some of your resort tax to run Ocean Center at no cost to locals, but then look at that, what you bring in, which helps the locals. You know, all that money that flows into our community by these people visiting town, and that's the name of our game.
And you guys really are ambassadors of the county, the location, and maybe sometimes you get some of those out-of-town taxes become local taxes because they like the area. What you provided just gave them a glimpse of maybe they want to stay here. Maybe they want to bring their business back here permanently. I mean, you probably work with Team Volusia, the economic development, just that cohesion of getting businesses maybe to come back.
We often say Ocean Center, as nice a building as we think we have, and when we try to take great care of it, we're not an island. You know, we cannot do what we do without partners. We have all the hotel partners, the destination itself. You know, if we didn't have a good destination, we couldn't be attractive.
Mm-hmm.
So again, it's all about everything we do in partnerships and in conjunction with others, because we can't do it alone. I can't host a convention without a hotel partner.
Sure.
Both of us can't do business without a good destination with lots to do for people in their downtime, because, you know, we'd like to keep them in Ocean Center 24/7, but we don't. They're there for part of the day, and then they go out and enjoy the community, and that's a good thing, and it's gives them exposure to our area, which you know, maybe some repeat vacation, maybe some repeat business, maybe some investment in business. It all can work together with some synergy.
And if you don't get them out of the arena, there's no way for you guys to get that floor back down.
We've got to get that floor up and down somehow. So.
Well, hey, if you sold stock and it was a $18 return on every dollar, I would certainly invest. But speaking of you know, investing and expenditures, in your presentation you also mentioned the operational costs, and they looked high, but when we're talking about the revenue generated by your operations, it makes a huge difference. And even through the pandemic, you still continued with major capital improvements to the building.
We did, and you know, we also can't change the fact that we're 400 feet from the ocean.
That's a 6-iron, right, Kevin?
For me, it's probably a driver.
Brian's golfing, right?
Yeah.
But you know, it's you know, we operate in a fairly harsh environment, really, just exposure. I mean, people see these huge monolithic structures like our building that's 2 blocks big, the garage next door, concrete. But you know, they're not impervious.
They're not.
They you know, chloride intrusion is something everybody who lives near a beach in Florida has learned a lot about in the last 2 years. So it's one of those things that those buildings require a lot of maintenance, and you see it in our budget. But at the same time, you know, that's what keeps that building, like we like to think, in first-class condition.
Sure.
Keeps us even with our competition in terms of what we can offer. You know, first-class facilities, first-class amenities within those facilities, and that's what keeps these people coming. That's why we'll have over 350,000, you know, in 2022.
You know, the other thing that I took note of is when you spoke about how many employees you have that work for the Ocean Center, and it looked like a small group, but then you mentioned Spectra. Tell us about Spectra and how that coincides and complements the Ocean Center.
Well, I mentioned, you know, we all need to be cognizant of the fact that, yes, we have county employees there, but we've got a food and beverage team that's under contract, but, you know, they employ right now 11 full-timers. And also mention, I think it's important that both of us together, we may have 50 to 55 full-time people there working side by side, hand in hand, but both of us also together employ 50 to 80 part-timers each and every week when we're doing these events like we're talking about now. And that's, again, it's just another layer of economic return to the community, because every one of the people that get a paycheck at Ocean Center, I guarantee you, they're buying groceries somewhere, they're eating out, they're spending money on entertainment as well. So it's not just the people we bring to town, but a lot of the money that does support the operation goes right back out in the community as well in terms of employee dollars being spent.
That's excellent. We're talking with Tim Riddle. He is the director of the Ocean Center. We'll take a quick break and come back with Volusia Today. Stay with us.
Do you enjoy helping animals in need? Then why not join our caring and professional team right here at Volusia County Animal Services? We have immediate openings for several high-energy candidates interested in becoming a part of our animal care clinic family. As a vet assistant, you'll be doing everything from prepping patients for surgery, as well as assisting in surgery, even recovering those patients. Also prepping log records and helping with our field services and our casework. Vet assistants also help out during our special events, which are extremely popular to the public. Things like pet microchipping and vaccine events, as well as food drives. All of those things are incredibly rewarding, and you'll have the satisfaction of knowing that you're helping pets right here in your community. To get more information, please visit volusia.org or call 386-248-1790. You'll be glad you did.
Hey, why don't we go to the Marine Science Center? Yeah!
Are you looking for a new adventure? Come on down to the Marine Science Center in Ponce Inlet. Watch as our staff cares for sick and injured sea turtles. You can also explore our marine exhibits, touch some stingrays, visit our gift shop, and stroll through the Seabird Sanctuary. Afterward, you can visit the Ponce Inlet Lighthouse. The Marine Science Center is open every day but Monday.
You can access Volusia County government online at volusia.org. Listen to county council meetings, pay for permits or tax, or search the property appraisers' databases. Volusia.org is your Volusia County government information resource.
Welcome back. I'm Brian Vandal along with Kevin Captain. You're listening to Volusia Today, a public information radio program brought to you by the County of Volusia.
Thanks, Brian. We're talking with Tim Riddle with the Ocean Center and Calvin Miller with Votran. So Tim, just, we're talking about the Ocean Center. Not everyone also knows that parking garage next to the Ocean Center. The county owns that building too.
Yes, the county does own that garage, and it is managed under the umbrella of Ocean Center as well.
So speaking of parking and maybe the hassle that comes along with that, let's bring back Calvin to talk about Votran. How does Votran complement the Ocean Center?
Well, right across the street from the Ocean Center, we have our intermodal transit facility, and people can catch the bus, go down to the ITF, walk across the street, and go to the Ocean Center. We also, Tim talked about some of the tourists that come into town. We have a route that goes, we have seen a lot of folks that catch our bus that goes down to Ponce Inlet. They go to the Marine Science Center and the Lighthouse. So
Sure.
some of those tourists are getting on our buses going down to those attractions. Tim also talked about economic impact of the Ocean Center. And one thing that folks don't think about when they talk about public transit is what economic impact that transit has on a community. And for every dollar that's invested in transit, it's a return of about $4 for the county and for the state of Florida altogether. So transit does have an economic impact as well. And those folks who we transport, they're going to work, they're going shopping, and so they're spending their money also.
The other thing we didn't talk about too, we're talking about buses, is you can still take your bike with you and put it on the bus and have the bus take you to a location and take your bike off the bus.
That's correct. You can ride your bike to a bus stop. We have right in front of all our fixed route buses, we have bike racks. Unfortunately, we can only put two bikes on the bus at the time. So sometimes we have folks. Someone was telling a story yesterday that one guy saw two guys standing at a bus stop. He went down to the bus stop that got first and got his bike on first, and so one of the other ones that they couldn't get their bike on the bus. So yes, you can ride your bike. You can put it on the bus, go where you go, get off, and take your bike where you need to go.
Well, they say in Jaws you need a bigger bus.
That's right. Bigger rack, maybe? Who knows? May is graduation season, and you're going to put the floor up and down, but you're going to have thousands and thousands of graduating seniors going through the Ocean Center.
Yes, I counted last night again, just to be sure. 12 graduations in the course of it. And this year it's a little different. The calendar's a little different. They're actually having graduations Tuesday through Saturday, with Volusia County schools Tuesday through Friday, and the two Flagler County schools on the Saturday. So it will be, but still, it is.
How many do you do in a day?
The maximum is 4,
Okay.
which we will do on Friday, so do not call me on that Friday.
Okay, you'll be busy.
That's right, I will be.
I hope you-
My designated job is to push a button to open a roll-up door, but it is an all-hands-on-deck kind of function where I come down and the office is empty, all the salespeople are out there in addition to our staff, because it's a constant corralling process.
Oh, I bet.
You know, getting people in the lots, out of the lots, getting people in the arena, out of the arena, because, hey, 90 minutes later, it's a whole new crew coming in.
So real quick, in the last couple of seconds, Tim, what do you do on the weekends? Because you probably work a lot of them, and so when you finally get one off, what do you do?
I will try to either go camping or, you know, I like going to the beach. It's the great thing about a beach town. Book, beach, and beverage works for me.
There you go.
And how about you, Calvin?
You know, I have a cousin down, and he's been getting me out on the golf course, so we've been playing a lot more golf than I normally would. Other than that, it's just out and about, visiting all the sites within Volusia County.
Good for you. Well, it's, I think you might have a golf partner here, Brian.
I'm not that good.
Neither am I.
Well, it's certainly been a pleasure talking with you both, Tim with the Ocean Center and Calvin with Votran Public Transportation. This is Volusia Today. It's every Friday at 9 a.m. With that, we'll close today's show. Take care, stay safe, and help your neighbors.
If you have a comment about Volusia Today, or if there is a topic you would like to hear featured, please contact Volusia County Community Information at 1-866-345-0345.
On behalf of the Volusia County Council, it is my pleasure to welcome you to the all-new Lemon Bluff Park. I'd like to introduce former Volusia County Councilwoman and ECHO Advisory Committee member, Miss Pat Northey.
Lemon Bluff project is one that is near and dear to my heart. During my time as a county council member, I worked diligently to spearhead this mission and provide the local community with a fantastic park and boat ramp. This is a unique and serene area, and it certainly is today. And if you've been watching, we have a osprey's nest up there with a couple babies in it, and the mom is feeding them. It's wonderful. The St. Johns River is one of Florida's greatest natural wonders and the only American heritage river in Florida. And it flows north, by the way. It features pristine waters, an abundance of native wildlife, and recreational opportunities, wonderful plant life, and of course some of the best bass fishing in the area, in actually probably the nation, and I know there's some bass fishermen that are getting ready to jump in there right now. So this is truly a great day for Volusia County, for Southwest Volusia County, for Osteen, for Lemon Bluff, for the state of Florida, and we are pleased that you are here to help us celebrate this. And now I would like to invite Councilmember Danny Robbins to the podium to make some remarks.
It's not every day that we get an opportunity to see projects like this come to fruition, and it's such a great project. As an avid boater myself, we're very excited because this boat ramp provides access to not only residents but families throughout the area. It'll make it easier for people to access it, and also safer with some of the new technology. How many people have been here long enough to use the old boat ramp? A lot. A little dirt ramp. So this is going to be much appreciated. You know, local boaters are going to absolutely love this new park, the facilities, the parking, and as you may know, the old boat launch just a quarter mile down the road was pretty small and didn't have sufficient parking, lighting, or restrooms. But we have built a double-wide boat ramp here, canoers, kayak launches, and we placed pavilions so non-boaters can enjoy the park as well. Also, look at all those parking spaces across the street. We have many people bringing and many partnerships that made this possible. $2.15 million project. You see it. We could have gotten off the ground without Florida Boating Improvement Program, which provided more than $600,000. Volusia ECHO provided a generous $400,000 grant for the project. And thank you to our ECHO committee and also to our ECHO staff, Brad Burbaugh and his staff, Kendra Hively and Jill Markham. My hat goes off to you for keeping us on track in our ECHO funds and plans going forward. Other funding sources includes $375,000 from fine and more than $700,000 from our park impact fees. Thank you so much, and thank you for your hard work here, Tim. Chris Lessig and other staff from Parks and Rec and Culture collaborated with Tad Casbier and Charles Conway in the construction engineering to develop the park and boat launch.
I want to thank everyone that's being intimately involved in this wonderful project, because we live in the most beautiful part of the state. And I'm honored to represent everyone here in the beautiful town of Osteen. And I'm going to tell you, I pledge to make sure that we keep our economy and our environment pristine. It will be pristine. This is something that I enjoy tremendously, and I want my children and my grandchildren to enjoy that.
I'd like to gather our speakers around the ribbon so we can cut the ribbon.
Daryl, are you there? Can't you play some music?
We are here, sir.
Can you play Allman Brothers Tied to the Whipping Post?
Appreciate it.
Heather Post, are you back?
I am.
Okay. Well,
Did you hear me?
we have, I heard you, and that means we have a quorum, and Fred and Ben are somewhere. So we'll proceed with item 4, resolution amending the clean debris disposal fees to include only clean dirt, mulch strips, and white goods. Ben Bartlett.
Good afternoon, Council, Chair. Ben Bartlett, Public Works Director. The item before you today is a modification to our current disposal fee structure out at the landfill. We currently have a rate for what we call clean debris, which includes materials that we can use in other parts of the landfill if people bring it in. It's $13 a ton. We use things like clean fill for cover as well as mulch. We also use, you referenced white goods. That's appliances that we actually cannot dispose of in the landfill, but we can turn around and sell for scrap. Originally, when this was, when our disposal fee structure was passed, it included also concrete and roofing materials. This agenda item will remove the roofing material and the concrete from the clean disposal fee and place it in the C&D category, which we currently charge $28 a ton. The reason for this is we really can't use those two materials for anything. They have to be disposed of at the landfill. It takes up space. And we don't really get a lot of concrete. Most of that goes to the private recyclers and turn around. They use it as crushed concrete or 57 stone. So it's mostly the roofing materials, which includes the nails and stuff like that. So myself and our solid waste director, Regina Montgomery, is here to answer any questions if y'all have any.
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve by Gertman, second by Wheeler. So the Clean debris stays at 13.
Correct.
The change is just moving the concrete and to the concrete and
Roofing materials to the C&D rate.
to 28.
Correct.
Okay. That's all right. Danny Robbins.
Is it just concrete, Ben? Or is there blacktop and any like brick, any of that other stuff? Or is that just under class 3?
Yeah, typically all that material is already class 3. The concrete and the roofing were the ones that qualified for the clean debris back in 2002. So we're going to remove those, and those will come in at $28 a ton now.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions? Discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 5, resolutions finding public purpose and approving issuance of Housing Finance Authority of Volusia County Housing Revenue Bonds. Heather Wallace.
Yes, Mr. Chair. This is a request from the Housing Finance Authority for a finding of public purpose and the approval of the issuance of $24 million in bonds for the Clyde Morris project that you're already familiar with. Unfortunately, the Housing Finance Authority's counsel wasn't able to be here today, but the developer is here should you have any questions about the project.
Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Wheeler. And Danny Robbins. Was old, sorry. Any questions for the developer? I think everybody still likes it. Okay, if there's no discussion or questions, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Thank you for being here. Item 6, Resolution 2022 requesting a rezoning of 6.01 acres located at 3630 West International Speedway Boulevard from the light industrial to the planned unit development. Clay Irvin.
Good afternoon, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management, and joining me is Carol McFarland, your Planning and Development Services Director. Today is a request to rezone this property from I-1 to PUD. The subject property is located in the High Ridge Local Plan. Our comprehensive plan has a series of local plans. These are areas that are of a smaller geographic area where the residents have identified a need for additional standards above and beyond what we have in our comprehensive plan. So these are very uniquely groomed for each one of these areas. In this particular local plan, there's a policy that indicates any development over an acre would have to go through the PUD process. So in other words, vacant land with a new development coming in that's over an acre in size has to go through the PUD rezoning in order to assure that the impacts resulting from this project are not negative on those existing residents and businesses in that area. So the I-1 automatically gives you an idea of what can be within the PUD. So we have a property that has both the land use and the zoning already in place to allow for industrial uses. The applicant is proposing a warehouse office use that excuse me, consists of 3 buildings, 9,000 square feet per building, and then an office up in front. As you can see, this 6-acre site has been impacted by some clearing. You can see that most of the area has been cleared. There are some existing trees. There are some issues in regards to clearing that occurred that they have to clean up during the PUD and site planning process. They plan to utilize floodplain and wetland areas incorporated in with their stormwater plan. Access will be coming off of International Speedway Boulevard and Old DeLand Road. Staff has reviewed it for compliance with our standards and has recommended approval to the PLDRC in March. The Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission held a hearing there. There was a property owner nearby who is concerned about potential residential development going on because they have a non-residential use and they did not want to have a potential conflict. And it was clarified that there was no residential component involved, and we believe that we have addressed that one public comment because we've not received any other comment at this point. So it's coming to you from both a recommendation of approval from your staff and from your Planning and Land Development Regulation Commission. This gives you the idea of the general location. As I said, it's on the north side of ISB. It's east of Indian Lake. So if you're heading westbound on 92, before you would get to where you would turn off for our Emergency Operations Center in the jail, it's right prior to that. As you can see from the aerial, it's consistent in that a majority of the uses along it are non-residential as well. We've met all our public notices, and it does come to you with a recommendation of approval. If there's any questions, staff is here and available.
Motion to approve by Robbins, second by Johnson.
This is a public hearing, so we do.
Okay. This indeed is a public hearing. It's also a quasi-judicial hearing. Is there any ex parte to declare from council members? There being none. Where did he go? Oh, can you put picture back up, the aerial photograph? That one's good. No, there's a bigger one.
Bigger one? That one?
That one's the one I'm looking for. Those two pictures coincide to three buildings. That's the east end of the lot where they're going. The middle, it says that there's wetlands there. I look back on Google Earth history, and I haven't seen any wetlands.
They're of a low quality. They've been impacted previously. It's primarily tied to the hydric soils.
What's the vegetation? Pine trees.
Bunch of different things, everything from pine to oak, everything else out there. It's a catch-all.
Okay. Any other questions for Clay? If Heather wants to speak, one of you know? She's contacted, okay. Then you just let me know. All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0. Item 7, buildable status of Lot 463 in Daytona Park Estates, Section H, unrecorded.
Good afternoon, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management for the record. This is a continuation of a discussion that had initiated originally in 2002. The area we're talking about is at the southern end of the Daytona Park Estates subdivision and area. Daytona Park Estates is a old subdivision that portions of it were accepted by the county for maintenance and upkeep. That's the portion of it that's closer to US 92, which is undergoing development right now. This is an area where there is no water and sewer, so each of the individual lots are served by on-site septic and well, and the county is responsible for the maintenance of those roads in those areas that have a vested subdivision. This area that we're talking about, specifically Larkspur, does not have a vested plat. These lots were created, but the county never assumed ownership and maintenance of the roadways out there. As such, they're what we call in the business paper roads. What has occurred through a series of unfortunate mistakes by staff, some of the lots, specifically in 2002, we had approximately 15 lots that had COs, buildings issued because there was a misunderstanding of whether or not Larkspur was vested or not. As such, there were some subsequent approvals, and in 2003, the county council said, okay, at this point, we acknowledge where we're at. We're not going to make this worse. We're not going to have this continue on. And so there was approximately 22 lots approved. In 2018, this issue resurfaced when one of the owners, Ms. Constance Jones, came in and it indicated to the council, well, I bought my parcel before you made that determination. Should I not be allowed to go forward with it? And in 2018, the council had a considerable amount of discussion about it, and they basically directed staff to allow for Ms. Jones to proceed because they felt that there were extenuating circumstances in her particular situation that she may not have been aware of what was going on in regards to the determination by the council. And so therefore she should be given the benefit of the doubt and allowed to go forward. Staff was directed to go and look at other properties to see if there are similar situations going on. Ms. Wire has a very similar situation in that she has owned the property at the same amount of time as Ms. Jones. But we are facing a situation that pure application of our code would recommend that she not be able to go forward. We're bringing it forward for your review because we want to make sure we're going forward consistent with this current sitting council's opinion. It's very similar to what happened with Ms. Jones. The overall issue of Larkspur and that non-vested portion of Daytona Park Estates does not have to be solved today. This is only really focusing on this one particular lot, which is consistent with what occurred previously. In our conversations with the council members, we've identified this as a concern to public works staff and to planning staff, because what we're seeing is that with the housing market that we're experiencing, there is considerable pressure for development to occur in Daytona Park Estates. Areas like Larkspur and some of the other surrounding roads, which are, again, paper roads, not owned, maintained by the county, but are part of this dedicated public right-of-way from these plats, creates a conflict. Long-term, we see that there's going to be a need for potential solutions such as a voluntary assessment district by the residents. Right now, in regards to this specific application for Ms. Wire, one of the primary reasons you have concern is regards to whether or not emergency vehicles, garbage trucks, school buses can make it. Based on assessments from our fire safety staff, it is accessible. They would prefer to have it better maintained because there's currently no maintenance of that roadway, but they do see that it can be accessed. So for this particular property and this particular property owner, we're not seeing anything of an immediate need to deny. However, we do want to make sure that we're not continually kicking the can down the road, because this is going to come back if the current market's conditions continue. So, and in the long run, what you're seeing is, as we were saying, for those roadways that are of that condition, we would recommend that the property owners understand that there is a benefit in joining together and working with county staff to set up a special assessment district, so that way we can go in there, put in a properly maintained dirt road, and if they are willing to participate to a greater extent, a paved road, in which case the county would assume those maintenance and they would be utilizing the special assessment for the dirt road or the paving. Again, we're looking at this particular lot today, and I can tell you that part of the discussion we had with y'all on April 12th was identified this as one of our critical issues, and we'll be bringing that back as far as our kind of long-range plan and work that we want to do at the May 17th meeting. Other than that, that's really where we're landing right now. If there's any other questions for staff, we're here available. Ben Bartlett has been working with, and his staff have been working with us to try and come up with a good answer in case there's any questions about costs and those types of things. And Carol's here to provide any kind of history and background. As you can see, this went all the way back to 2002, and it's been reiterated now twice. We hopefully will be seeing light at the end of the tunnel with this last particular application.
Ben Johnson.
We've approved a couple other ones out that way, and I backed up. I'm kind of staying with that. I'll make a motion to approve, but I want it in the record that we do not provide road maintenance for that area, and we will not provide road maintenance for that area without a special assessment district. So in the future, this in the record So if they come back saying, we all allowed this in, that we did allow it,
I'll
but
second
we
that.
are not accepting their maintenance problems.
Okay, so motion by Johnson, second by Lowry to approve this with the understanding that, Clay, that the homeowners would have to form a voluntary assessment district if they so choose to have county maintain the roads. And we can't require that. They have to initiate that themselves.
Let me clarify. Yes, you can. If you feel this was similar to what we did with West Highlands, where we were running into a serious problem in regards to emergency access and everything else, we have the right-of-way already dedicated to the public. So we could, if we choose to, go in there and set up a special assessment for those property owners along Larkspur for bringing the road into at least a minimum dirt road and maintenance, or paving and then limited maintenance.
But that's not
Overall,
your motion.
and just to clarify what we can do in regards to the notice, what we have done in previous situations is require the property owner to put a deed note, a restriction that indicates that they acknowledge that Larkspur is not a county maintained road, and that they and all future owners are understanding that they cannot require the county to come out and maintain it, and that until otherwise it's assumed by the county, it will be solely their responsibilities.
Okay. And all of that is consistent with your motion. And does the, so that's the motion, second by Lowry. Barb has a question, but I have one more, if I may. Does the current owner understand that it's not a county maintained road? Because that's one of the most frequent calls we get.
I don't see Ms. Wire here, unfortunately.
Okay.
But we will make sure she's aware of it. She was given full notice about this hearing, so.
Okay.
We'll make sure she's aware of it. Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Barbara Gertman.
So yes, so that was my concern, whether or not the owner was aware, and I'm certainly not comfortable forcing the assessment, but considering where we are with development at this time and knowing the challenges of that community, I had asked about the cost of what is that cost of assessment and what does that look like. My understanding is if it's voluntary, it has to be, what, 51% of the community?
Yes, so it would require interest from 51% of the folks who would be assessed, the owners of the property that would be assessed to start the process if we had a petition with 51% of the signatures. And then I believe there's a process after that where there's a vote held, and it would require 51% of them to agree to the, once we provided the final cost and what the assessment would entail.
Okay. And what is the cost of paving that road and maintenance?
So they have two options. One is it's currently a dirt road. One option would be for the road to be brought up to a certain standard that we currently maintain, which would be an upfront cost. We're thinking, based on the length of that road, you're looking at about 2,600 linear feet. We're thinking roughly $10,000 to do that initial, bring it up to that level. And then our yearly, based on what we, our per linear foot cost for dirt road grading in the DPE area, we're looking at about $2,800 per year. That's spread out over 46 properties. So, you know, you're looking at a roughly couple $100, or my math is a little off.
Yeah.
10,000 divided by 46.
I get it.
It's a sad day when the
I
engineer
know.
needs the planner to do
I
that.
know.
That's what happens when we do this right after lunch. But
Those carbs do it every
right.
time.
But and then you're looking at to continue that maintenance, a nominal fee spread across those 44 lots to do the dirt road.
Okay, okay.
Now, paving, if they wanted it paved, you're probably looking at a cost of around $200,000 to pave that road, which would be a substantial amount of money for the assessment.
Okay. All right. I guess my concern is, we'll wait for others to come back and take them on one by one. And, you know, I just think we've gotta be thoughtful and forward thinking about the reality of where we are with development. But, I guess I don't have as great a concern, since they mentioned that emergency vehicles can get to and it can be serviced at this time by emergency and garbage. So I'll support the motion.
Thank you. Yeah, and I have the same concerns. It would be nice if sellers of the property or realtors, which you are one, and I can't imagine that you wouldn't inform the homeowner in this situation that the county has no maintenance or improvement responsibility. Because we probably all receive calls from people that buy those and then say, you know, where's the county? I need them out here to grade the road. And it's so. Any other discussion? Then the motion on the table right now, and it is just for this one property, is that since we have approved others, we will do the same here, but making it known to the owner that there is no maintenance, and that will be attached to the deed so that any future owner will know the same thing. Okay. All in favor say aye. Any opposed? Motion carries 7-0.
Thank you.
Thank you. Community events update, item 8, Kevin Captain.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, honorable members of council. Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Got a short list of events today, beginning with the Hurricane Expo. It is being postponed until next year. This is a cooperative effort between the Volusia COAD, the Hispanic Chamber of Commerce, and the County of Volusia. There's been a tremendous effort trying to work with vendors and sponsors, and we're in some tough economic times. And there's a tremendous amount of supply chain issues as well. And when you have an expo to help sell products, promote products, and promote safety, we've just kind of met with a little bit of a challenge, and so it's been in our best interest to postpone it until next year. But meanwhile, we will continue to push hurricane preparedness education through the emergency management website, through the emergency management Twitter page, Facebook page, and we encourage residents to download the emergency management app that has a tremendous amount of information.
So this doesn't postpone the hurricanes?
No, ma'am.
I'll make that motion.
There will be no hurricanes until further notice.
There we go.
I like that. I like that a lot. And then the reminder of the event on Friday, May 27th in the Shores at the Community Center from 1 to 7 is a beach lighting expo. And we got a real cool slider on the main page of volusia.org about this. So it is turtle season, so got to keep in mind for the lights at night. So, and then just a reminder to the public, you can always find information about public meetings going on volusia.org. Go under news and county calendar, and you can get all the information on events. Or you can always call our office as well, too. Any questions?
Not seeing any.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, for the next little while, we will have Donna Butler and her staff. We'll start with item 9 to discuss Home Investment Partnership Program American Rescue Plan Home ARP Allocation Plan for $2,665 plus. Donna.
Okay. Good afternoon. Donna Butler, Community Services. Happy to be in front of you again today. This is great news. We received home ARP funds, the amount of $2.6 million. We're proposing that just under $400,000 would be used for administration, and about a little closer to $2.3 million on programs. So you approved January 6, 2022, the appropriation of these funds, but now we have to come back with a plan that must be submitted to HUD. So the plan is to identify current housing needs for qualifying populations associated with homelessness and supportive services. So it's not just for homeless directly, like affordable housing per se. The allocation plan is required to be submitted to HUD. It must benefit those that are homeless, at risk of homelessness, or other vulnerable populations. And there's a whole list of things that it can be used for here in front of you. So we had to do a consultation process, and this was out in the community. Local stakeholders were consulted to help identify the needs and potential gaps. We had a public meeting in March, early March, to review the data, feedback, and potential use. And then we published it and allowed it to be available for public comment for 15 days. So what we're proposing today is to use the funds for restrictive affordable rental housing development, $2.1 million. And then in addition, we were trying to throw some carrots out there. So nonprofit operating expenses of $50,000 and nonprofit capacity building for $50,000. So when I say restrictive affordable housing development, it's affordable housing that needs to provide some assistance to those folks that live there. And it's not always an easy task for a nonprofit to make that happen. So it's anticipated the amount allocated can create at least 12 new units. And so that sounds probably a lot lower than what you normally would hear, but that's because it costs so much money to actually provide services to the citizens that live there. So our next steps are to submit the allocation plan to HUD for approval, execute contracts, and develop a competitive solicitation for proposals. Just like we talked about a little earlier, we almost always put things out on the street for interested organizations, and then we would bring it back to you for your review and approval. Any questions?
We do have a input from the public on this as well. Keith Chester, are you here? He's not here? Okay, any questions from council? Motion to approve by Johnson, second by Wheeler. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Aye. Motion carries 7-0. And item 10 is Community Services Budget and Service Level Presentation.
Sorry, I got a little scared. One of my division directors was missing, but then I realized I'm covering that, so that would take care of that one. So, very excited to be here. I've got my wonderful team lined up behind me, and throughout the audience, you will see others that are their support staff. And this team has worked so hard on this presentation since it was first signed out. We're very excited that we got to go a little later because we have so much information to share, but I promise we've practiced, and they've all been encouraged to be as succinct as possible while still sharing the important information that you need to hear about our department. So we've got a PowerPoint that is getting ready to start. But at the very beginning of that, we have a video, and it was done by our staff, written and produced, and I hope that you will enjoy it as much as we have. With that, Megan?
Hello, I'd like to introduce you to the Smith family. John and his wife Mary are retired and own a home in unincorporated Daytona Beach. Their daughter Laura and her son Chad recently came to live with them while she tries to find a job and get back on her feet. The only car in the family is currently in the shop. The family has several transportation needs this week, and after researching other modes of transportation, they discover various options at Votran. Mary is utilizing Votran Gold service for her doctor's appointment today. She simply called Votran the day before and scheduled her trip for door-to-door service. Mary extended her day out with the help of a friend, and they visited the Daytona Beach Regional Library. At the library, Mary's friend took a craft class while Mary paid her water bill at the customer service counter. Afterwards, she toured the library. Mary took time to see the Natural Volusia exhibit, and she saw that the children's play area would be a great place for her grandson, Chad, to visit. When Mary realized all of the amazing services available at the library, she decided to apply for a library card. The next day, Mary and John take the Votran fixed route to the Human Services office in Daytona Beach to apply for the Emergency Mortgage Assistance Program. After speaking with the caseworker, they learn that they are eligible for other benefits as well. When the caseworker discovers that John is a veteran, she provided him with the Veteran Services phone number to schedule an appointment. John scheduled an appointment with the Veteran Services office and once again used Votran for transportation to the Daytona Beach office. John met with one of our veterans counselors and learned that he might be eligible for health benefits and disability pension due to an injury he suffered during the war. Laura and Chad visit a friend for the day, and they decide to attend a family nutrition class, Cooking on a Budget, which is one of the many programs offered at the UF IFAS Extension Office in DeLand. They go to Earl Brown Park and let their children enjoy some fun outside. Earl Brown Park received a complete overhaul in the past 2 years thanks to ECHO funding. The next day, after hearing from Mary about all of the amazing things going on at the Daytona Beach Library, Laura decides to visit. While she is there, Chad participated in story time, and Laura used the computer to look for and apply for jobs and apply for a summer camp scholarship for Chad. After story time, Chad complains of a toothache. A library staff member refers her to the Department of Health in Volusia County. She calls the health department and is able to get an emergency dental appointment. They utilize Votran for transportation to the health department, and Chad was able to have a full dental exam with x-rays, and they were able to fix his toothache. While there, Laura discovers that she can apply for her child's birth certificate that she had previously lost. Finally, their car is fixed. They reflect on their many accomplishments this week and the successful navigation of all the services that have helped them see a brighter future for all of them. They decide to find a way to spend time as a family by utilizing the Parks app. They choose to watch a senior softball league game at nearby Strickland Park in Daytona Beach.
So I hope you enjoyed that. We wanted to share what it's like for potentially a family or citizens. Maybe they don't do all that in a week, but here's a week in the life of some citizens that might have really need some of our services. So, you know, if I soften up your hearts, make you all warm, when I get to the hard stuff, maybe we'll just fly right through and we'll all be good, right? So it's all great here in community services, though we have an exceptional team. Our org chart, I guess I get to do the slides, don't I? Sorry. Our org chart is in front of you here. We have a great team, 7 division directors, 2 operations managers that are in 2 different divisions but also serve the department. And they and their staffs work so hard to serve our public every single day. So one of the things that you're going to hear about through this presentation is how on a daily basis, these directors, their managers underneath them, and their staff work at being resourceful, responsive, and relevant. We know that it's really important to constantly refresh how we think about how we can do things different, be resourceful in how we spend our money, be responsive to things that change. If COVID taught us anything, it's that we had to start doing business differently. And you're going to hear in a little bit some ways that we can actually save money because we've learned how to do things better, even though we didn't think at the time that it was necessarily going to be better. So here's the admin budget. It's pretty small in the big picture of our department. $369,000 for personal services, about $6,000 in operating. That's 3 FTEs. However, one of those is paid partially out of the Votran budget because she operates out of there 50% of her time. So I want to talk about a couple state mandates, and you're all familiar with them, but I think it's important for you and the public to hear again that we are mandated to make these contributions. Medicaid, 7.6, almost $7.7 million per Florida statute required to collect and pay for Medicaid, costs for Medicaid recipients. We historically have only paid 20.95% of that contribution, so that's only part of that. Guardian ad litem, $73,000. Again, we're required to pay for a staff person. So we pay for a staff person, they contract with that employee, we provide them the funds to do so. It's a staff assistant level position. ADM, you're familiar with this as well. This is our $3.6 million. This is what was in general fund last year that you approved. It does not include the additional funds that we used out of ARPA to pay the additional funds that were requested by both Stuart Marchman and Halifax Health. So here's where some of those department efficiencies come in that I'm kind of excited to share with you this morning. So we're going to relocate some offices. In Orange City, our Veterans Services office is going to move from their office in Orange City across the bridge to the Deltona Library. Interestingly, when the Deltona Library was built, we actually built a social services suite there. And at that time, we did not have offices all around the county for both human services and veteran services. So our one counselor that's in Orange City is going to be a one counselor shop in Deltona. He's very excited. They're excited to share the space. We might actually get a few people into the library that might not otherwise go. So it's kind of a win-win for us there. Right next door, Orange City Human Services, the co-locate space, is actually going to be moving to DeLand and Daytona. So here's where the service delivery model has changed. Because we could not meet with people in person, staff developed a mechanism for them to be able to submit their paperwork through an online secure portal, so no one can have access, and we do all of our appointments by phone. Let me tell you why that's better for the client. Many times clients in this situation were working hourly jobs. They had to take off a minimum of a half a day to wait in line for assistance to pay their electric bill or their rent payment. Now they can keep working. They can do this on their lunch hour. They have a pre-programmed time. They get on the phone with their caseworker. They've already submitted their information, and 9 times out of 10, they are good to go. So it's really a win-win. So our proposed cost savings is approximately $80,000 between those two divisions. It's not a lot, but every little bit helps in the bucket of trying to be more efficient in our organization. All right, now I'm going to start turning it over to the division directors. I'll come back up for, yes. So now our division directors will each come up and we will move through what they all accomplish.
All right, good afternoon. Carmen Hall, Community Assistance Director. So Community Assistance' main goal is to improve the quality of life for some of our most vulnerable residents. As you can see, we have a large org chart. It's really hard to read, so I'll give you the overview. We have 65 to 84 county employees, 39 are regular employees, 26 are considered grant-funded employees, which means when the grant goes away, the positions go away. We also have 21 seasonal employees that we bring on board for summer food. Okay, here is our general fund budget. We have right over $11 million that we receive from the general fund on an annual basis. We also have several grants that we receive. So this is our 21-22 current budget for grants. It's almost $40 million. This is part of our regular grant allocation, but also some of the ARPA and ARA funds that we've received. Here are our 5 largest operating expenditures. You can see the first one, which is our largest, is Medicaid. That's what Donna previously spoke about, the county contribution, and it's about $1.8 million. And then the second one is our emergency client services. These are our direct client services through Human Services. One is indigent burial, which is a mandated program, and the others are rental and utility assistance. Our operating expenses, those largest ones, make up over 98% of our total budget, operating budget. The remaining 1.5 is less than $50,000, and that's for things like office supplies, building maintenance, those types of expenses. So as Donna briefly brought up, we do have several locations for community assistance. Right now, we do have 6 locations throughout the county. These will be consolidated some. A little quick fact about all of our offices. The front desk staff, they screen over 600 phone calls per day. One of our first activities is housing and grants. They oversee a variety of grant programs. One of those is the Children and Families Program. This uses our general fund dollars for local nonprofits, and we partner with them to provide community services directly to those in need. This program also provides our summer camp scholarship program, which we partner with a lot of camp providers, but our biggest provider is actually Parks and Recreation. We also have the Dory Schlossberg Driver Education Fund. This is a county ordinance, and we do partner with the school board to provide driver education classes. We also have affordable housing programs. One of those is our home ownership programs. Our largest would be our homeowner housing rehabilitation program. This includes emergency housing repair and our larger homeowner repair. I know we've discussed previously that we have over 62 households currently on our waiting list. So that is a lot of households, so we're not able to provide services as quickly as possible. Some of those have been on the waiting list for almost 5 years. So back in February, County Council did allocate $4 million in ARPA funds towards this program. So the intent is to use that funding to deplete the waiting list. And then as we receive applications for this program, we'll be able to provide assistance more quickly. This is an example of our housing rehab program. The first picture is a house that had fire damage. And so we went in and they were determined eligible, and we were able to rehabilitate the home. We also have other homeownership programs for affordable housing. Our most popular is probably our first-time homebuyers program for homebuyer assistance. But we also have new construction for resale. We actually use sheeted lots through the county that have been deemed eligible for affordable housing, and we take those lots and we partner with nonprofits or developers to build new housing on the lots and then sell them to income-eligible households. We also have rental programs, and we also partner with different community groups, whether it be a nonprofit, a developer, or sometimes a community housing development organization to develop these rental housing units. This picture is Banyan Cove Apartments. This is an example of a low-income housing tax credit project that the county provided the local contribution, and then they were able to receive tax credits at the state level. Housing and Grants also works with our Community Development Block Grant program. So we partner with various municipalities and also with internal county departments like Parks and Rec and Public Works. So you can see some of the projects we completed. Ross Point Park is a park that we completed with CDBG, and then at Osteen Community Center, we funded an ADA restroom. I think that a neat fact about this program is almost 4,700 people were served at community centers that were funded through community development last year. We also have our Emergency Solutions Grant. This program, we partner with local homeless service providers to ensure that our homeless population is receiving the services that they need. We also have the Justice Assistance Grant. This supports our activities to control crime and improve our criminal justice system. We do this by partnering through nonprofit agencies. We're currently providing funding for drug court and family counseling sessions. Then the last program with Housing and Grants is our Emergency Rental Assistance Program. I believe most of you are familiar with this program, and it's been very responsive throughout the pandemic. We have been able to serve, as of last week, over 1,900 households, and we've expended or committed over $19 million towards assistance. So it's a big impact, and that's since March of 2021. And just so everybody's aware, this program is opening again tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Another activity we have is human services. This is people are most familiar with this program for our emergency services. Sorry, for human services is the activity. They provide emergency rent, utilities, and mortgage. They also have some mandated programs like indigent burial and our Healthcare Responsibility Act. An idea of what the caseworkers do on a weekly basis is they screen 145 phone appointments and process the applications every week. They also oversee our low-income home energy assistance program known as LIHEAP, and then the sister program EHEAP, which is specific for our elderly population. This is for utility assistance. So on a weekly basis, they screen 120 electronic applications. This is in addition to our phone appointments. Human Services also oversees our Community Services Block Grant. This block grant provides a lot of our ongoing case management through family self-sufficiency and also helps supplement some of our emergency rent and mortgage programs. Another program is our summer food. This is unique because we actually utilize site volunteers to implement the program during the summer months. If there are not site volunteers available, we do hire seasonal staff for the program. And some of our largest sites are our library services and Parks, Recreation, and Culture, and we partner with them to provide meals during the summer. Next program is Section 8. This is our ongoing rental subsidy program. And just to get an idea of the demand for services for this program, we opened up applications about a month ago. We were open for 12 hours and we received almost 6,000 applications. So it's a huge demand. 5 years ago was the last time we opened, and we were open for 72 hours and received 5,000 applications. So there's definitely been a significant increase. So how is community assistance resourceful? There's several ways, but some ways I'd like to point out is that we are continuously transferring programs to electronic applications to help increase or speed up the process and make it easier for our clients to apply for services. We also are doing a secure portal upload, and this way clients can either upload on their phone or their computer and submit their documents instead of having to come to our office. Of course, they're more than welcome to. How are we responsive? We're continuously receiving additional grant programs or community needs, and so we move quickly to implement these programs and make changes that will best assist our community. And then how are we staying relevant? We're remaining relevant because our focus is mostly on housing and ensuring that people are maintaining or attaining housing, and also providing those supportive services to help them do that. Some of our future challenges: fluctuation in our appropriation of grant funds is always a concern. We're actually in a unique situation that we're receiving more grant funds at this time. However, it's great for the community, but it can be challenging to keep up with staffing demands and also to keep up with the demands of the grant expenditure requirements and the grant regulations. Another challenge is, like everybody else, our costs are increasing. So as rent is increasing, as utilities are increasing, that means that our cost to help somebody is increasing. So eventually we're able to help less people with the same amount of money. All right, so up next is the Florida Department of Health.
Good afternoon, members of the council, Madam Vice Chair, Mr. Chair, county leadership. My name's Steve Civitelli. I'm the new guy, as I've been referred to often. I'm the administrator for the Department of Health in Volusia County. We're just going to go through our presentation today. I tried to do the best I could after being here a few weeks on the job, but I think we got it covered today. We have a relatively unique setup here in our organizational chart. We have, as you see, we're slightly different, being a pseudo-state agency, but being based in the county. You're going to probably see a lot of my tone is going to be county-driven because I'm big on community service and working within the community. I came from municipal government. So what I did want to show here is to highlight the State Surgeon General is at the top of our hierarchy here. Deputy Secretary for County Health Systems, that was Mark Lander, who was here at my hearing. Myself, our senior leadership team, and where the rubber meets the road is our supervisors and staff who are very diligent, who have welcomed me openly, and it's been a very good few weeks getting to meet everyone.
Can I interrupt before you get too far ahead?
Yep.
Did you have a question for Carmen or for?
I'll probably have a question for both, but
Okay.
I have a question for Carmen, so I was saying, are
Before
we
we
gonna
go-
ask questions after each presentation, or,
You have the floor. Just go ahead.
okay?
And we can do it after each presentation. That would make more sense.
Yeah, yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you, but.
Thank you. So I'm continually getting calls about rapid rehousing, right? So can you tell me what services are available and the difference between emergency and rapid rehousing, if there is any difference?
There is a difference. So rapid rehousing is specific to our homeless population, it has to be a homeless household, and we actually receive those fundings through our Emergency Solutions Grant, and we partner with our local homeless service providers to provide that direct service. And so we have funding. I can get you a list of exactly who to contact at each agency, and so you can refer people to those agencies. And the reason why we provide that funding to the homeless service providers is they are experts in that area, so they're able to provide more than just the rapid rehousing. They can provide the wraparound services to that specific population. Our emergency rental assistance is to keep people housed. So they already are living in a unit, but they're in jeopardy of losing it, so we're able to provide the rental assistance so they can stay there.
So in the instance, or the several that I've been contacted about, it's someone who is in a rental and has a short period of time before they have to be out, like 30 days.
Okay.
And staying in it isn't an option. So that would be referred to the rapid rehousing.
Well, yes and no. It could be rapid rehousing, but they could also apply for emergency rental assistance. And because they are currently housed and it's to no fault of their own, there are some other resources that we could help them with. That's kind of a unique situation.
Okay.
But I would recommend that they apply tomorrow, or they can reach out to me and we can get them more information on other resources.
Awesome,
Okay.
awesome. That's what I wanted to know, because that's, with the current affordable housing concerns, that's many of the calls that I'm getting now, so thank you. Okay.
Thank you. Did you practice for interruptions?
I had everything kind of written out how I wanted to say, but I tend to go off script and just go from the heart. So, looking at our state budget overall, it's $23 million plus, but what I want to focus on for the purposes of this meeting is the 2.7 million county contribution, which is very generous and something that we will discuss a little bit later on in the presentation as to how we allocate those funds specifically. One other thing I want to kind of highlight here is, as of right now, we have 327 staff at the health department, but we're starting to demobilize from COVID and starting to transition out. So we're anticipating maybe there might be a slight shift in resources in the next couple months into the next year. So something that we're going to be looking at over the coming months. Funding sources, what I wanted to highlight again here was the county contribution of $2.7 million, but also looking at our client fees and permits. We have a very strong source of revenue of $4.5 million, roughly a little bit more. And how we target the county contribution is we use a county contribution specifically for environmental health functions, communicable disease response, inspection of facilities, fleet, and insurance. So we tried to target those funds specifically for those purposes, not for administrative costs and oversight. When you're looking at summary of operations, or I like to refer to as scope of services, we obviously provide quite a bit of services in the community, but I did want to highlight something that, as I was meeting folks in the offices and going to different facilities, is we have a very strong dental program, and you'll see from our operating expenses, that's where a good portion of our funds go to, is to our dental program, as well as we are the lead agency for 3 counties for breast and cervical cancer screenings. We also encompass and help along Flagler and Lake. Again, summary of operations continued. When you're looking at disease control prevention, obviously we know what we've been dealing with over the last few years, but in addition to that, in our normal times, or as we're starting to say, blue skies, we're looking at disease control prevention for TB, COVID, hepatitis A, and other illnesses in the community, something that we spend quite a bit of time on. And something we're doing quite a bit now on is preparedness, public health preparedness, getting ready for sheltering. This past week we did a 2-day training for all staff for for special needs sheltering in anticipation, hopefully, of not having a storm, but better to be safe than sorry and have everybody ready to go. Again, when we're looking at operating expenses, salaries and benefits are obviously the heaviest part of that. Our other top three expenses beyond that, medical and dental, 1.3 million, building maintenance and utilities, as well as information technology and supplies are typically our biggest expenses at the health department. Again, other operating expenses continued. We're looking at capital outlay for medical and dental equipment around $150,000. And again, our operating expenses for salary and benefits are currently around 63% of our overall budget. What I did want to say as well is that the county contribution of $2.7 million equates to roughly 11.5% of our overall operating budget as of right now. Resourcefulness, efficiency. So what we're doing now is, as we're transitioning out of COVID-19, us, like many other departments I've heard today, are talking about openings. So we're trying to transition staff out of COVID roles and start to transition into some of our vacant roles that we currently have within the organization. We are continuing to do virtual WIC visits to increase ease of access. We're digitizing information data in a secure way, and we're utilizing a program known as eVitals, which is online for folks to be able to check birth and death certificates. In terms of responsiveness, something that I took away from my first few weeks is that we have dedicated staff to protect those who are most vulnerable in the long-term care facilities. So we have 6 full-time employees to do case outbreak investigations in those facilities. We actually dispense roughly $9 million in WIC funds that actually get spent in our community. So that was something that was encouraging as well. When you're looking at relevant partnerships, I think this is an opportune time. When we were developing this slide, it was obviously turned into, it was a mess because we had pages of partnerships, right? One of them I really want to highlight, and I hope to continue to grow, is a relationship with the county. And that's going to be something that I'm going to work hard on as administrator here. But again, the list was quite extensive, so we had to cut that back a little bit and make it more generic in that. Again, some of our partners are the county schools, other individuals in other organizations, public partnerships, private partnerships that work with our state health improvement plan, our community health improvement plan. All these things are something we have to nurture over time to try and get where we need to go as a community. I've been looking at the Robert Wood Johnson ratings. More recently, I saw Volusia was at a 36, which I think was an improvement for last year. We're going to try and get that even better. Again, future challenges, this is nothing that's unique to us in terms of filling vacancies and staff turnover, but I think we have a plan in mind as to how to transition out of that and try and get folks from our organization that were working for us for COVID, trying to get them into other roles within the organization as we demobilize out of COVID. Salary compression due to the minimum wage increase is something at the legislative level. We're still trying to get guidance from the state on how we're going to handle that. However, I will say that I look at these challenges as opportunities for us to succeed, and I do believe that I'm very collaborative, and I think as working as partners, we could certainly take care of a lot of this and serve our communities better. So, thank you.
Barb Gervin.
I think your presentation's the only one that wasn't part of our package, and I understand.
Oh.
But can you share that with us?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
My apologies.
No problem. But I also want to say thank you, because I have seen improvement in the collaboration, and I think we're going in the right direction. So thank you.
Yeah, everybody's been fantastic to work with. We're shaking things up a bit, but I still have more to do.
It's necessary.
Thank you.
So thank you.
I look forward to it.
Good afternoon. I'm Lucinda Coley, the Library Services Director. I'm pleased to be here this afternoon. The Library Services Division works to shape library services to efficiently address the 21st century library needs of all Volusia County residents. And the library staff accomplishes this by continually evaluating and making changes to the services to meet those needs. So before you is our organizational chart, and under the director, straight across is the library management team. Several years ago, we went through a library administration reorganization. We eliminated 3 regional librarians and combined the 6 regions into 3 super regions. And the majority of our library staff work in the library branches in direct customer service roles. The library division has 176 full-time equivalent. Like everyone else, we have vacancies. We have 24 full-time vacancies, and we have 16 student worker vacancies. There are 14 branches throughout the county, from our most rural areas in Pearson and Oak Hill to our urban centers. The 6 regional libraries in our largest cities are open 7 days per week. There are 4 full-service branches that are open 6 days a week, and 4 smaller facilities open 5 days a week. We also have a library support center on Indian Lake Road. It's library administration, library IT, our maintenance folks are headquartered there, and our collection development and technical services staff. Of course, we have our online branch that's open 24/7. During the pandemic, we had lots of challenges, like everyone, but the library branches continue to see a resurgence in library use. We restarted all of our face-to-face programming in January of 2022, which really has brought folks in, and you can see the in-house use statistics continue to climb. Of course, during the pandemic, we did not stop serving the public. We closed on a Sunday and started our curbside pickup program on Monday and other pandemic services immediately. We definitely have seen an increase in the number of electronic items that have been checked out. 1.7 million physical items, 1.5 million electronic items in fiscal year 21. And just to mention, most services that we started during the pandemic, we will continue to offer because they're a good service alternative for many of our residents, such as our curbside pickup for those with mobility issues and our lit kits for children for busy families. As our public computer use statistics and Wi-Fi sessions show, library branches still have a significant population of users that rely on the library for public access computing, wireless access, and hotspot checkouts. The library continues to be part of the solution of the internet broadband issue. The library fund has a total operational budget of $31,292,696. Of that, $8.1 million is in reserves for emergency and future capital. Planning for fiscal year 23, our planning includes spending approximately $300,000 to upgrade our integrated library system. It's sort of the computer brains of everything that we do. It catalogs our materials, our patron records, patrons place their reservations, and it has our online catalog. Our current software company was sold, and so we are looking to migrate. Our operational budget also includes a $2 million transfer to our construction fund for future construction additions and major renovations. Our major operating expenses, the number one line is for our publications, $2.7 million. Those are the resources our library users come to the library to check out or visit our online 24/7 to access the e-content, as well as research databases, learning resources such as tutor.com or LinkedIn Learning, which was formerly lynda.com. The second largest is our contract services, and the 3 largest areas under contract services are for security guards at 7 locations, our janitorial service, which includes 5 part-time day porters at our largest facilities, and the courier service that moves materials around the county 6 days per week. We pay indirect costs to the general fund of just over $800,000 and a little over $560,000 to keep the lights on and the water running. $322,000 for software licenses. The library has 292 public access computers. That includes our general computer labs and our eLab computers that are in 8 locations where we provide instruction and assistance with resumes, applying for assistance, setting up email accounts. Communications, we pay a little over $300,000. A portion of that is reimbursed through the FCC E-rate reimbursement program, where we reimbursed 80% of the cost of public internet access. And then, of course, we're reimbursed for our hotspot services. Those largest operating expenses make up 75% of our operating budget. So the majority of our funding does come from property taxes, 21 million, a little over 21 million. We also apply annually for a state aid to public libraries grant, which is a state legislative appropriation, and then there's a formula that's based on the local effort that determines how much we receive in state aid. As I said, we apply for the FCC E-rate reimbursement, and then we have miscellaneous other revenue, including $50,000 from our Friends of the Library groups. So our total revenue is $21,888,277. As I said, the other funding, the Friends of the Library spend approximately $50,000 through the county each year. An example would be the Ormond Beach Friends of the Library spend $3,000 per month on e-content and large print materials to fulfill a donation agreement that they received from a donor. Of course, the Friends of the Library also spend money locally that's not included in this $50,000 for speakers, musicians, craft supplies, and other materials for programs. And most of those Friends groups make their money by selling donated and discarded materials in their bookstore rooms, ongoing book sales, or periodic book sales. Takes a lot of 10-cent paperbacks to make that kind of money. And then the library does have an endowment fund, which has approximately $463,000 in it. This year, we're taking $25,000 from the portion designated for Deltona to assist with funding our outdoor discovery learning area for young children at that location. During the pandemic, the library moved to a revised return policy where we did not charge fines. Our goal is to get the materials back to the library so other users can check them out and to avoid having to spend our funds to replace materials that are not returned. We can then really concentrate our funding on purchasing new materials for the collection. Families in particular are very busy, and those who check out children's materials are more likely to return materials late and accumulate fines. Patron cards with children's materials have the highest rate of fine accumulation. What we see many times is that when children's cards or anyone, they have fines. If they can't afford to pay those fines, they either just stop, they don't return the materials, they stop using the library, or they throw the materials in the book drop and never come back. And then we see parents and guardians who still attend programs, but they avoid the books because we can't check out any books because remember we had to pay those fines. So they it discourages children from checking out new materials. Also new card holders, as soon as they get a card, approximately 9% of new card holders are impacted by fines almost immediately. But we do have a high new card user retention rate of over 50%, meaning they become very active users. So materials must be returned, though, in order to continue using the library card to check out materials. So no one gets to keep the materials and keep using the library. Both physical content and e-content, their card is then not in good standing and they're blocked from using the resources. So we've taken a proactive approach to getting materials returned. Our library software sends automatic emails when items are almost due, and a series of automatic emails when items become overdue. We make phone calls at 14 days, many times utilizing volunteers, and then at 28 days, they're mailed an invoice for those materials that they have not returned. At 42 days overdue, the account is turned over to our budget-neutral materials recovery service, and that includes a $10 service fee that must be paid by the card holder. And we're soon going to be adding text messages to remind folks to return their materials. We've continued to see a reduction in the value of unreturned items. And currently, less than 1% of the items checked out are becoming long overdue. An example would be of the over 107,000 items that were checked out during a recent month, only 354 went to long overdue status. So all but those 354. And then many of those will still come back. The Library Advisory Board passed a resolution in support of the revised return policy continuing. I've also received several comment cards from library users, including a couple that I'd like to share. One is from a homeschool mom. Love the grace of no fines for late books. As a homeschooler, we tend to check out a lot of books, and keeping track of return dates is a challenge with 3 kids. Another parent wrote, we love the children's activities, especially the Wiggle Giggle class with Miss Sarah. It's a preschool class. Also, having no fines has been a lifesaver with little ones and even for myself too. And to continue this policy, we will continue to find savings in other places in our budget to make up for any lost revenue. So beyond traditional library services, the library is a community hub for learning and cultural programs for all ages. We provide early literacy programming starting with baby time and progressing to preschool and kindergarten readiness. All activities have a learning purpose and help to develop reading readiness and reading skills. Our after-school programs engage children in STEAM, science, technology, reading, art, and math. After a long day in school, while many wait to be picked up by their guardians who are still at work. Several library branches offer special programs for our homeschool groups as well. Summer is filled with activities for all ages, but our main goal of the summer library program is to keep children reading and slow the summer slide that happens when kids stop reading and learning during their summer break. Our Friends of the Library groups fund many of those programs and those speakers and music programs for children and adults. And there's a large, wide-ranging programs for all ages. Library Services rarely, if ever, hesitates when asked to assist another department or division with a project or a service. Residents know where their public library is located, and sometimes it's much easier to get to a library than to another county building or other building. Resourceful efficiencies. Since 2008-2009, the library has been reduced by 16 positions. However, we were still able to open the Hope Place branch without adding any staff, and we have extended our hours in most locations. We added self-checkout stations at most locations. Excuse me. Approximately 70% of our checkouts are via the self-checkout machines. We also started floating our collections, meaning where an item is returned, if there isn't a reserve on it, that's where it stays. This allows us to turn over our collections so there's more new to them materials on their local branch shelves. 70% of our checkouts are via browser, so we want to turn those collections over so they see something new. And we use evidence-based selection. It's a software system to help tell us how many copies of an item we should purchase and what branch we should start the item at, because that's most likely where it will be checked out. And that way we do not have to buy as many copies. And then we've consolidated adult public service desks. Responsive, meeting community needs. Just to highlight a couple, our new Career Online High School program has been very successful. We have had 1 graduate, and we have 15 students currently on scholarship. As I mentioned before, our Lit Kit program is very popular, and it allows us to curate books for checkout for children. The Pearson Public Library, I just want to mention that we're working with the town of Pearson to move the library from its current location to a new town center in the former Pearson Elementary School. Relevant partnerships. I think in the video it mentioned that we take water utility payments and do water hookups at several locations. One of our most satisfying partnerships is with the summer food program. Last summer, we provided more than 14,000 meals to children during summer break. And this summer, we're looking forward to a partnership with the Volusia County Summer Camps, bringing books and reading activities to the camps. Our future challenges, the cost of purchasing materials in all formats. Folks want regular print, large print, e-books, e-audio, etc. Maintaining a stable staffing levels. We continue to lose staff to better paying positions, work from home opportunities, and retirements. And succession planning, we will lose 3 key staff members with a combined experience of over 100 years in the next 3 years. And that's it.
Okay, I'm next. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Honorable County Council members. I'm Tim Bailey, Parks, Recreation, and Culture Director. I wanted to start off today with the org chart for Parks, Recreation, and Culture. There are two key positions there, the activity project manager positions. The one over maintenance handles all of our parks projects, all of our operating in our parks, all of our trails, all of our capital improvements, capital repairs. And then the other important position is the activity project manager over recreation. They manage all of our ball field complexes, all of our recreation programs, and the cultural programs. And then you'll see on the far right, the 173 rec aides. That predominantly is our summer staff, along with our referees, line judges for our recreation programs. Those are all part-time intermittent positions. Our budget is $13 million, which includes the park impact fees in that number. So when you look at our personal services and our operating just for parks, it's about pretty closely evenly split between personal services and operating. When you look at our recreation fee, when we look at our recreation revenues, you start off with our recreation fees, and that first line you see there is our Strickland shooting range. Those are annual passes and daily passes. I will say it's a very popular range. I mean, if anyone that's ever been out there, there's always a lot of people using that range, especially on weekends. Summer recreation fees, and a portion of that comes from Carmen's shop through low income. We get those fees reimbursed to the general fund for those individuals or those kids that comply. And then park fees, which is like pavilion rental, ball field rental. Those are the types of fees that you'll see in there. Camping fees, predominantly they're at Gemini Springs and Lake Monroe Park. League registration is adult softball. And then we have one concession, although we're just entering into another contract on concessions for canoe kayak rental, and it'll be scattered throughout the county. Our largest operating expenses are maintenance of buildings and grounds. Those are predominantly our services that we hire, like for tree trimming and mowing of our fields and common areas, as well as like electricians and plumbers, and those types of contracted services that we have throughout the county parks. Our vehicle replacement charge, that's technically our fleet, our entire fleet. And most of our fleet, when I say most, it's like 90% of our fleet, is in the lease program. So we pay in each year for when the vehicle is required or eligible for replacement. Those funds have been collected over the years to then go out and replace that vehicle. And then materials for maintenance, those are our in-house staff that we buy materials like for lumber or for irrigation replacement, fencing replacement. Those are the types of expenses that are in that category. And then utilities, water and electric, and then contracted services. Those are like our portalettes, our contracts that we have an agreement with, that if we have something that needs to be done, like painting, that would come out of that contract. That would come out of that line. We have 44 total facilities countywide. I've broken them down into separate categories to give you an idea of the diversity of our park system here in Volusia County. And then these are the types of assets we've tracked all of our assets by park, and so it gives you an idea of how many restrooms we have, how many playgrounds we have, how many parking spaces, and how many lineal feet of wooden docks that we have to replace or repair through time, number of pavilions, etc. And then currently we have 67 miles of paved trail and counting. I think the next trail section would be in DeBerry. It's from Don Smith to High Banks. I think that's the next trail section that's funded. We have 25 miles of nature trail, and that's probably a low number. We have, you know, nature trails scattered throughout the county. If you add the preserves to that, it's also a big number. 10 miles of equestrian trails and 20 miles of mountain bike trails. And then we have two web-based and mobile-based applications that I just want to spend a little bit of time on. It's the Volusia County Parks and Trails mobile application. It's eligible for a free download on the App Store or Google Play. I know a lot of people use that, especially if you're on our trails. It'll tell you where you are on the trails. If you click the button that says near me, it'll give you the 25 nearest assets near to your spot, and then it'll direct you how to get to them if you want to visit any one of those recreational assets. And then Sports Volusia was really developed for economic development. So we've reached out to all of the municipalities and all of the other providers of recreational assets that might not be publicly owned or operated, and included them in this program here. So if you're from out of town and you want to bring a Little League competition, you can go to this site here. It'll tell you how long how far the home run fence line is, what's the base of between home plate and first base, how many parking spaces there are, all those types of information that are important to you as an event coordinator. You'll have that at your fingertips, and then you could either call us or if it's a city site, you can call the city to book that league or that competition, and then bring your kids and your league play here to Volusia County. So how have we been efficient? So we evaluate our services that we provide via in-house versus contractor services. An example of that would be for mowing. So what we found, and I'll get into how we know this, right? So what we found is when it comes to mowing, the contracted services for mowing typically are better at it than we are internally. And so they have bigger mowers, they're move faster, and they're better competitive on the open green spaces, like Gemini Springs Park would be a good example of that. Where in-house staff is more efficient is out around the nooks and crannies, or around the picnic tables and the trees, and those are the areas that the contractors don't want to get off their mower and do the weed whacking, and that's where we're more competitive. So we split those. We use the contractors for those big areas, and the smaller areas we take care of ourselves. We also have brought fertilizer, herbicide, pesticide in-house in our ball field complexes. We've got a couple of folks that are certified, because it does require, there's some protective chemicals that need to be purchased with a license. And so we're now using that staff or those staff to distribute our own herbicide and pesticide chemicals. We've also bought our own couple of grinders now, and so we're grinding our own sidewalks for safety issues. We have a vehicle tracking and idling report, and I'm going to spend a little more detail on that in an upcoming slide. And then we track our maintenance activities by site. How have we been meeting the community needs? So our parks are open, unless they're otherwise posted, 365 days a year, sunrise to sunset. A lot of our boat launches, though, are open 24 hours a day. There's only a few that are not. And then the recreation programs are offered for all ages. We coordinate with event coordinators, and if I had to guess, there's probably at least 50 different special events countywide that we assist the event coordinator. And when I say assist, depending on the number of participants, we require special insurance. We work with the risk manager on proper insurance elements. And then we coordinate portalet rental, sheriff's deputies, depending on the event and how large the event is. July 4th is the largest event that we partner, right, in Volusia County, and it's somewhere between 5,000 and 8,000 people attend Gemini Springs Park on the 4th of July celebration. It's a ocean of people in that open green space. And then we have some relevant partnerships. The St. Johns River to Sea Loop Alliance is an important one specifically for the trails. They do a great job in really marketing the trails. They also have built some relationships with some of the other entities throughout the St. Johns River to Sea Loop, and it's an important partnership. Dunlawton Sugar Mill Gardens, this is predominantly a retirement nonprofit that take care of all the maintenance at Sugar Mill Gardens. And if you've been out there, there's a lot of gardens, and they do a great job if anyone's been out there. Southern Off-Road Mountain Biking Association, that's at Chuck Lennon Park, and they maintain that whole mountain bike trail, and we have insurance to protect the county on that. New Smyrna Beach Disc Golf is predominantly out at Glencoe Park, and then Volusia County Skeet and Trap, they have their club is out there off of Pioneer Trail and 44. And then the Paw Paw chapter of Native Plant Society, that's up in the Ormond by the Sea Bicentennial Park. We also have BMX track. We have a relationship with a radio-controlled track, kayak and bike rentals, which is what we're just entering into right now. And so that'll be, I believe that is going to start at Gemini Springs in June, and it's a turnkey. It's you pay for it online. They send you a code. You punch the code into the locker, and you're able to grab your canoe and kayak and your helmet, and your vest, and your paddle, and off you go. And when you're done, you just pile it back in there, and it's self-service. I'm hopeful it's going to be a success. And then we have a bait and tackle shop that's up at High Bridge Park. So future challenges. So we do have a large swings in capital improvement needs year over year, which, when you're looking at a flatline millage rate, having these huge swings, it makes it difficult from a budgetary standpoint. We also have a challenge to operational funds when we open up a new park or trails and we're at a status quo, or we're looking at reduced operating budgets. And then it's difficult to fill vacancies, and you probably heard that from everybody that's up here before me. Steps we've taken to meet challenges. So we have, I'm just going to spend just 2 minutes on this. So, every time a park staff member arrives at their workplace, they have a task sheet that they fill out each day. And then on those task sheets, each task has a code. So if you're mowing, it's a code. If you're picking up trash, there's a code. If you're cleaning a restroom, there's a code. And then each park has a code. And so they track what they do at each park by codes, and they track what they did at that, or how long they did that activity at the park. And we collect that data, and then we run reports off it. So if someone asks me, how much is this new park going to cost to maintain? Well, I look at how many linear feet of sidewalk there are, how many trash cans there are, how many restroom doors there are. I have that data, and I know what those costs are. So I'm able to work directly with the budget office and say, here's what my real costs are. And it helps you all, too, when you ask me for some costs. And so it's kind of an important tool that we use, not only to make sure we're operating efficiently, because we compare that to the open market, but it's also a good way for us to budget. And then we've reduced bus costs related to field trips, and then we reduced our permanent recreation staff. We also look at our fleet. So if I can buy a Ford F-150 as opposed to an F-250, and it still meets our needs, that's what we'll do. Eliminate brochure production. We minimize flyers. We also minimize some school agreements on some of those sites that we don't necessarily use or need for comp plan requirements. And then we eliminated all recreation special events, for instance, Easter egg hunts, Halloween events, the Daytona Beach Half Marathon. And we also have installed on every truck, there's a GPS equipment that's installed on those vehicles. It gives us travel routes. It tells me how fast the vehicle is traveling. It tells me how long they're idling for. And as a division policy, they only can now idle for 5 minutes or less. And so we keep track of those, and that keeps our fuel costs down. Plus, we marry that information up with their task sheets. So if their task sheet is different, they say, I was at this park at this time, and it's not matching up to the GPS sheets, we meet with, hey, what's going on? Why'd you take the long way, right? And another good example is I'll get a call in and say, this park employee was out here at this location speeding, right? So now I got a record to go see, did this county employee speeding? Was he in an area he wasn't supposed to? So now everybody realizes we have that, and I'm able to track that and check it, right? All right, and then we eliminated contracted services for fertilizer and herbicide treatments on our district ball fields, as I mentioned before. So here's some additional opportunities. So we haven't really increased our rates for some of our rentals, like pavilions and spring houses in our ball field, since 2008. So this is a potential opportunity to realign, our rates to current market conditions. Our pavilions, we're asking to go up by $5. The spring house is going up by $5, or recommended to go up by $5. And our ball field rental rate, which is really low compared to the current market and our other city ball fields, we recommend going from $10 per hour to $20 per hour. And then with the lights, it's from $15 to $30 per hour. And then tent camping, it's currently at $15 per night for both tent camping and RV. When we look at some of the rates around the county, $25 is a better rate, is more aligned with the competition, and then $40 per night for RV camping. And that, again, that's more in line with the state RV camping rates. And then this is, these are some parks that we're looking at as a potential of just leaving open, right, and trying it. So that would mean the gate would be open and, the restrooms would be opened. So in some parks, we don't have any issues. So we figured if we really want to try to save some money, this might be a way to test the waters. And if we did that, you'd save about $10,884 per site if you opted to do that. And that's all I have.
Ben Johnson.
Do you need a motion to raise those rates?
I would.
I'll make a motion to go with the new rates suggested by, suggested by all of this information.
As proposed in this report.
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion by Johnson, second by Lowry to increase park and camping
And
rates?
RV, yep.
And RV.
And keeping some of the park entrance gates open.
Okay. Michael Dyer.
Yes, sir. And if this motion passes, what we'll do is we'll bring the agenda item back with that document for your approval.
Okay. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll see it on the next meeting.
Good afternoon, Brad Burball, Resource Stewardship Director. So organizational chart, I wanted to introduce my team. It's not often that a director gets to stand up a new division. So, and I did not tell them to sit in this order, but from left to right, the bottom line there, our Echo Manager is Kendra Hively. So Kendra, Tim Telfer is our Land Acquisition Manager for Volusia Forever. Kaylin Taylor's our Extension Director, Operations Manager at our system.
That is organized when you can have them just sit in the right order. That's pretty cool.
I did not do that. I have a little OCD, but I did not tell them where to sit. And then Kaylin Taylor out at Extension, and then Nick Dunham leads our land management activity. So that's our org chart. I want to give you just a brief snapshot. We have 4 different activities that are funded in 4 different ways. So I'm going to go through those funding streams. The first is extension services and the admin budget. So this 20 people that are included in this $854,000 from the general fund includes myself and an admin coordinator, as well as our team out at the extension office as well. One of the things that I wanted to note is that 7 of these 20 individuals are funded by grants through the University of Florida. So they're fully funded, paid through the University of Florida. What's unique about the extension service is that it's like the health department. There's a state contribution to our operation here in the county, which is $1.2 million. So the total budget out extension is about $2 million, with 1.2 coming from the state. In-kind contributions, we encourage our faculty members to get grants and donations, as well as the volunteer hours that help volunteers that we train to increase our outreach and impact. So if you're looking at this, the ROI for the county, so we spend about $854,000 on general fund dollars, but we receive the 1.5 back from the University of Florida. So the ROI is about $1.76. For every dollar the county invests, we get $1.76 in hard dollars back for us to use. Land management budget, their budget is about 1.7 to manage the 37,000 acres that we have across 11 preserves, including over 200 miles of road, 40 miles of trails in our conservation areas. As you can see here, this comes from the Volusia Forever Land Management Set-Aside, as well as we're operating, using a little reserves this year due to the general fund contribution being eliminated last year. So revenues, when we talk about Volusia Forever, of course, that set-aside generates 1.2 per year for us. Land management fees in terms of timber sales. Each year we do sell forestry products and then restore the habitat to longleaf pine. Land rentals, we have a few hunting leases, and as well as investment income from our reserves. Land acquisition. So again, this is our Volusia Forever. This is in Tim's shop. He's a one-man shop at this point in time. And so we have about $7 million in reserves to acquire land, of which we've spent about 1.3 when we bought the Palm Bluff extension last time. And as you can see, again, we made the decision, you made the decision, to make these self-funded programs. So again, this one's operating about 2.5% to run the program is coming out of that ad valorem assessment. I will say that does not include the CRA payments because they're mandated. As you can see there in our operating expense, our true operating expense here is for our team is $10,000. $235,000 of that goes to the CRAs. So those are the mandated expenses. Echo budget, again, you approved making this a self-funded program. We're operating at a little over, I think, 3.1% is what we're using to operate the program out of the ad valorem assessment. And again, the largest, when you look at operating there, $241,000, $6,000 is what we're using to operate the program, $235,000 is what we pay to the CRAs. So you can see we have some reserves in terms of operating. I will say we have some grants working their way through the process because we've decided to do 2 cycles this year. It'll probably be the first year in many years if the ones that have come through the door are funded that we are actually spending over the ad valorem assessment, so we may need to take some from reserves and also what we've committed to previous projects as well. So we look at the resource stewardship budget overall. What is our largest expense? And it's the vehicle replacement program or the lease program. And the reason why that's our largest expense is at land management, we have big pieces of equipment and we want to keep our budget level. So when we buy a $300,000 piece of equipment, we'd rather see that us paying $25,000 over 10 or 12 years rather than seeing a spike in our budget go to $300,000 when we need that new piece of equipment. So that's why we have all of the large pieces of equipment in the vehicle replacement program, and that's why it's the highest cost. And then contracted services, we realize some folks can do things more efficiently in terms of land management than we can, so we of course hire them. Vehicle and equipment maintenance, I'm not going to read them to you. You can see that our top 5 expenses are about $1 million, and our total operating is 1.5. So summary of operations, what do? I think we're in a really unique situation in our department is that, we promote stewardship of the community's natural, cultural, and economic resources through education, funding partnerships, and land conservation. So looking at our performance metrics, and again, I will say these numbers are typically closer to 25 to 30,000 folks participating in our learning programs, but COVID really decreased those, but we're looking at the trajectory and we're going to be back at close to the 30,000 next year. We have a very robust volunteer program at Extension. We're expanding that out to land management with the help of our environmental management volunteer coordinator who's getting some more volunteers to help us mark trails, do different projects on our conservation lands. The hours that those volunteers that give to us represent 4.5 full-time employees. So we use volunteers a lot in this division. Through ECHO and other things we've provided $3.8 million in funding where folks have provided $4.7. So We also work with advisory councils. As you know, something that's unique about our programs is that each program out at the Extension Office has an advisory council as well to make sure that we're relevant and responsive and responding to the needs of our community. Some efficiencies that we've seen this year is partnering with UF to work on that that Fairgrounds master plan, which has saved us some significant dollars. We have realigned administrative support. There was not a lot of administrative support at land management. Coming from the Extension Office, I saw some capacity with a staff member. We were able to realign some duties to provide some administrative support out at land management. And more in terms of responsiveness, we liaise at the Extension Office with all of the property owners out there and getting them mobilized to help with our COVID vaccination and testing. We have the transparency dashboards for both of our programs now for folks to be able to see what we've spent and where. And then, of course, implementing the green infrastructure and human-based solutions in the ECHO program under environment. We're trying to remain relevant in terms of having people understand the opportunities through ECHO and Volusia Forever in terms of getting out and exploring Volusia. So we're doing a lot more social media using the hashtag Explore Volusia. So if someone looks up Explore Volusia on social media, you'll see all of the ECHO projects we've highlighted, all of the conservation lands we've highlighted, as well as the education programs associated with Explore Volusia that environmental management does. We're moving to an online reporting system for ECHO grant recipients, which is much less cumbersome than filling out Word documents and scanning them to us, so people are happy about that. Future challenges, and I think this is something that I will be coming to you as we acquire property. I think our first one, we are real lucky that the Water Management District is going to manage it and have a plan for recreation. But as we bring properties to you, I think it's important that we provide public access to them in a timely manner. So that's going to require some capital investment. So we think we have some solutions. We've discussed with George, but as we bring properties to you, that's going to be a significant issue, is finding the funding to fund those capital investments, to put the trails in, put a pavilion in, put a parking area in. So as we acquire properties, we'll bring those back. Other challenge is forestry products market conditions. We're a long way from the mills in Jacksonville, mostly. So you will see our income from forestry products kind of go up and down. Some years it will be close to 400,000. Some years it will be close to 0. And that's because they like to come here at certain times or when it's not as wet. It has been very wet for the last couple of years. I don't have to tell you about the rapid increase in real estate prices, over 20% each year of the last 2 years. And our strongest regional funding partner, as I've mentioned to you before, in the Water Management District, their budget for acquisitions is 0, where it used to be almost 3 to 5 million each year. And then, of course, increased cost for materials and equipment. We've seen this already with the ECHO projects where they've applied, they've gotten through the process and went back out, and the cost of goods has significantly increased. Our municipal partners are absorbing that increased cost, but it may become a hardship for some of our nonprofits in the future. Questions?
You said when we acquire properties, we'll try and bring them into to public use as quickly as possible.
Yes.
You're talking about Volusia Forever.
Yes, sir.
Mostly in that case.
Yes, sir.
Is that not part of the agreement that not only is the land purchased, but that there is money set aside to manage it over the years, or no?
So there is the land management set aside that's given, which is 15%. Of the ad valorem assessment. So it's 1.2 million comes off of the top of the Volusia Forever ad valorem that goes to land management.
That doesn't include pavilions, trails?
It does not. And so what we're doing, we're doing is we have transitioned at land management to the Lucity system that Tim has described. So when we come to you with a property and we say we want to put 5 miles of trails on it, we'll know exactly how much it will cost to do that.
Do we have any land in Volusia County that's fenced off so that nobody can get to it?
So we have, of the 37,000 acres, about 8,000 acres is leased to hunt clubs. The rest is open to the public, so 30,000 acres. So we have 8,000 in private leases. We have 8,000 up at Lake George in public hunt area that people can go out and hunt during hunting season, providing, just to the general public. We have 8,000 private, and then it's public land.
But it's still in use?
Yes.
So we're not buying any land and throwing a fence around it and telling people you can't use that land?
No, sir. And I was told by Doug Weaver when I got hired in this position that do not buy it and lock it up. You better get it open soon.
Correct. When will we see trails going in and the loop property that was bought last year?
Yep, we've cut the trail already. We are trying to connect it now to Ormond Tomb, right? Because that was the pledge. So what I'm hearing is some of the developers that are along the way north of Plantation Oaks, they're going to deed us some land. Otherwise, some of that right-of-way is right up next to the old Dixie Highway. So we're waiting for those deeded parcels to come to the county and then create that new trail all the way up to Ormond Tomb. Point one. Point two is we met with Bulow Creek State Park staff, and the manager out there is going to allow us to connect to their trails further down towards Plantation Oaks. So the goal is, while I'm waiting for those deeded lands to come to us, I could cross right at that ravine there to go over to Plantation Oaks property, and they've got some existing trails that'll get us all the way up to the Fairchild Oak. So we're working on that right now. They changed staff, and so the new manager and I are trying to coordinate a time. I gave them a couple of different options, and so we're just trying to coordinate a time we can solidify that, and then we can create that trail all the way up to Bulow Creek while we're waiting on some of the deeded lands to come to us. But the trail on Plantation Oaks is already cut.
Great, thank you. Who cut it?
We did. Yeah,
you
staff.
did, or Ben Bartlett?
No, it was park staff. Park staff and land management staff. Yeah,
That was that $300,000 piece of equipment you were talking about?
Well, no. So it's a billy goat, but it's we're only committed to a 4 to 5 feet wide trail, and we meandered around trees, so we didn't cut trees. So we have the equipment to do that. We're not bringing in a bulldozer and clearing out that land there.
Good.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, I'm filling in for Bob Watson, who's out on medical leave for family, but he is listening in. So I'm going to take you briefly through our small but mighty Veteran Services Division. You see here the org chart, which is a staff of 12. They have approximately $927,000 in their budget annually. This past year, we did add 2 new positions. We have, going back, I should go back to the org chart and explain a little bit. So we have a special projects coordinator now that is in charge of both training and outreach. Right now, he is focused 100% on training because we have a bunch of new staff. All of the rest of the staff is at conference right now, not the staff assistants, but all of the counselors are at conference right now, which is required for them to receive their certification in order to serve our veterans. So their operating expenses are mean and lean. Their biggest percentage is on office supplies, office equipment, so forth, and then you'll see the others there. So they assist all former and current members of the U.S. Armed Forces and their dependents in preparing claims for compensation, pension, vocational training, and other benefits and privileges. Last year, they served almost 13,000 individuals. Our community receives, through the benefits provided by the VA, between $700,000 and $750,000 per month in claims. They made, despite all the craziness of COVID and then being short-staffed, they provided 73 benefit presentations. They were involved in several stand-downs, and they regularly appear in the Veterans Court process. So here's a whole list of other services that they work to help coordinate. We don't actually provide those services, but they work with veterans to try and make sure that they're getting access to these services that are available to them. So, ways that they work to be efficient, they meet with clients at their home if they have to. If a client cannot get out of their home, they're going to go to them and make sure that they get the assistance they need. And they can now file claims electronically. This was a big hindrance in moving claims forward quickly. With the new system that we've upgraded to, we can file those claims on a veteran's behalf electronically, and they can still do that even if they're meeting the client in their home, as long as they have internet access. So they do currently have 4 offices located around the county. That will remain the same. They have walk-in and appointments available. They are focusing primarily on walk-ins right now because we are a little short-staffed in terms of folks that are actually certified and able to see veterans on their own. They partner with everyone, obviously with Human Services because they share office space with the Health Department and a number of other organizations throughout the community to make sure that our veterans are receiving and hearing about and then receiving the benefits they deserve. So the biggest challenge is really keeping up with the increasing veteran population of Volusia County. We are now probably as staffed as we need to be to keep up with the client needs, but that could change in the future. We've got great staff. They are 100% committed, probably more than 100% committed to serving the veterans. So any questions about veteran services?
Donna.
Yes, sir.
Do we have any idea how many homeless veterans there are?
We would have to get that information from the Coalition for the Homeless. We don't track that information. They may know, so we can request that information.
Okay, yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Kelvin Miller, General Manager for Votran. Right before you, we have the Votran organizational chart. Our organization is basically broken up into 3 divisions. We have the admin staff, operations, and the maintenance staff. We have a total of 257 employees who work 365 days a year to bring transportation services to the county of Volusia. Our budget is about $31.2 million. Of that $31.2 million, 26 of it goes towards operating expenses, and $4 million is basically goes to reserves. For FY 2022-23, just a couple of notes. Our health insurance is potentially could go up to about 8% based on a contract agreement we have with Florida Healthcare. And we also have a bargaining unit coming up this year. And we have 4% increase in operating expenses related to just the cost of things going up. Our funding sources, we actually have 3 funding sources: the Federal Transit Administration, the Florida Department of Transportation, and the General Fund. Within the Federal Transit Administration, we get about $15.2 million. FDOT is about $3.6 million, and the General Fund is about $5 million. I will say the $5 million General Fund is probably going to increase next year. With the FTA and the FDOT, most of those funds are used for operating expenses, mainly salaries, wages, and benefits, and fuel. Our revenue, we get about $2 million from fares. That's passengers who get on the bus, fixed route and gold service, putting money into the fare boxes. Our second highest would be in advertising. We have an advertising contract with Vector Media. We get about guaranteed about $35,000 a month through them, and we get a percentage of sales, which is about $180,000 in a percentage of sales. Our 5 biggest operating expenses, of course, salaries and wages and benefits are our two biggest ones. And fuel, unfortunately, is going up. We talk about sometimes fuel being It's a detriment to people who use cars, but it's an asset to us because we hope people put cars up and start riding the bus, which would increase our ridership. The top 5 operating expenses take about 92% of our operating expenses. Some of our operations, our biggest operation is fixed route service. That's where we have the big buses on the schedule. Folks go out to the bus stop, wait for the bus, pick up the bus, use the MyStop app, use our web to know when the bus is going to be there. Our annual ridership is about 2.095 million people a year. It's about $16 million a year to operate that system. We actually have 25 routes that we do for those fixed route systems. The next one is our gold service. Our gold service is basically broken up into 2 different services. We have a complimentary ADA system and a transportation disadvantage service. We do about 218,000 trips on that. And it's about $7.1 million a year. We average probably about 800 and some trips a day on our gold service. Flex service, sometimes folks say, what's a flex service? I always define it as a combination of fixed route and gold service. It's a curb-to-curb service that's generally in the New Smyrna area. People can call up, schedule a trip. We'll actually go to the curb of their house, pick them up, take them where they need to go. We do have designated stops on our flex service. We take about 16,000 folks a year on that flex service with a budget about $411,000. The next service is a van pool service. We actually contract out our van pool service to Enterprise. Enterprise actually has about 43 participants who take about 15,000 trips a year. Most of those are folks in Volusia County, either commuting out of Volusia County and some commuting into Volusia County. They use about 7 to 10 vehicles to provide that service. Resourceful efficiencies. One of the things we pride ourselves on is trying to be as efficient as we possibly can. In our fleet, we have about 150-some vehicles. Of that 150-some vehicles, 30% of them are alternative fuels, either be hybrid electric or propane vehicles. Once a month, our service review committee meets to analyze some routes to look for efficiencies, the ways to make the routes more efficient for folks and more convenient for those who use the service. Partnerships, I won't mention the first one up there because we had a long discussion this morning about that one, so I'll leave that one alone. Partnerships, we work with the TPO and the TDLCB to do planning studies for us. Council on Aging, we have a contract with them to provide service for those folks. And we do other partnerships within the community to provide services to those individuals. Also to get some of those folks who may not be able to use the service, applications to Gold Service. Meeting the community needs. One of the things about transit is we provide service to able-bodied and disabled residents in Volusia County and visitors to Volusia County. When we talk about some of the visitors, we actually have some tourists who actually use our Ponce Inlet bus to go down to the lighthouse and to the Marine Science Center. Technology, we're always trying to look for ways to make the system more efficient. We have a real-time app for our fixed route service that folks can look on and know when the bus will be at their stop. If you're new to the service, we have a trip planner on our web and on our mobile app that you can actually plan your trip. Future challenges, the biggest one coming up, it's probably our collective bargaining agreement. It expires at the end of September. We'll be with our union to negotiate a new contract. As with everybody else, we talk about staffing challenges. We have staffing challenges. As you know, we've tried to do some emergency services to meet those challenges. The cost of fuel is going up. We probably anticipate that the fuel will probably be double what it is now coming up in the next year. Two of the grant programs we had from Federal Transit Administration, the CARES and ARP. The CARES will be going away in probably a year. And in 2 years, we have ARP money for 2 years. Those were actually 100% funded through FTA for salaries, wages, and benefits. Any questions?
Yeah, I'm thinking I'm missing this somewhere. You probably included it, but I didn't see a dollar amount in the van pool service.
We actually pay about $60,000 a year for the van pool service.
What is the fee for the 43 participants?
They actually work that out with Enterprise.
So
It's all based on mileage. I mean, the mileage, the longer they go, the more miles they travel, the higher fee they pay. But they also, the folks who use the van pool service also have to pay for the fuel.
So the 60,000 that we're paying is just subsidizing what?
Yes. And part of the van pool service is that we get credit for the mileage that they use for NTDs, which that's how we are funded through the Federal Transit Administration.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Barb Gartman had a question for you too. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Have you noticed increase in ridership with the increase in the cost of gas?
We haven't seen it so much on the fixed route side. We've seen a small increase on the fixed route side, but nothing substantial. On our gold service has actually, at one point, we were actually doing about 600 trips, and I'm not attributing this to fuel, but our gold service, we were doing about 600 trips. The highest we've gotten up now is about 900 trips a day.
Okay. And your Earth Day, did you see an impact on Earth Day?
We're still running the numbers, but the preliminary numbers we have, we did see an increase in ridership on Earth Day.
Great.
And we also are going to track to see how many new riders we had for that service on that day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That's it for us, unless you have anything else.
I don't see anybody else. Yes, thank you very much. Well done. Thank you, staff. You're all going out to celebrate now?
You want to speak on this, right? Mr. Brower?
Yes, ma'am.
We handed you a public participation slip for Keith Chester.
For Keith, yes, and was it for them? Donna, can you hang back a second, just in case, and maybe Brad, and we have one participant. It is for item 10, Keith Chester.
One thing I didn't hear in the presentations, which they were all terrific, but Children and Families Grants, I believe it's $2 million something that goes out through Children and Families to a plethora of organizations that do things human services wise, and I think it's very important that be added. Every week or every 2 weeks, every meeting you have people coming before you asking for more money and more money. And lately, there's been a group that's been saying you're not doing enough, and they're saying now they want even more for affordable housing when you've already given, I believe it was 2.6, and then there was $1 million, and there was 900,000 before that. As a county, as taxpayers in the county, we're doing a lot. There comes a point when you have to say, what is enough? I mean, when does it stop? When does taking from the taxpayers and giving to other people, when do you start hurting the people you're taking from? I've told you before, I have friends of mine, they're a young couple and they have children, and they're working all the overtime they can and busting their rears, and they're paying property tax between $4,000 and $5,000. That's on top of everything else. What about those people? What about the families that are busting their humps and to paying their bills that the county ultimately is taking from to give to others? We have to think about them. There comes a point that you have to say enough is enough, and it's not like this county's not doing anything. We just heard we're doing a lot, and that's on top. What we heard today is on top of the $10 million that goes for health care in the jail. That's on top of the nearly $40 million that the taxpayers burden with the hospital authorities. That's on top of the $1 billion budget that the school system has that even if we don't have kids, we pay into. Not saying that's a bad thing. I'm just saying that the burdens are here, and we're burying our citizens with these burdens, and we need to think about that. And the other thing, as we're talking about giving away money, we need to start talking about how do we help the employees that work for us? As opposed to giving money out to others, we've got employees that are starting, some of these groups that were here that are paid to give out money, some of their employees are making less than a Buc-ee's cashier. Some of them are only making $14 an hour. Votran, they've got people starting at 12 something an hour. We have contractual employees. Actually, Votran's bus drivers are only at 14 something an hour. We have contractual employees at the airport starting at around $10 an hour. The way to help poor people is to pay the people who are willing to work their butts off a livable wage. Instead of taking more from them, give them what they earn. We're saving money on the backs of employees, and that's wrong. The people who are willing to work for us should be paid a decent wage, whether they're a contract employee or whether they're a regular county employee. So as we're giving money out to help poor people, why don't we start right in-house here and start taking care of the people right here? Thank you.
Thank you, Donna. Thank you, Carmen. Thank you, Barbara.
Focus all up.
So, that was the only public participation for the, no, it's not, for the end of the meeting. That was, okay. Okay, as we wind down, we will open the meeting up to public participation again. Yeah, we've got two. One of them is your name. Are you going again? So we'll do, yes, John Nicholson, who has been waiting.
John Nicholson, Daytona Beach side. I know Jeff doesn't like this, but I want to bring it up again. The sales tax. I know it was a half-penny sales tax. I suggested that we have it 20 years ago with a discussion when we had the Echo and the Volusia Forever for the first time. When we brought it up about 2 years ago, I opposed it for two reasons. One, impact fees were not raised at the time, and I said it was going to be an issue, and it was. The second thing is the distribution. The city of Daytona Beach would raise almost 40% of the funds and get back less than 5% of it. So if you're going to raise $22 million and you only get back $3 million, there's a problem there. And Jeff is going to kill me on this one, but I would prefer us, instead of going after a half-penny sales tax, a 1% sales tax. Because if you look at the counties around us, we are at the second to the bottom. There's only one county who collects less than us. That's Gadsden. Okay? And there's nothing in Gadsden, so there's no reason for tax there. So if we were going to do anything, we should match Tampa, Orlando, the other ones that are in our same category. And they're at 8.5. We're at 6.5. So to go up to 7, which would be still at the bottom of all the other 67 counties, would really help us a lot. And if you can ask George, with Sunrail coming down the pike and the other things that are happening, we're going to need the infrastructure. So I ask you again to think about a 1% sales tax, not using the same program you used before. Use half of it for that, and if another half of that 1% is if you raise it, you get it. In other words, those cities that are raising tremendous amount of monies who need it, like Daytona Beach, we get all the tourists. And we're only getting $3 million? That's not enough. We have to do the roads for them. We have to do water, sewer, all of that for the tourists, but we're helping all the other cities. Ormond, the Shores, piggyback off what we do. We sell cars for the entire county. We have and I know there's an argument on that one, if our airport produces more than New Smyrna Beach, but I think we do, we have more tourists, we have more of everything. So I'm asking you to look at it, one, to dedicate, because that was a problem the last time, because nobody trusted you guys. And we absolutely did not trust our city. Dedicate absolutely infrastructure, roads. Don't do this nebulous, oh, well, roads plus little minor things. Because once you do those little minor things, you can spend it on anything. People have got to trust you. Say it's going to be these roads, say it's going to be Howland Boulevard, say it's going to be this road, that road. If you do it specifically, I think you'll pass it this time. Thank you.
And Keith Chester.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to address this. Now, I agree with a lot of what Keith said a while ago, but we'd already gone through that one item, and basically, we're about to set a bad precedent here, because this is, you know, here we are at a particular item, closing comments. And he's had 3 minutes to speak. Now, what could happen is the next thing you know, somebody comes in here at the end of the day, they haven't been here, and all of a sudden they hand us with 10 of these things from all day long. So I really have a problem, Keith. It's the issue of what you spoke on, you should have spoke on earlier.
Well, that wasn't his fault, that was mine.
Well, how was it
he
yours?
didn't come in and lay something on the table after the fact. He gave it to them before 9 and 10. I didn't call on him.
Oh, okay, so we spank you?
Spank me.
All right, I will accept that. I will accept that. I just want to make sure we're not setting a bad precedent here, that we end up talking all, you know, at the end of the day with people who just want to come in and hand them. So if that was a mistake made on our part, I will abstain from that.
I don't even know if I would do that, but if somebody came in and handed me 10, but
I think it's inherently necessary for your public to be able to speak, and if somebody's willing to come here, as you see, citizens-wise, there's not a lot of people here. It's because they don't feel like they're going to be heard anyway. I think when you got people that are willing to come here and address you, you should.
Yes, at the proper time. Now, and this is a different circumstance, and he just told us that, at the proper time to speak here, not to come here and just speak and speak and speak. There's a difference, Mr. Chester.
It just happened to be that the one he wanted to speak on was the last item of the day, and then we go right into the public participation at the end. So we have Keith Chester unmasked.
Yes.
And live.
Yes. I'm totally against a sales tax increase at this time until we start looking at canceling some CRAs out or sunsetting them and canceling out some of the waste that we see that comes through CRAs and other things. I just can't see where we could dare ask the public for more money. And the last time I did speak, I mentioned the harm we're causing to the people that are from here, especially, and the young people who are growing up and retired here and everything. You're really starting to hurt them. And the biggest way you're going to hurt them is if you add a sales tax, because that hurts poor people the worst, because they're the ones that, you know, especially a young couple, they're just starting out. They're buying the necessities of life and just getting started. I'm highly against the sales tax, in particular, until we start looking at the waste that goes on through CRAs and start sunsetting some CRAs and rethinking how we're doing things. So I think that's inherently important. And we need to start thinking about the working class people busting the butts every day. So moving on from there, I would like to just bring up one more time about ECHO and accountability. I brought up the Dutton House the last time to y'all. The fact is there is no board to the Dutton House. There's 2 people. State law requires 3. The original grant that they applied for said they'd have 12. There's no even board that's legal for you to deal with pertaining to the Dutton House. The Dutton House project started in 2006. It's 2022. Nothing's happened with it. The county has not done its due diligence from the staff level, no offense to the new people, from the staff level, from the board, the ECHO board, or this body. Not y'all. Y'all are relatively, well, some of you have been around, you could have looked into it. I have sent some of y'all emails. You got to bring accountability back to the ECHO program, and the Dutton House is one of the very first ones you need to get a hold of, because what's happening there, to me, is next to criminal, and you need to be paying attention to what's going on there. Now, all of y'all know my past and where I worked, and I'm not picking on them. It's because I'm close to it that I know most about it. They're fixing the problem now, 10 years after I'm gone. 10 years they've been in violation. The city of Lake Helen's had a grant with the Creative Arts Cafe that I helped build. But once I left there, they defaulted basically on their grant and quit doing the things they promised to do. Now they're working towards it and they're working to fix it, but it's 10 years later. I've begged y'all, I've sent you emails, I sent emails before ECHO went back to the ballot to please get ECHO under control and make these people accountable. That's part of the waste that goes on. Thank you.
Thank you. County Manager for closing statements.
The only thing I just would add is that the Dutton House is coming up on the May 26th ECHO board meeting, so that is being addressed. That's all I have.
County Attorney?
Yes, sir. On Friday, another federal court judge out of the Middle District of Florida issued an order on the federal mass mandate for mass transit. You may recall almost 2 weeks ago, another federal court judge, also out of the Middle District, but out of the Tampa office, issued a nationwide injunction against the CDC's mass transit order. The judge in this case, based in Orlando, reached the opposite conclusion, upheld the CDC order, but no injunctions in place. So that really where we stand is it's no different than what we talked about before. The injunction from the judge out of Tampa is still in effect. And as I'm sure you've read media reports, the federal government's appealing that. So we'll keep you updated. The only distinction between the two orders is this latest order went a little further because it addressed international travelers, and it upheld the constitutionality of a mask mandate or a negative COVID screen for international travelers, and the order which issued the injunction against the federal government did not go that far. So that's really the only distinction between the two. So that international portion has been upheld, but otherwise we're subject to the injunction. So we'll keep you updated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Barb Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to say that I'm looking forward to hearing from the ECHO Advisory Board in regards to any current concerns. I can imagine of the projects that have happened over the past 20 years, there's going to be some hiccups, and I understand there's, Lake Helen and Dutton House and maybe one or two others that maybe did not go as planned, but to give a whole program a black eye over something that's happened over the past 10 years, I don't think is fair. And I mean, we're talking through recessions, we're talking about a lot of changes in our economics and environment. So I'm not saying that things shouldn't be done differently. I'm saying at some point you have to move forward, respond to what the current issue is, make the best decision, and recognize the 99% of success, not the 1% of challenge. And I just wanted to put that out there, that there's a reason that the public voted positively to have this program supported, and there's always going to be things we have to work through. But to represent things is always that someone's being fraudulent or not doing what they could have or should have done with knowledge. I just don't think it's fair. I do have a question about the update on the growth management and the green ribbon panel. When do we anticipate that coming back to council?
At your next meeting.
Excellent. Okay, that was an easy question. I wanted to congratulate former Councilwoman Pat Northey for receiving the Tippin Davidson Award last night. Also, Pamela Kaufman, she was presented the Brady Coolidge Arts Ambassador Award last night at an award ceremony that myself and Billy attended. There was also a discussion about, we see that wall has filled up, and there was question about how we would go forward, and my understanding is we'll just continue to the right.
Another wall.
Yes,
Yeah.
Kevin Captain, Community Information Director. Ms. Gertman, yes, our team has been in contact with Stephanie Mason-Teague, who has transitioned from the Cultural Council. She's in a new role in Ormond Beach, and so her successor is Bryce Hammond with the Cultural Alliance, and we have been communicating with him. Our plan is to put a new header on the west wall, which will allow some continuation in future years from the current south wall. So come October, we'll have that covered.
Excellent. That's what I had hoped would happen. And the other question that I wanted to follow up on, and I know we'll probably get to this during the affordable housing conversation, but I would love for someone to break down the understanding of linkage fees and the impact, since it is an impact fee. I just think it's important for the public to hear it, understand it, and understand the impact, and whether or not we should, wait for the results to come back from Daytona, or partner or collaborate with them to, better understand that opportunity, or not. I just think it's a good time.
Mrs. Gertman, if you would, we're prepping also to return to council. We think the second meeting in June, it may be the first meeting in July, with the recommendations on affordable housing from the advisory committee. And linkage fees is a component of the work they're doing. So if the council can await it, I think the presentation and explanation of linkage fees fits with that presentation, and it is coming to you as quickly as we can get it.
That's fine. I just, since it was mentioned today and it's been mentioned often, I think even if it's not getting to the specifics of the recommendation, but to me, I think a better understanding of what a linkage fee is worth, defining and explaining to the public so they understand. Thank you.
Ben Johnson. Dr. Lowry.
I'm good.
Heather Post. Heather Post. Any idea if she's on? Okay, Danny Robbins.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple quick things. Last budget season, we went. Hear me? I went through the budget and I noticed a couple projects that we had for metal roof replacements, and in a staff meeting, I mentioned just briefly a product that I came across that helps extend the life of metal roofs that we use here in the county, whether it be standing seam roof or ones that are screwed down on some of our buildings. But it's, in a nutshell, it's called blackjack coatings. I've seen it used here locally. I know we don't want to get into Disney, but Disney uses it as well, just to preserve and extend the life of the metal roofs, because the rubber grommets go, and as we do know, all the cost of materials is going up. And I was just trying to see if I can formally get the support of this council to ask staff to maybe look into it just a little bit further, bring us back some information if it's cost effective and where it's been used, and if it's something we may be interested in looking at in the future to save a couple dollars. They also make a product too that reduces the heat inside buildings up to 20%. That's being used all over, helps out with HVAC and our electric bill as well. I've been getting some requests for signage for handicapped folks in neighborhoods. We had a autism week, which is a huge success, and shout out Deltona Fire, the Sheriff's Office, and a couple other county agencies have given out stickers and stuff for residents to put on their homes and on their doors. But been getting some requests for maybe putting together a program, if we don't have one already, George, to maybe put out a posting like, deaf child area, blind, anything like that we can provide a little bit of service, adds to the safety in that neighborhood for those folks. And the library program, lastly, I heard that there's some loss. I forget if she said it was 60 or 100,000. If we could look at maybe a program to try to eliminate that cost and kind of get up to 2022, we can kind of compare this to Netflix. Is there a digital version that we can do of these books? Amazon came out with it years ago, 20 years ago, but can we expand that program where we don't have to maybe give out, as many paper books? Do we have something like that already?
Yes, sir. You might, if you have a chance to go back and review those slides from the library. We have a very active electronic series of services. One is called Hoopla. That was on one of the slides. That is digital books and audio and written, and it is very popularly used by our library card users. The point of Lucinda's discussion on the fines and return books is the evolution in the library industry of going away from fines and getting books returned, really focusing on the return of late books as opposed to daily fines as a method to keep your stock loss minimized and encourage families with young children to continue to promote literacy in their families. So.
Suzanne, do you know if that system, I'm sorry, and I apologize, I must have missed that. Does our system have like, obviously it must have a login, but does it have like, if you rent a book, does it have like, hey, this rental is good for 7 days, and then it cuts it off?
Right. 21 days.
Okay, cool. All right, sorry about
Very
that.
active Hoopla user. I can tell you all about it. But yes, it's a 21-day, and you are limited to the number, but it's a pretty high number, and it's a fee for use is how we get charged, as I understand it.
That's it. Chair, did you need me to put something in a motion for that, to explore that product, or is that not necessary?
I think Ben's got it. Well, both, I was going to say, we'll take a look at both the roof extension product, because that would cross into a couple of places. And we'll look at that. I didn't want to limit it to one product, though. I think we'll look at a family of products that do that. And then on the signs for the special needs, we already have that program. We can go over that with you. Both Ben can go over the sign issue and how we handle that. So if we need to expand it, if there's a need that you're aware of, we'd like to hear about that too, so we can make sure we get to that area.
My biggest concern was, with new people moving into our community, maybe if we could put a social media post out there, just proactively to address those needs. That's all.
Good idea. Thank you.
Billy Wheeler.
That'd be me. Did you forget my name?
No, I was seeing a few. I know who you are.
It was a long time. One thing about going last, there were so many of the comments that have already been made, so I don't need to go over them. I was going to discuss the affordable housing when we were going to get an update, so Suzanne already answered that. And I was going to bring up the linkage fees, and she already hit that, and I was going to bring up the awards, and since we were both there last night, and the walls, so I'm down to my last two items. I had asked staff, I sent to Terry last week to have staff look at Again, peninsula sidewalks in the shores. And I know that that is FDOT's concern, but I hadn't heard anything back. I really get a lot of phone calls from residents about the condition of the sidewalks on Peninsula. There are a lot of people that walk those sidewalks, and they are very, very dangerous. Lots of cracks and torn up, so whatever we can do to nudge, but I hadn't heard anything back, so I don't know if anybody had any comments back from them.
We'll contact the department and
Thank
find
you.
out where that's at.
Yeah. And then, Suzanne, I asked you this on Thursday, but did we get any playground equipment for the Ed Peck Park? Oh, look. Oh, look, here he comes.
Has not arrived yet, but it's due soon, and we're still hoping to get it in by that date we talked about in early June.
So I will keep reminding you that he's 103.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, soon to be 104.
Yes,
in June,
yes.
so.
Each day is really,
I mean,
really
if I gotta,
important.
drive somewhere and jump in the truck and drive it here, we'll
I'll
get it.
help you, whatever.
All right.
Thank you, thank you. Yep.
Okay. After all that, I had something that I wanted to bring up, and I can't remember what it was. And it was going to be really good, but it'll be on the next agenda. But I did want to touch on the Dutton House, and I don't profess to read Mr. Chester's mind. I can't even read my own today. But I don't see the Dutton House as a black eye for the entire program, ECHO program. But it has that potential if it's not dealt with. And I think that, well, I don't think, I know, because this is what Brad told me, is he brought it back because it's unfinished business and he wants it to be cleaned up. I accept that. I'm glad that it came back. But this was a big deal in the public. And I remember Big John saying over and over again that ECHO was a slush fund. And I would say, and I would hear that in public during the campaign. And so I gave my word that I would do everything I could to make sure that it wasn't a slush fund and that it was transparent and that it was managed properly. My concern is that after the ECHO board meeting, the citizens board, that I was told that, and it was apparent during that meeting, that nobody seemed to know that there was $800 and some thousand previously given by the state, 36,000 by the, I'm guessing at the numbers, I don't have it in front of me, by the city of DeLand, and then a former gift already by ECHO. And so now they're back for ECHO. Well, so I went out to the Dutton House and I spent some time there and I took some pictures. And I got to tell you, for the life of me, I can't see where $1,003,000 was put into that house. Apparently there's a new roof on it, and I think new siding was put on it, but it's a mess, and it does need to be cleared up. And it just, I find it, honestly, I find it disturbing that we went into an ECHO meeting and nobody seemed to know that there was that much money already given by the state of Florida. I think we should have known that, and the board, ECHO board, should have been informed of that. Listening to their conversation, having gone back and looked at it, I think they may have pushed it even further without much more consideration. So I do want to see, and I know it's coming back, I want to see the Dutton House project properly vetted. I want to see the information. I want to know about the requirements for the board, and I really expect an explanation of why we didn't know there was that much money given by the state already sunk into that. So, because I don't want to, the public voted 70-something% for ECHO. We need to keep it clean and current, and I hope that Brad will continue to bring things to the board that need to be cleaned up and cleared up. I just want him to have all the information about it. So that's all that I have.
No, it's not.
It's not all that I have.
You were going to touch on state of the county financials.
Oh, was that from Kevin? Okay. Are you here, Kevin? You might have the, Kevin and I did talk about this in the hall. You all will remember that when we discussed the state of the county, we also discussed giving a charitable gift from the donations that we got from businesses in Volusia County. Like we did last year, or the year before, we were able to give a $25,000 check to Second Harvest. We didn't set an amount this year because we didn't know, frankly, how much money we would get in for donations, and then we didn't know what the cost would be. So the end result is that we have about $15,000 after expenses. Is that?
Yeah, Kevin Captain, Community Information Director.
15.
It is right around that mark. We are validating the numbers also with our finance team and making sure that all of the invoices from the event have been paid. But give or take a few percentage points, that is around the figure, yes.
And so it would be, my feeling is it would be nice to keep some in reserves towards next year, because we don't know what the economy is going to do. We don't know what businesses are going to do as far as donations. But I would also, my opinion is that I would love to see something go to Second Harvest again, whether it's 5,000 or whatever. I'll leave that to the council. So I guess I'm just opening up to all of you. Are you interested in giving Second Harvest?
I'd make a motion for 10,000 of the 15.
Okay. Barb Gartman makes a motion to write a check for $10,000 to Second Harvest, and the second came from Billy Wheeler. Any discussion on that? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? $10,000. Yeah, I think that's a tremendous. Second Harvest works with 40-some different organizations to feed.
I'd say it's close to about 85.
Wow.
Between 83 and I think 85.
Okay.
And what was it for every dollar?
With every dollar you donate, it equates to about $9 of purchasing power that they have with their ability for purchasing.
Okay. Thank you for the reminder. All right, $10,000.
Mr. Brower, I'd like to clarify that vote was 6-0 because I don't believe Ms. Post is on anymore.
Yeah, I don't hear her, so we'll call it 6-0. Okay, if there's nothing else, we will adjourn for 2 weeks. Thank you.